Chapter 1631. The disturbance on the moat did not affect today's matter at all. On the contrary, everyone's mood was even higher now. Old Zheng fought this person. Because Zhang Tufu had made a fortune, he wholeheartedly wanted to get a piece of the pie. However, everyone here knew that these were all Principal Zhang Feng's businesses, and Zhang Tufu was just a caretaker. However, he was the type who had the final say in terms of money and whatnot. That was equivalent to saying, President Zhang handed everything to Zhang Tufu. She even gave him money to come up with ideas. But President Zhang did not care about the money he earned. In the past 2 months, Zhang Tufu's business grew bigger and bigger. His influence was also growing. Hence, his poor relatives gathered around him. As for the purpose, naturally they all knew. Now that he was in jail, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, from this matter, it could be seen that Principal Zhang and the White Deer Academy's reputation was truly great. They were actually able to make everyone so obedient. Even the guards at the city gate were helping them. How could they not be excited? At this moment, outside the phosphate fertilizer factory, old He, Zhu Zi's father, and the others were pacing around anxiously. Li Shimin also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. The experiment on the stage was still ongoing. Although the experiment was very simple. The 2 water troughs, which were about 5 feet wide, were carefully replaced with a copper water trough in the middle. However, the water trough was in the shape of a barrel. There were some inch-high holes on it. There was a section of pipe in each of these holes. This made people feel uncomfortable. They did not know what was going on. Below the pipe, there were a few black pipes. They did not know what material they were made of. They were very soft, but also very hard. These things occupied the entire phosphate fertilizer factory. In the large field in the middle of the phosphate fertilizer factory, they were like 2 copper rivers. They looked very mysterious. However, below the 2 water troughs in the lower half of the field was a huge pond. The pond had been smeared with cement transported from Mount Shao. At this time, due to the injection of clear water, it looked quite magnificent. However, there were schools of miscellaneous fish jumping happily in the pond. Beside the pond was the road leading down the mountain. The road was also paved with cement. The entire phosphate fertilizer plant gave off only one feeling. That was heroism. After all, at this time, cement could only be used in the imperial palace, the houses of the princes and ministers, and the streets of Chang and city. But here, from the foot of the mountain to the field on the mountain, and those houses were almost all made of this stuff. This thing. But it was precious. From this, it could be seen that President Zhang Zhangfeng and His Majesty attached great importance to this matter. However, after working for so long, the experiment was about to begin. However, the pig still hadn't arrived. To those who knew about this, they were all incredibly hesitant, not knowing what was going on. Why was there still no sign of the pig after so long? Li Shimin also said slightly to Yu Qigong, "Old Yu, quickly bring some experts to take a look. Don't let anything go wrong." Yu Qigong muttered. But he still went. After all, this matter was really too big. Such a big thing had happened in Chang, and a few days ago. Today, everything was guarded except for the people transporting the pig. Logically speaking, this should be the time. But it was almost time. If they hadn't arrived yet, how could they not be worried? After all, even though Zhang Feng's shocking talent had shocked these merchants and the people of the outer regions, the phosphate fertilizer and this pork were the true highlight of the show. They couldn't be careless at all. However, less than the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Qigong hurried back. Li Shimin couldn't help but be stunned. But when he saw Niu Weili and the old village chief behind him, he was relieved and once again watched the performance of Li Chengqian and the others on the stage. At this time on the stage, following the operation of Li Chengqian and the others. At this time, all the materials and equipment were installed under the command of the following people. And the sound of the pig squealing attracted the attention of the merchants, the common people, and the ministers. But at this time, the focus of everyone's attention was still the phosphate fertilizer. So, although they were still surprised and shocked at this time, what was this pig? However, his eyes were fixed on the people on the stage. Zhang Tufu and the others were not idle either. After drinking a bowl of water, old He urged anxiously, "Hurry up and kill the pig. Look at the time. Is there enough time in 2 hours?" Zhang Feng also saw the situation here. After giving instructions to Li Chengqian and the others, and chatting with Li Xiaogong and the others, and after a speech, he hurried to the kitchen here. As soon as he came in, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and the others sitting on the small bench in surprise and said, "Lao Li, what do you mean by this? We have prepared a seat for you over there." Why? Hearing this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "There are high-ranking officials and dignitaries everywhere. It's not appropriate for us to go there. Besides, in today's situation, do you think it's appropriate for me to go there? What if that crafty woman gets hold of something that can be used against us? Today's matter will be blown up." Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. After all, many people in the court knew that Lao Li and the others were secretly communicating with the ministers in the court. Zhang Feng didn't need to guess to know. But almost everyone pretended not to know. But if that bastard Cui Yingying exposed this matter, it wouldn't be fun. So, Zhang Feng didn't insist. After giving a few people a cigarette, he asked old He and the others to quickly help kill the pig. Wait, this pig was the highlight. This time, Zhang Tufu instantly tore off the expensive clothes on his body and said generously, Come, give me 10 good men. The rest of you boil water for me. Today, we are killing a pig in front of all the ministers. This is an opportunity that I will never encounter in my life. What are you waiting for? Let's do it." Chapter 1632. Above, the phosphate fertilizer experiment was being carried out in a hustle and bustle. Below, the people in Tong Huifang were sharpening their knives for pigs and sheep as if they were celebrating the new year. Moreover, there were hundreds of people in Tong Huifang. Almost all the dishes had been prepared, and the brine had been prepared long ago. The bursts of fragrance could be smelled at least a mile away. Today, Zhang Feng wanted to make a big deal out of it. The best way to make it known to the entire Chang'an and all the people around Chang'an. Therefore, although the experiment had begun, there was still an endless stream of people coming. And this made the chefs in Tong Huifang suffer. In the end, Li Shimin had no choice but to hurriedly send people to Chang'an City and call all the chefs in the Chang'an Hotel over. For a moment, a strange scene appeared at the foot of the entire Longsho mountain. On the platform above, there was complete silence. And at the kitchen less than 100 steps away, there was an uproar at this time. The pig roared as if it didn't care about its life or its cost. Chasing and cursing chickens and ducks, and the frightened cackling of chickens and ducks, made this place more lively than those high officials and dignitaries on the platform. But this made Li Shimin and the others suffer. At this time, several people wanted to leave, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. But if they didn't leave at this time, they were already covered with chicken feathers. But this farce didn't last long, and their attention was attracted by a Juju-bred horse. To be precise, almost all the ministers couldn't help but look at the entrance of the phosphate fertilizer factory. They saw that at the intersection, a Juju-bred horse was striding over, snorting with each step. Such a strong horse didn't attract much attention, but what attracted everyone was the young man on the horse's back. Even Li Shimin was a little expectant at this time, wondering what this person was doing here. The person who came was Niu Jinda's son, Niu Jianghu. Wasn't Niu Jianghu's leg broken? Why did he come at this time? Zhang Feng naturally saw Niu Jianghu as well, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If it was in the future, such a serious injury would require at least half a year of recovery before he could barely walk. Even if the tonics in this era were all natural, coupled with the fact that one's family was rich and could eat bone soup for every meal, it still wouldn't be so quick to recover, right? After pondering for a while, Zhang Feng gave himself an answer. Perhaps it was because of his strong physique. Student Niu Xiaohu greets the dean. The moment he saw Zhang Feng, Niu Jianhu hurriedly and carefully dismounted from his horse, and then straightened his back. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar, especially the people from the Third Ministry and the Imperial College of Hongwen Guan. At this moment, the commoners who didn't know what was going on couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I say, who is this Niu Xiaohu? I don't know, I've never heard of it. But look at those adults, they all look very shocked. Could it be that they all know this person? Who knows, let's wait and see. I think there will be a good show to watch with his arrival. Of course, Zhang Feng heard it clearly. Li Shimin and the others couldn't sit still anymore and stood up one after another. Niu Jianhu couldn't help but almost knelt down due to his weak knees. Little nephew Niu Xiaohu greets the uncles. Good. Xiaohu, is your leg okay? Li Shimin couldn't help but step forward excitedly, pulled Niu Jianhu and asked. At this time, Niu Jianhu was wearing a brownish-red robe. If Li Shimin hadn't said it, no one would have known that there was a problem with his leg. At this time, the commoners finally listened carefully. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears. Niu Jianhu was also unusually excited at this time. 3 days ago, he accidentally found that he could walk again. His father had to go to Chotzi with the crown prince, so he had a lot of things to do and didn't have time to pay attention to him. Because of his leg, the family didn't call him unless it was necessary. But this kid couldn't sit still. When he found out about the phosphate fertilizer factory 3 days later, how could he be so anxious? Therefore, under the decision of the higher-ups, he tried to walk again. However, he didn't do it well and fell, alarming the maids and servants in the family. In an instant, the elders in the family came out one by one to reprimand him. Niu Jianhu was so angry. But he couldn't say it out loud. He could only hang his head and suffer an entire day of ideological education. Originally, he wanted to tell everyone that his leg was fine. But how could his family believe his words? After all, his right leg was still tied with a bamboo clip at this time. Only at night, under Niu Jianhu's coercion, did he ask his personal maid to find him some tools to remove the bamboo clip on his leg. The 3 iron rods that were originally embedded in his leg bone had been removed long ago. However, Zhang Feng warned that although these things were removed, it was still dangerous at this time. If he made a big move, the leg bone that had just been fixed would crack again. But how could he care about that at this time? It was uncomfortable to hold his breath. He simply endured the discomfort and stood up again. But this time, something magical happened. Although there was still some weakness in his right leg, it allowed him to move slowly. This made Niu Jianhu excited for the whole night. But from the next day, he didn't go out and practiced walking at home all day. Until today, when the people in the family found the bamboo clip that he threw outside the courtyard wall, they found out about him. However, at this time, Niu Jianhu had already stolen Niu Jinda's beloved horse and came here. Thinking about it now, Niu Jianhu still felt uncontrollably excited. He tried hard to calm himself down. Niu Jianhu slowly lifted his right leg and walked step by step toward Li Shimin. But this action of his made the people from the 3rd Department, Li Changqian and the others who were doing the experiment, and the people from the Hongwenguan Imperial College, go into an uproar. Oh my God! This kid's leg is fine? Chapter 1633. At this time, the people who were most shocked were the people of the 3 tribes, Ouyang Kai, Lu Hongwen, and the others. They had seen Niu Jianhu's leg injury with their own eyes. Even Dr. Sun would not be able to treat such an injury. After all, this kid's leg bone had pierced through his skin. Logically speaking, it should have been cut off to save his life. However, not only did Zhang Feng not cut off his leg, he even reconnected it. How long had it been? 2 months? 2 months. Although Niu Jianhu still seemed to be walking unsteadily at this time, he was able to walk after all. What did this prove? Previously, they were only shocked. As for whether Niu Jianhu could walk or not, they did not have much hope. However, at this time, what did they see? They saw that Niu Jianhu actually appeared in front of them again. But the kind that was standing. How could this not be shocking? At this time, Li Shimin, Chang Yaojin, and the others were also very shocked. But at the same time, they were also a little excited and happy. They were happy because Niu Jinda's only son was finally saved. After all, he was a minister in the imperial court. After all, it was not good to hear that his leg was broken. At this time, seeing that Niu Jianhu's leg was cured, Li Shimin and the others were naturally happy for Niu Jinda. And they were excited because this matter could finally be put to use in the Battle of Chotzi soon. Li Shimin would rather fix the broken bones of those soldiers than choose to abandon them. After all, it took much more time to train a new soldier than a year, especially those who were stationed at the border. They were all treasures. If one of them was lost, it would really be one less. Those new soldiers needed at least a year of training before they could go to the battlefield. However, such a battlefield would take at least 3 years. Therefore, at this time, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin were so excited. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly pulled Niu Jianhu and made him sit down. Then, he lifted up his trousers. In such a short period of time, Cheng Yaojin pulled up his pants. Ouyang Kai, Li Shaogong, and the rest also slowly walked over. Their eyes were fixed on Jianghu's legs, not daring to blink. After all, compared to what happened on the stage, there was simply no comparison. If this method of resetting a broken leg was real, then it would definitely cause an uproar all over the world. It was truly a miracle in the medical world. However, phosphate fertilizer was different. Previously, everyone knew that he would succeed. Today, they were only here to see how he operated it. What did this have to do with them? All they had to do was pay for the phosphate fertilizer. But this was different. If one day they broke their legs, this thing might come in handy. This was a matter of great importance to him. They cherished their lives more than anyone else, which was why they were like this. Fengzi, come and take a look. Is your leg really healed? Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. This thing was related to the reputation of White Deer College's medical department. If something went wrong, then where would he recruit medical geniuses in the future? Zhang Feng hurriedly squatted down. Although he really didn't understand this thing, he still pretended to use his fingers to tap everywhere, asking if it hurt here, where it was itchy, and so on. After a while, Zhang Feng put down Niu Jianhu's leg and scolded, "Your leg is fine, but if you keep running like this, there will definitely be a big problem in less than 3 days. Moreover, you will probably be a cripple for the rest of your life. Go back and recuperate right now. You cannot walk more than 2 hours a day. After a month, you will be fine." Niu Jianhu said that he was fine with a smile. But he was more agitated than anyone else. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he panicked. Cripple. Damn it. Why don't I just kill him? At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, Niu Jianhu finally took it seriously. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Dean." While speaking, Niu Jianhu cupped his fists at the crowd and then hurriedly rode away. After he left, Zhang Feng looked at the shocked crowd, cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, this person is my student. 2 months ago, he broke his right leg in an accident. Later on, he was treated and only recovered today." Looking at Zhang Feng, who was still pretending to be cool on the stage, Li Shimin glanced at Li Xiaogong and said in a low voice, "Let's wait for a while. We will deal with this matter as we see fit. By the way, let's talk about it." Li Xiaogong was stunned. When he was about to ask Li Shimin, he saw that the emperor was still smoking with the kitchen staff at this time. In an instant, Li Xiaogong had a headache. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was pretending to be cool, he had to ask everyone to return to their seats. After all, if they surrounded Zhang Feng like this, it would not only be a disgrace to the gentleman but also a joke. Even if there was something serious, when this matter was over, it would not be a problem. At most, they could directly go to Zhang Feng's house and wait there. This guy would not go back to see them, right? At the thought of those good things, Li Xiaogong's heart was itching. Here, everything that Zhang Feng did today was enough for everyone present to earn endless wealth. Therefore, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be done slowly. Chapter 1634. Just when everyone was thinking about it, Li Xiaogong coughed and said, "President Zhang, why don't we discuss it later? How about we talk about it after the matter here is settled?" Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and said, "That's great, that's great. What happened just now was really an accident. Everyone, shall we continue?" Hearing Zhang Feng's words, how could anyone have any other thoughts? They had no choice but to return to their seats reluctantly. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about it, and Li Qinhuang was also like this. How could everyone not know what Li Qinhuang was planning? Seeing this, everyone could only cup their fists and pretend that they didn't know anything. They returned to the stage again. However, at this time, the phosphate fertilizer experiment was really not worth looking at. Basically, there were only a few things. At this time, everyone's attention was completely attracted by the broken leg of Niu Jianhu and the glass that appeared in this experiment, as well as the artificial ice. After all, the method that could regenerate a broken leg and the method that could make ice out of nothing were absolutely rare in the world. More importantly, they were looking at the bottles and jars used for the experiment on the stage. How could anyone be in the mood to look at these? They had long been attracted by the magical things that Zhang Feng fiddled with, but after all, the experiment had progressed to this step. Everyone could only continue patiently. At this time, on the stage, Li Chengqian and the others saw this and gradually recovered from their shock. They shook their heads and hurriedly asked everyone to continue the experiment. The experiment was actually very simple. It was just a magnification of the usual experiment by dozens or even hundreds of times. The experiment was still the same as before, but the instruments used for the experiment had turned into huge toys. Under Zhang Feng's order, a team of craftsmen not far away dragged a few large carts of grayish-white stones over. These people wore leather masks on their faces and their mouths were wrapped with a strange thing. At this time, Li Chengqian bowed and said, "Please put on your masks quickly. This thing is the raw material of phosphate fertilizer, phosphate rock. The poisonous things that were rumored to be in the market are indeed poisonous, but the poisonous part is this raw material." "What do you mean this thing is poisonous?" "Oh my God, what's going on? Almost the masks. Where did the masks go? Who can give me a mask? Oh my God!" In the midst of the exclamations, the people of the three tribes panicked and hurriedly looked for masks everywhere. Li Chengqian seemed to be prepared. After seeing this, he waved his hand again. The workers of the phosphate fertilizer factory quickly came out with a large tray of masks. At this time, the people of the three tribes were like crazy, scrambling for these masks. Zhang Feng seemed to pretend that he didn't see it and he signaled Li start of it. After all, from the very beginning, these people already knew all the information about phosphate fertilizer. However, since everyone was still the same, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything. Moreover, the phosphate rock had been stored for a long time now, so there was basically no toxicity to speak of. Therefore, smelling it now did not have any effect. Moreover, at this time, the place they were in was not that kind of enclosed environment, so the toxicity of the situation they encountered was simply negligible. Just as everyone was panicking, they saw Li Chengqian and the others on the stage chuckle. They called out to the crowd and poured all the phosphate ore from one of the carts onto a glass jar that was 10 feet tall. Then, some craftsmen lit the firewood under the large glass jar. With a boom, the firewood was ignited. The craftsmen who added water and phosphate rock on top quickly closed the lid. Then they connected a black pipe made of unknown material to the large copper pipe that was prepared in advance, and connected it to the port above the water tank. Although this matter looked very simple, at this time, with everyone's actions, slowly, in an instant, traces of smoke could be seen emerging from the pipes. These pipes may be simple, but in any case, these pipes had just been connected and the fire under the jar below had just been lit. This jar had just been lit. Why was there smoke? What was the matter with the smoke? Just as everyone was waiting in shock and anxiousness. In the time it took to eat a meal, traces of smoke could be seen rising from the brass pipe. At first, no one paid attention to it and mistakenly thought that it was smoke caused by the burning firewood. However, the smoke gradually became so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, the entire pipe was filled with thick smoke. At this time, everyone couldn't sit still. However, the people on the stage didn't seem to notice at all. They continued to increase the fire under the large glass jar. In an instant, everyone was horrified to find that. At this time, this brass pipe that occupied the entire square was filled with smoke. They saw that Ma Zhou and the others didn't just stand there. Instead, they followed Hao Chu-jun and the others down the pipe and walked towards the pool below. Everyone was speechless and surprised. They followed them down one after another to see what was going on. Chapter 1635. When they came to the bottom of the pool, in an instant, he was shocked speechless by the mist floating on the surface of the pond. However, if you exclude the floating or struggling fishes on the surface of the water surface at this time was like a fairyland. Although there were waves, the mist above it made people feel like they were in a fairyland. At this moment, Ma Zhou and the rest acted as though they did not see anything amidst the exclamations of the crowd. They quickly used a stick and stirred the water with all their might. Then, they used a small ladle-like object to poke at the bottom for a while. Instantly, everyone saw that there was a layer of white substance in the ladle in Hao Chu-jun's hand. Instantly, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss! This is phosphate fertilizer? On the other side, Zhang Feng did not care about what happened here. After all, it was destined to happen. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about it. As long as there was no big accident, the opening of the phosphate fertilizer factory could be completed perfectly. And it achieved an unexpected effect, especially Niu Xiaohu's last hit, which made Zhang Feng almost want to go up and kiss him. If Niu Xiaohu did not appear today, Zhang Feng would have forgotten about this matter. His appearance today would only make this matter more beautiful and achieve the best effect. There was also the phosphate fertilizer. After all, phosphate fertilizer was a necessary thing to improve the state of food in the Tang dynasty. It was also an important thing to solve the crisis of the Tang dynasty. In the agricultural era, food was the hard currency of a country. Without food, it was basically useless. The reason why Zhang Feng took out these bottles and jars today was actually premeditated. Although this thing wasn't a secret to Zhang Feng, and it wasn't heavy either, it was just a piece of glass. However, Zhang Feng always remembered that this was the great Tang dynasty. At this time, glass could only be called colored glass. At this time, the technology of making glass was not mature and could not be forged into that kind of transparent glass. On the one hand, it was because of the temperature. On the other hand, it was because there was nothing that could withstand the melting point of this dry pot. But after all, Zhang Feng used to be a college student. For these things, he had some understanding of common experimental courses. Therefore, he could make this thing. Coincidentally, Zhang Feng also met a group of talents brought back by Niu Jinda and others from the western region. Without this master, Zhang Feng really did not dare to guarantee that he could make it in a short time. Moreover, it was transparent glass. But at least it was made. However, this thing could not be enjoyed alone. It needed to be shared with others. More importantly, it needed to be turned into something useful, such as the golden ingot, which was a real good thing. What he lacked was such an opportunity. Zhang Feng had been pondering over this matter for some time, and the people who needed this item and those merchants who could discover the business opportunities of this item would definitely come after hearing the news. It was to the extent that some merchants from outside the realm would flock over, and what they needed was such an opportunity. After all, he was really short of money now. Although his previous businesses had already allowed him to make a lot of money, he still had more than 3,000 mouths to feed after all. Moreover, he had bought so much land some time ago. At this time, Zhang Feng really didn't have much money in his pocket. If he didn't develop some side businesses, he really didn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to survive this year. Most importantly, if this batch of goods could be sold, Zhang Feng could guarantee that these goods would be sold all over the western region before the end of the year, which was the Spring Festival. At this time, if he gave these businessmen hope, it would be a large batch of orders next year. It was really not a big deal. So what if he gave it away? What he cared about was long-term strategic cooperation and business exchanges. After all, when the time came, he would open up his own trade route after he obtained the trade center of Chotzi City. The pork and glass products were some of the most important things in the future. This was Zhang Feng's main plan. However, he never expected that someone would actually give him such a big pillow when he was sleepy. That person was Cui Yingying. At this time, he did not know whether to thank or hate this woman. She actually jumped out at this critical time and gave him a fatal blow. Originally, Zhang Feng thought that this ice would be made next year. After all, although Zhang Feng was involved, he had this idea when he made ice for the first time. However, it was already autumn at that time. For some places in the northern region and the western region, snow and ice had already covered the sky. At this time, the businessmen could already harvest and use it. Therefore, there was almost no need to make ice. Therefore, Zhang Feng planned to launch this thing in spring or early summer next year. The sensation it would cause would definitely be unprecedented. At the very least, it would be cool in the Imperial Palace in summer. This would cause quite a stir. Zhang Feng was even sure that the emperor would definitely be pleased. At that time, it would be easy for him to become an official or something. However, after being provoked by Cui Yingying today, Zhang Feng could only beat her at her own game and get this thing out. According to his observation, this thing seemed to cause an unprecedented sensation. Then. Chapter 1636. At this moment, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, with a smile. He found that Zhang Feng was secretly delighted at this moment. He couldn't help but pat Zhang Feng's shoulder in surprise. "Feng Zi, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Feng tried hard to calm himself down. He coughed and said, "Nothing, nothing. I just thought of something funny." Li Shimin felt a little strange, but what could he do if Zhang Feng didn't say anything? He just sighed and said, "These things are hidden very well. If I didn't come here secretly today, were you not going to tell me these things?" Zhang Feng pretended to be confused. He scratched his head and asked, "Lao Li, what are you talking about? With our relationship, do I need to hide it like this?" "Haha. Li Shimin smiled insincerely and pursed his lips. Then you're talking about these glazed cups and this ice. I remember this glazed cup. I seem to have seen it when I was looking for you on the mountain. But you didn't seem to have any interest in it at all. Today, you're actually so generous to take it out. Are you holding back some big move? With that said, Wei Zhang and the others hurriedly pricked up their ears. They also knew what Li Shimin was thinking at this time. However, they didn't say anything because they were also thinking about this thing. If they could really get this thing, it would be great. Ice was a good thing, especially on a hot summer day. Having a bowl of ice water was simply better than being a god. But there were still people who couldn't sit still, such as Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin also added oil to the fire and sighed with a strange expression. You still say that we're brothers. This confirms the old saying that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Such a good thing, but as brothers, you don't even have it. Instead, you want to hide it. How could Zhang Feng not hear the sarcasm in their words? He glared at Cheng Yaojin speechlessly. I say, old Chen, can you not be so sarcastic? Don't think that I don't know that Tai Nyo and the others brought a lot of things back to Chang'an University. Do you really think that I'm a clueless person who doesn't know anything? What's more, Tai Nyo was the most diligent at that time, followed by Li Gan. Not to mention De Bing. They took almost half of my things home. Now you're saying that I'm hiding it? Where's your conscience? Seeing that his lie had been exposed, Li Shimin's face was a bit embarrassed. Although Li Chengqian was indeed a lot of things that he had brought back, for Li Shimin who had such a large family, those things were simply a drop in the bucket. There wasn't even enough to go around. When it was his turn, how could there be anything good left behind? But at this time, due to some things, he couldn't say anything. He just pretended that he didn't know. The alliance changed the topic. Fengzi, you brought out such good things this time. Are you planning to export them? Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. He glanced at Li Shimin and said, Not bad, Lao Li. As expected of a business family. You've guessed it so quickly. You're right. Today's opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory is actually an excuse. After all, you know that buying ores and other miscellaneous things requires a lot of money, and I haven't received any money for a month or two. So I'm guessing that your side might have encountered such a situation. I'll rely on you in those things. We can't always live off our savings. We have to find some ways to make money. Most importantly, didn't you say that the Qianbei city gave us the Qianbei city? Since the trade route in Qiuzi city has been handed over to us, shouldn't we open up our own trade route since it was taught to us? Look at the things that appeared today, as well as the many merchants who came. This is inevitable, but it also makes me feel a bit incredulous. After all, we've been planning this for a whole month, and we've been waiting for today. So I've been prepared before this. We don't expect to make much money from the phosphate fertilizer, and we're not willing to sell it to the outside world. So we have to think of other ways. That's why we came up with this. However, today's matter is beyond my expectations. Especially this Cui Yingying. She's helped me a lot. Think about it. The seafood and other things that were transported from Zhenla are basically all dead, and the losses on the road are serious. We have to bear all these costs so we can save a lot. Even the loss of the journey and the time spent traveling back and forth will be reduced by more than half. I believe you all know how to calculate this. As for the western regions, due to geographical reasons, it has always been relatively dry and the temperature is generally higher. Therefore, our current trading products are almost the same as before, such as some meat, poultry, and so on. Because it is not easy to preserve them, we can't sell them to those places. This is a huge loss. Now that the Qianbei city's commercial products are basically in our hands, why don't we develop a new commercial product? Chapter 1637. After all, Li Shimin was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he understood a lot of things. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, he could not help but excitedly put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder. Did you plan all this long ago? Zhang Feng shrugged. If it weren't for Cui Yingying, this plan would probably be delayed until May next year. Because of Cui Yingying, our plan has to be brought forward today. But I'm worried that although the plan has been brought forward, it will have to wait until at least next year when the situation is temporarily stabilized before it can be carried out. At this time, Li Shimin's mind only encountered this word and the things that Zhang Feng said. For the Tang dynasty, This was like a timely rain. At this time, money was needed everywhere in the Tang dynasty. The military department had basically owed a lot of profits to the military. It was at least 3 months in arrears. Even at this time, winter was about to come. Li Shimin was also worried about the winter clothes and other things for the generals in the military. He was so worried that he could not sleep all day. Everything needed money. The reason why Li Shimin did not dare to fight this time was that he lacked money and food. Once the war started, the damaged machines would completely drain the Tang dynasty. Although there were many industries supporting the military at this time, this was only enough to maintain the current situation caused by the famine in the Tang dynasty. This was only enough to maintain the situation. It was still too early to really offset the two. Not to mention the problems caused by the emergence of new weapons at this time. Money was needed everywhere. Although he had tried everything to get money and even began to print a lot of banknotes, it was just a blank check after all. He was very clear about the drinks stored in the military and the vaults of various places. If he took these things and exchanged them, where would he get the things to exchange? There was only one word to describe them. Poverty. It's coming out, phosphate fertilizer is coming out. Following a cry of surprise, Li Shimin's sorrow was instantly interrupted. Li Shimin took a deep breath and looked at the sea of people who were crying out in surprise. He knew that now was not the time to talk about this. He stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." After all, it was not the right time to think too much. He had to deal with the phosphate fertilizer first and see what the merchants wanted from ice, pork, and lioli before discussing other things. Zhang Feng naturally didn't have the time to play these childish games with them. All he knew was that after receiving compliments from the crowd, endless merchants, nobles, and ministers would come to befriend him. After Zhang Feng promised, he said. He signaled Chen Chumo and the others with his eyes to go to the kitchen. After learning about the situation in the kitchen, Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, please be quiet, everyone." After shouting for 2 or 3 times, everyone present slowly quieted down. However, everyone's gaze was still focused on the phosphor fertilizer in the white pond. After all, the phosphate fertilizer in the pool was just produced with their own eyes, and the consumption was only a few carts of ores. When had they ever seen such a magical item? Piles of ores that looked like dirt magically turned into a pool of white foam right in front of their eyes. And this thing was the legendary phosphate fertilizer that could increase the yield of grain by tens of times. Furthermore, it had only taken him less than 2 hours to do so. Looking at the pool at this time, everyone was smart. How could they not know the profit in it? To produce such a pool in 2 hours, one could imagine how much could be produced in a day. Moreover, everyone present at this time came for this thing. But after seeing this thing, who would be in the mood to do anything else? Even the glass and ice just now were suppressed in the bottom of their hearts at this time. Seeing Zhang Feng speak, everyone finally calmed down with difficulty. When Zhang Feng saw this, he laughed and cupped his fists. "Everyone, I know how you feel about the phosphor fertilizer. Let's put this matter aside for now. There will naturally be someone who will discuss this matter with you later. Today, I've invited all of you here because I want to let all of you have a taste of something good that this brat made. I believe that all of you should know about the braised meat, right?" When he said that, everyone instantly thought of the fat pigs just now. Everyone was shocked. Could it be? The thing President Zhang was talking about now was this big fat pig? Just as everyone was surprised, Zhang Feng slowly said, "That's right. I think everyone has already guessed it. It is indeed as everyone has guessed. It is those pigs just now. These pigs are not simple. Everyone, do you know how long it has been since these pigs were born?" How would they know this? They could only look at each other and wait for Zhang Feng to continue. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhang Feng could only rub his nose and say, "To be honest, these pigs only took a short 3 months. To be precise, it took less than 3 months for them to grow into what they are today." What? They grew to this size in 3 months? Chapter 1638. In an instant, everyone turned pale with fright. However, seeing that he had achieved his goal, Zhang Feng ignored everyone's exclamations and questions. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please come and taste it today. I guarantee that this pig is completely different from the pork you have seen before. However, I still need you to help me taste the difference." As for the specifics, Zheng Tu-Fu will explain to everyone later. I'll leave all of this to Zheng Tu-Fu. Everyone, Please have your meal first. After dinner, we'll discuss the good and bad, as well as the phosphate fertilizer. What do you think? As he spoke, Chen Chumo and the others had already called out to the people of Tong Hui Fong to bring out basins of delicacies. The advantage of having more people was that the tables and stools that had already been prepared were neatly arranged in the square. At this moment, everyone was carrying basins of meat and placing them on the tables. Smelling the tempting aroma, everyone was already drooling. This time, not only did Zhang Feng prepare braised meat, he even prepared a variety of stir-fried dishes and even made a lot of red braised meat. After all, it was for these people to taste and promote the brand of pork. Therefore, Zhang Feng could be said to have put in a lot of effort this time. The old village head couldn't help but sigh when he saw these delicacies being taken advantage of so easily by these people. Every time he saw the plates of food and the meat on the table slowly diminishing, his heart ached as if it was dripping blood. Damn, this kid was too prodigal. He was simply a big prodigal. He didn't even have a bite of such good food. Instead, it was given to these ingrates. After a full 2 hours, Zhang Feng sneaked away dizzily. He used the method of urinating to sneak away. After all, he really couldn't withstand the continuous drinking. Not to mention the others. Just the 3 departments, including Hongwen Guan, Li Xiaogong and the others, added up to more than 100 people. Even if each person had a bowl. Damn it, they would end up drinking themselves to death. Not to mention these people who wanted to make friends with him. Not to mention those merchants who were eagerly waiting for an opportunity to propose a toast. However, Zhang Feng's alcohol tolerance was only so. After forcing himself to drink 5 bowls of wine, Zhang Feng had no choice but to surrender and beg for mercy. For Zhang Feng, drinking was just for fun. If it was the real drinking culture in the officialdom, Zhang Feng would not be able to drink so many people's toasts even if he drank himself to death. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to risk his life, he had to admit defeat. After all, Zhang Feng had more important things to do at this time, and that was to go home. There was also a cousin at home whom he had never seen before. She was waiting for him with the marriage contract that he was so worried about. How could he dare to tarry here? Zhang Feng's main purpose of coming down the mountain this time was to meet this cousin of his. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to come out. He believed that Li Gan and the others would definitely handle this matter better than him. After all, these guys were veterans at drinking. When Zhang Feng returned to the residence, he did not know if the news had already been sent back, but he saw that Du Ziting had been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Zhang Feng, Du Ziting seemed to have found her backbone. She quickly went up to him and explained everything clearly. Yesterday, a woman had already arrived. Although the family had already sent someone up the mountain to inform them, they met Yu Qigong halfway. Yu Qigong asked everyone to make arrangements for the woman while he went to inform them. However, they had waited for such a long time. How could the people in the residence not be anxious? After all, who knew if this woman was an enemy in disguise, or if she was really the family head's cousin? After all, the burning of Chang had just happened a few days ago. No one dared to be careless. Before Zhang Feng entered the living room, he finally heard the ins and outs of the matter. He could not help but feel slightly surprised. "Old Du, are you sure this woman is from Liangzhou?" With a stomachache and gastritis, he said uncertainly. Probably. I haven't had time to ask. Besides, this woman's identity is special. She hasn't done anything out of line. So I think I can only wait for the family head to come back and make a decision." Zhang Feng was instantly unhappy when he heard this. He asked, "Where did Jia Daoren go? Why didn't I see him today?" Du Ziting was stunned and quickly said, "Didn't the old master send him to the in-laws' residence in Chang and university to hold the fort?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he remembered this matter. He glared at her and asked, "What do you mean by probably? You're right. It's hard to say. Where did this woman come from? Didn't anyone go and find out? Also, you know that something big happened in Chang a few days ago. Why are you so bold when someone suddenly shows up?" When Du Ziting heard this, she immediately felt wronged and said, "In reply to the old master, old you said to leave this matter to him. So I didn't ask about it for the time being. After all, this woman's accent does sound like the accent of the Phoenix Ridge area. I've been there before, so." Chapter 1639. When Zhang Feng heard this, he waved his hand speechlessly. He looked at Du Ziting and said, Old Du, you can leave now. Remember, if you encounter something like this again in the future, ask around first. Hearing this, Du Ziting was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He apologized again and again before leaving. When Zhang Feng entered the study, he saw the back of a woman. She was wearing a pink gauze dress. The gauze dress was very ordinary, but that was only for rich people. It was indeed very ordinary. To ordinary people, it was definitely a rare item among rare items. To be able to wear it on this woman's body meant that her status was definitely not low. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng was even more depressed. After all, he did not know any cousin, nor was it that so-called Zhang Feng. At this time, the woman seemed to have reacted. She quickly turned around, and Zhang Feng finally saw her face clearly. Her appearance was actually not bad. Although she was not as pretty as the women Zhang Feng knew, and she was not as pretty as Cui Yingying, she had the kind of indescribable feeling that people who looked at her would remember her appearance. However, when the woman saw Zhang Feng, she did not seem to react at all. When Zhang Feng saw this, he clasped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Feng. Miss, may I ask who you are?" When the woman heard this, she reacted. Her expression was a bit strange. After a bit of etiquette, she said, "I am Zhu Ku'er. Does Mr. Zhang still remember me?" Hearing this, Zhang Hong's head exploded. If he knew, why would he ask? However, it was not good to show it now. He just laughed and said, "Well, when I was at Phoenix Mountain, something happened. I basically forgot a lot of things." Then have you forgotten about your family? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhu Ke interrupted him and asked, "What?" Zhang Feng's expression froze. After thinking for a while, he said, "I won't hide it from you. Back then, my family was hit by a mountain flood. At that time, I was playing in the mountains. Fortunately, I was able to escape. Dan was not able to escape and was also affected by the mountain flood. It was because of this mountain flood that my head was hit by a heavy object. Although your life is not in danger, you don't remember anything of the past. Fortunately, I encountered an expert in the mountains and was able to escape the calamity. However, I really don't know anything about what happened before." Zhu Ke couldn't help but look a little disappointed. This time, she came to Chang'an for two reasons. First, after confirming Zhang Feng's identity, she wanted to see if Zhang Feng was indeed the widow of that uncle from Fenghuang Ridge. Second, she wanted to fulfill the promise of marriage. After all, before the mountain flood last year, her family had wanted to arrange this marriage. However, because of the mountain flood, the marriage had been delayed. Not long ago, when her father found out about this, he hurriedly sent people to investigate. After all, this was Zhu Ke'er's most important marriage. After eavesdropping, she learned that Zhang Feng was still alive, and that the poems from before, as well as all those amazing things, had been written by him. Only then did she decide to take the risk and come to Chang'an alone to investigate. Fortunately, Zhu Ke met a good friend on the way, which saved her a lot of trouble on the way. However, when she saw Zhang Feng, the disappointment in her heart grew even heavier. From the looks of it, Zhang Feng was very similar to the Zhang Feng she knew. From the way he spoke, from the way he acted, and from every other aspect, he was the same. However, she still felt that this person was not the person she was looking for. This feeling was very strange, and it made her feel a little lost. Zhang Feng didn't know what was going on. Seeing Zhu Ke'er's expression, one moment serious, the next hesitant, he hurriedly said, "Can you tell me about my past? I really don't know anything about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. It wasn't by accident. It was about the mountain flood. Everyone knows about it. I also learned about it from my teacher and the people of Fenghuang Ridge. However, I don't know what really happened." Zhang Feng also didn't know why she was saying all this. However, he still wanted to know what kind of past this so-called Zhang Feng, who had the same name as her, had. After all, only by knowing the truth would he be able to ensure his safety when it came to his identity in the future. He didn't want to know that his relatives were coming to visit him every day. Most importantly, Zhang Feng was now even more curious. Was this fate's arrangement, or was there some other reason that had magically connected him to this person he had never met before? Moreover, even their appearances were the same. When he had forged this identity, Zhang Feng had just made it up casually. However, some of the things he had said were true.
For example, in the future, which was the 21st century, the place where he had been born and raised was this place.
Chapter 1640. It was just that the name was different this time. Perhaps it was because he missed his hometown that Zhang Feng said this place. However, fate seemed to have played a big joke on him. There was actually a family with the surname Zhang in this place, and there was a young man with the surname Zhang. This young man was also called Zhang Feng, and even looked exactly the same as Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't know what had caused this, but he knew that there was an unknown power that had silently changed everything with Zhang Feng's appearance. Zhang Feng could even feel that his memory had been strengthened, and he was able to recall the things that had puzzled him in the past.
He remembered that his memory had never been very good. However, his memory at this moment shocked even himself. Perhaps it was because he missed the 21st century too much, or perhaps it was because these things had accompanied his soul through time and space, but when Zhuker appeared, and when he learned that there really was a person called Zhang Feng had a feeling that something was wrong.
But he was like a cloud of fog, shrouded in mystery. Zhang Feng even had a terrifying thought. Was this Zhang Feng really dead? Had he died in the mountain flood or something else? Perhaps this person was watching him from somewhere, or perhaps he was this Zhang Feng. Zhu Ke told him about the Zhang family in Phoenix Ridge from her memories, as well as what her parents had told her. After that, she stared closely at Zhang Feng. After a long time, she slowly told him about Zhang Feng's past. While the two of them were talking and listening to each other, Zhang Feng didn't know that a woman in an emerald green dress had appeared at the entrance of the villa. She looked very angry, as if she had been greatly wronged. The moment the guards at the entrance saw the woman, they became alert. After all, they still hadn't figured out why the master's fiancé had come yesterday. Also, the master had already entered the living room with the woman. There were some things that hadn't been leaked, so it was most likely true. This woman was the one who had accompanied the master's fiancé yesterday. Who would dare to offend her? When they saw the woman arrive, they didn't wait for her to speak before they hurriedly opened the door. After all, this woman's mouth was definitely the most terrifying in the real world. This woman was Cui Yingying, who had been wronged at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Cui Yingying had originally wanted to vent her frustrations on these dogs of a slave, and then go to her good friends to tell them about Zhang Feng's bad image. But when she saw the situation, Cui Yingying couldn't get angry. She asked angrily, "Has your master returned?" The gods were stunned and hurriedly said, "The master has just returned." At this time, without waiting for the guard to finish speaking, Cui Yingying lifted her skirt and rushed into the courtyard aggressively. One of the slightly more clever guards saw this and hurriedly threw the Chi Mei rod in his hand to his companion. Then, he ran into the courtyard like a madman. However, Du Ziting, who was rushing towards him, caught him in her arms. Du Ziting glared at the god and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you rushing to be reincarnated or what?" The guard saw this and pointed at Cui Yingying, who had just walked into the villa's corridor, and said, "Housekeeper, look at her. Aren't you afraid that something will happen?" Du Ziting naturally saw Cui Yingying and waved her hand. "Just pretend that you didn't see this. Master has his ways to deal with it." When the god heard this, he let out a long, "Oh!" It was as if he had just thought of something incredible. Then, he left in a hurry with a smile on his face. As he left, an expression of understanding flashed across his face. It was as if to him, Cui Yingying was just like Zhu Ke, a member of the main family. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't know that danger was approaching. He also didn't know that Cui Yingying and Zhu Ke were close friends. Otherwise, he would have run to White Deer College and never come back down. But at this time, after hearing about the Phoenix Ridge incident, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Ke, this is your brother's fault. But, when you suddenly took out the marriage contract, I didn't know how to react. After all, you know about my situation. First I had a marriage contract with Miss Zhang Yuyao, and then with that." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish, Zhu Ke smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I have already investigated cousin's situation. Although I don't care, my good friend seems to be very excited. I wonder if cousin has seen her today?" Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. But when he thought about it carefully, apart from Cui Yingying, he really hadn't seen any other woman at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. Not to mention bumping into some self-proclaimed good friend. Although there were many women at the phosphate fertilizer factory today, Zhang Feng was certain that none of them were good friends like Zhu Ke had said. Unless. Chapter 1641. Zhang Feng immediately thought of Cui Yingying, but he wasn't sure.
He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you come from this time?"
Zhu Qier looked at Zhang Feng strangely and said, "You really don't know about me?" Zhang Feng gave a wry smile and shrugged. Seeing this, Zhu Qier's eyes looked a little disappointed, but she still said, 16 years ago, my mother left Phoenix Mountain and married into Hunan Dao. Then, she moved with my father to Shandong. Although she didn't return to Phoenix Mountain, my mother and uncle often wrote letters to each other. Our marriage was settled 5 years ago, when uncle and auntie went to Shandong." Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention to what she said after that. His mind was only thinking about the place Zhu Qier had just mentioned. Shandong. Zhang Feng had a bad feeling about this, and the image of Cui Yingying appeared in his mind. Was the good friend Zhu Qier was talking about Cui Yingying? Wasn't this 2F** king coincidental? Zhang Feng was speechless. The previous matters had not been resolved yet, so why did such a thing suddenly pop up? And the worst part was, wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? And at this time, he finally understood why this Cui Yingying was so aggressive when she saw him. Originally, he thought that she was someone Yu knew and felt that Yu had been wronged, so she came to seek justice from him. But at the time, when Cui Yingying told him about Phoenix Mountain, he felt a little suspicious. But he hadn't thought about it that way. Now that Zhu Qier said this, Zhang Feng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. F***ck. Could this really be a coincidence? However, it was at this moment that Zhang Feng heard a name he absolutely didn't want to hear. Zhu Qier looked at Zhang Feng with surprise. She then looked at the door and stood up. "Yingying, did you come back with my cousin?" That was the name Zhang Feng didn't want to hear. If he had heard it on the street, he would have turned around and left. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. But it was all for naught. The more Zhang Feng didn't want to think about it, the more he thought about it. Zhang Feng didn't expect something like this to happen in his own home. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng felt a cold aura staring at him. Zhang Feng didn't need to think to know that it definitely came from Cui Yingying at the door. Zhu Ke looked at the two of them. Her eyes flashed with surprise, but she suppressed her curiosity. She pulled Cui Yingying to sit down and asked, "Yingying, can you tell me what happened between you two?" "Kier. This thief is definitely not the gentle cousin you said he was. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This thief's mouth is full of honey, and his heart is full of evil. He did it in front of so many people. He even did it in front of my grandfather, Hongwen Guan Imperial College, and hundreds of people." Cui Yingying told him all the evil things Zhang Feng had done to her at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Zhang Feng could only lower his head and listen. Zhu Qier looked at the two of them strangely. He wanted to laugh, but Chen Kun couldn't allow himself to laugh. He could only patiently wait for Cui Yingying to finish speaking. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Cousin, you guys are." Before he finished, Zhang Feng quickly said, "Don't ask me that. Ask her." Who would ask someone like that in front of so many people? She's definitely here to cause trouble. If she wasn't a woman, I would have. What's wrong with you today? Do you want to kill me today? Cui Yingying immediately retorted. Zhang Feng immediately raised his hands in surrender. It was definitely not a wise move to argue with such a woman. Moreover, even if he won now, what could he do? Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders speechlessly. He simply lit a cigarette and slowly smoked. He no longer paid attention to Cui Yingying, who was talking non-stop. He suddenly felt that this woman's name was really not wrong. She was really like a bird, chattering non-stop. Moreover, she was a person. Zhang Feng felt some admiration for her chattering so much. She was really king genius. After an hour, Cui Yingying's anger finally subsided. She slammed the table and stared at Zhang Feng. "Young Master Zhang, how do you want to solve today's matter?" Zhang Feng was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Cui Yingying and said, "What does Miss Cui plan to do? Or rather, how does Miss Cui plan to deal with Zhang Feng?" Cui Yingying didn't know what to say. Cui Yingying really didn't plan to do anything. After all, she knew from Zhu Qier that Zhang Feng's life was quite miserable. Since he was young, he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. However, this was something that happened to almost every rich young master. Even in the Cui family, there were many stubborn young masters like this. However, the disaster last year had destroyed everything they had.
If this happened to any other stubborn young master, they would definitely be unable to recover from the setback or something.
Chapter 1642.
However, after half a year of silence, Zhang Feng had done so many shocking things in Chang'an City.
Even Cui Yingying had secretly collected many of Zhang Feng's poems. Sometimes, she would even picture Zhang Feng's face in her mind.
It wasn't until she learned about Zhang Feng from her best friend that her admiration turned into anger.
She thought that Zhang Feng was a scum of the society.
However, in her heart, her love for Zhang Feng grew with each passing day. For example, although today's bet was set out of anger, the moment the bet was made, Cui Yingying actually had the impulse to admit defeat. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. From the moment Zhang Feng's poem spread in Shandong, Cui Yingying had already noticed him. She even fell in love with Zhang Feng like other girls. Especially after she found out about Zhang Feng's age, her love for him was no less than that of any other infatuated girl. However, when she wanted to express her joy and love to Zhu Qier, she heard from Zhu Qier that Zhu Qier was actually Zhang Feng's fiancé. She even brought up the marriage contract between her father and Zhang Feng's father. At that moment, when she saw the marriage contract, Cui Yingying was completely dumbfounded. She even had the thought of committing suicide several times. Therefore, when she found out that Zhu Qier wanted to sneak out of Chang'an to see Zhang Feng, she didn't hesitate to encourage Master Yushan, who was her grandfather, to come to Chang'an City.
That was why today's farce happened. However, this farce was nothing to Cui Yingying.
However, for Zhang Feng and everyone present today, if Zhang Feng and the emperor wanted to pursue this matter, then the Cui clan in Shandong would have a hard time in the future. After all, Zhang Feng's influence was no less than the Cui clans, or even the entire Shandong's nobility. Even Zhang Feng had the ability to contend with him. And this ability was due to his age, as well as the miraculous things he had created at this time, as well as those unprecedented poems. Although there were only a dozen or so poems, according to the information leaked by Mr. Yushan, the poems Zhang Feng had created were absolutely not inferior to the Whitehead poem. And these poems were now in the hands of the emperor.
What did this mean?
The emperor actually took all these poems for himself.
Who was the emperor? The emperor was Li Shimin.
He had always thirsted for talented people, and more importantly, whenever the civil officials and all the Confucians in the world created something, Li Shimin, no matter how busy he was, would immediately go and take a look. After all, when the Tang dynasty was founded, countless Confucian scholars doubted its legitimacy, especially after the Wei River Alliance and the Zuan Rebellion. All the Confucian scholars felt that Li Shimin only understood the political power on horseback, and did not know what was the way of life, nor did he know how to rule the country according to literature and so on. These things were also the biggest pain in Li Shimin's heart.
Everyone knew about this.
Otherwise, Li Shimin would not have issued 3 edicts in a row to the world to seek talents. The emperor even wantonly promoted the imperial examination system. Or every time the 4 great Confucian scholars in the capital created a wonderful poem, Li Shimin would even issue an imperial edict to tell everyone in the world.
He even seemed to be a little impatient to let everyone see it.
However, such a person was willing to keep Zhang Feng's poems in the hands of the imperial palace, and forbade anyone from spreading them privately.
What was the meaning of this?
But even so, the dozen or so poems that had been passed down from generation to generation were like a shot of adrenaline to all the young scholars and Confucians in the world. Generally, everyone went crazy, wanting to set Zhang Feng as their goal and pursue the highest point of the literary world. In particular, Zhang Feng at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet, when he was conferred the title of Great Confucian, and when he argued with Master Yushan, and so on.
At this time, Zhang Feng had the ability to compete with Shandong.
However, Zhang Feng did not know these things at this time, and even Li Shimin and the others did not know. After all, at this time, Zhang Feng had become the benchmark of the young generation of the Tang dynasty. This benchmark was built on the top of these big clans. However, at this time, Zhang Feng had indeed been defeated by a little girl. Zhang Feng innocently raised his hands and said, "Miss Cui, this one does not know when I have offended you. I also do not know if there is some misunderstanding between us. This one does not care about the bet.
Miss Cui, please stop."
Hearing this, Zhu Qier also tried to dissuade her. "Yingying, that's enough. If there is really no end to this, can we sit down and talk about it?" The matter had already reached this point, and Cui Yingying was also a little regretful. However, at this time, there was no time for her to regret. She could only say embarrassedly, "I will let you off today."
Let's talk about our matters in the future. Let's talk about this first. Do you recognize this marriage? What do you plan to do with those women of yours? Chapter 1643. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. This girl's background was definitely more difficult to deal with than anyone else's. The Cui family. And she could even pull Mr. Yushan to back her up. If this matter was not handled well, something big would definitely happen. But even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone anything else. Cui Yingying's actions completely pissed off Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face darkened for the first time. He said, "Miss Cui, I don't know why you're here today, but congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Men, send the guests out. If these two come again in the future, throw them out." Zhang Feng's roar completely stunned Zhu Qier and Cui Yingying. What did he mean? Cui Yingying was a little confused. She asked like an idiot, "Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Do you want the world to laugh at you? There's real evidence, Ku-er. Lao Tzu also told you today that if you didn't come today, then everything would be fine. Even if you wanted me to marry Ku-er, it wouldn't be a problem. But you've been so aggressive since the start of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Do you know who came to the phosphate fertilizer factory today? Those are the people from the 3 divisions, as well as all the students in the world. Today, you almost ruined my plans. Seeing that you're a woman, I didn't pursue this matter, but you actually came to my house." Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Cui Yingying, what are your intentions?" "Cousin." Zhu Qier was anxious. Originally, she had only come here secretly. Moreover, it was because of this matter. Recently, her family had also been discussing their marriage. She could use this opportunity to obtain many benefits from Zhang Feng. After all, Zhu Qier had eavesdropped. This time, the things Zhang Feng had created, as well as the papermaking technique, had been passed down in Jiangnan and Shandong, but there weren't many of them. Therefore, this marriage was equivalent to using her in exchange for the family's future. Therefore, Zhu Qier had secretly discussed this with Cui Yingying. Under Cui Yingying's instigation, she went to the extreme and did this. But how could she have known that Cui Yingying would actually do such a thing today? First, there was the ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although Zhu Qier wasn't sure how many high-ranking officials had come to the factory today, she could tell from the noise outside the door and what she learned when she came back that the people who had come today were all people the Zhu family couldn't afford to offend. And Cui Yingying actually. When she was chatting with Zhang Feng, she realized that although she still felt that Zhang Feng wasn't the Zhang Feng she was looking for, his humility and elegance had attracted her. But when Cui Yingying came, he got nothing. How could this not make Zhu Qier feel a little disappointed? Originally, he had said that he had encountered a flash flood and lost his memory. She had heard about this before. It was already very lucky to be able to survive the flash flood. Now that he had encountered such a thing, Zhang Feng could still calmly listen to her talk about her past. Zhu Qier could feel Zhang Feng's sincerity from his words and actions. But, at this moment, a group of servants had already appeared at the door of the living room. Zhang Feng waved his hand in annoyance. He didn't even look at the 2 girls and said, "You two please leave. I, Zhang Feng, have a small temple and can't accommodate the 2 of you. If there's anything, even if you go and complain to the emperor, I will wait here." "Zhang Feng, today if you don't, let go. Bastard, who do you think you are? Let go of your dirty hands." Ah! Amidst the mournful screams, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Cui Yingying and Zhu Qier were asked to leave the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't feel anything when he did this. Besides, this was the first time. If in the future some random cat or dog came with a marriage contract to collect debts, there was no identity information in this era and no proof. It would be so annoying. Besides, today's Cui Yingying made Zhang Feng uncomfortable. Originally, Zhu Qier's story was very detailed. Zhang Feng was also thinking about how to get rid of her. This marriage was absolutely impossible. After all, he wasn't that Zhang Feng. Besides, Zhang Feng really didn't dare to receive such an unknown person. However, this unruly girl, Cui Yingying, once again successfully stabbed him and gave him a way to successfully get rid of this trouble. At this moment, Zhang Feng even had the urge to thank her. However, Zhang Feng didn't know whether this was the Cui family's conspiracy or something else. After all, The fire of the previous example had not been completely extinguished. Zhang Feng didn't dare to be blinded at this juncture. Besides, you could at least come up with a honey trap. It would be better than this, right? Master, they have been asked to leave, but the girl in green is still cursing at the door. This matter. Butler Du Ziting reported with some worry. However, his eyes glanced at Zhang Feng from time to time to see his reaction. Zhang Feng didn't have any reaction.
His eyes were calm as he said, "Go, let someone report that there is a fierce woman cursing in the street."
Chapter 1644. Du Ziting didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. After all, he had heard most of the conversation between Zhang Feng and the two girls. Not only did they cause a ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory, they even dared to openly contradict a fifth-rank official here. This was a capital offense. Although he didn't know what had happened and what made the family head so agitated, it didn't matter to him now. At this time, Du Ziting hurriedly followed Zhang Feng's instructions. But at this time, he had to do what Zhang Feng said.
When he hurried to the entrance of the mansion, he discovered that the noise outside the door, as well as the onlookers, had already disappeared.
Only a few horse carriages were slowly stopping in the back alley at this time. As for Li Shimin and the others, they were also talking about something and were rushing over here. Seeing this, Du Ziting turned his eyes and hurriedly cupped his fists.
"Masters, long time no see."
Li Shimin heard this and also cupped his fists.
"Steward Du, is Fengzi inside?"
"Yes." While they were talking, Li Shimin and the others hurriedly rushed in. They originally thought that Zhang Feng had gone back to the mountain or to the tavern. But when he saw Yu Qigong acting suspiciously, he only found out about his fiancée under Li Shimin's questioning. He was so shocked that he hurried over. But they didn't expect to eat such a big melon. This fiancé actually knew Cui Yingying. More importantly, these two people seemed to have a very good relationship, and they even dared to talk nonsense at the back door. After eating for a while, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Mr. Yushan to take her away. They had no choice but to take them away. There were so many people watching. If they offended someone important and called the Imperial Guards, then things would be serious. After all, this was the residence of the 16th Prince. It was almost unthinkable that such a thing had happened here. He would definitely be sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. And the most important thing was that Zhang Feng had caused such a scene at the foot of Mount Longsho today. Many people were lining up to get close to him. Who wouldn't want the credit that came to their door? And most importantly, even if they offended the Cui family of Shandong, they would have something to say. After all, there were laws here, and they were just doing things according to the rules. No matter how powerful the Cui family was, if they dared to violate the criminal law, they would have to face the impeachment of the civil and military officials. In the past, no one dared to do this. But today, Zhang Feng made so many good things at once. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even Li Shimin's eyes were red with envy at this time, let alone other people. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Li Shimin still called Mr. Yushan. After all, it was best for him to come forward. How good would it be to not offend anyone? They swaggered into Zhang Feng's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhang Feng walking out of the door, looking a little anxious. Seeing this, Chang Yaojin hurriedly opened his arms and said, "Yo! Where is our President Zhang going?" Seeing this, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He said with a fake smile, "Why aren't you doing business at the phosphate fertilizer factory? What are you doing here? Ma Zhou is here, isn't he? And that money string, with those two together, there's really nothing for us to do. We're just here to see if you've been eaten by this woman." As Chang Yaojin spoke, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng with a smile and said, "Fengzi, what's wrong with your fiancé?" Zhang Feng was most afraid that someone would ask this question. Just now, when he heard the voices outside disappear, he was ready to sneak away. But who would have thought that he would bump into these masters before he even left the door? He instantly understood that the situation outside the door was probably settled by these masters. Immediately, Zhang Feng gave up on the idea of going out. With these masters around, how could he escape? Forget it. Old Du, come, serve the tea and prepare the dishes. After shouting, Zhang Feng had no choice but to lead them to the living room. As soon as they sat down, the big chimneys started to act up. First, each of them took a cigarette and lit it up. Then, their eyes wandered around the room. They almost wanted to start rummaging through the room. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he could only accept this. He pretended not to see it. After everyone scanned the entire living room with their eyes, he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory's matter has been settled today. Iron Bull and the rest can handle the related technical problems. The next thing is not something we can worry about. The key problem is the profit." After hearing about the profit, Li Shimin coughed at Zhang Sun Wuji. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji laughed and said, "Fengzi, we have to talk about this matter. Just now, the emperor sent a decree. The emperor is going to personally participate in the phosphate fertilizer factory." "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly lost his composure. At this time, the emperor was going to personally participate. Wouldn't all the previous arrangements be ruined? Zhang Feng had spent a lot of effort on this thing, and he had many arrangements. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was most afraid that the emperor would come out and do something worse. Damn it. Once the emperor took action, what benefits would he have? Wasn't this AF** king joke? The key was the emperor's words. Everything belonged to him. What the F*** could he do? Chapter 1645. Seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, Zhang Sun Wuji was also a little embarrassed. After all, this was indeed not the right thing to do. However, this was inevitable. Papermaking and so on could be done as they pleased. For these things, even if all the profits were to be distributed, Li Shimin would not even bat an eyelid. But this phosphate fertilizer was different. This thing was not comparable to other things. Whoever controlled the phosphate fertilizer was equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the entire Tang dynasty. Which ruler would be willing to hand over the lifeline of the entire country to others? To be controlled by others? Wasn't this a joke? Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression was a little downcast, Zhang Sun Wuji explained in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Zhang Feng finally figured it out. And he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also figured it out. This was an era of agriculture. Controlling the grain was equivalent to controlling everything in the country. Before, he was only thinking about the wonderful things and did not think about these twists and turns. At this time, after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. But when he thought that the huge amount of money would be in the pocket of the old emperor whom he had never met, Zhang Feng was extremely angry and raised his middle finger to the sky. Damn it! Although the crowd did not understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's middle finger, they obviously knew what Zhang Feng meant by doing this. It was nothing more than venting the unhappiness in his heart. After all, no one would feel good if this happened to him. What's more, this matter was all funded by Zhang Feng alone. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face was a little embarrassed. After all, although he had not shown his cards now, when he showed his cards, then, what would Zhang Feng think of this? The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually like this? Ahem, Fengzi, don't think too much. His Majesty also said that when the time comes, he will give you 10% of the profits. 10%? Zhang Feng was shocked. His eyes instantly became a little excited. The 10% you're talking about, is it Chang'an, or is it the sum of all the benefits from the expansion to the extraterritorial realm? Fang Xianling looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Imitating Zhang Feng, he crossed his legs and said, "He is what you think he is." Hiss. Instantly, Zhang Feng's eyes turned into the shape of copper coins. He kept muttering, "Damn, I'm rich, I'm rich." Not to mention the outer domain, just at this time the use of wheat and corn, which was also known as millet, in the 10 provinces of the Tang dynasty. How much area was that? All the grain from so many places was added together. Zhang Feng couldn't even calculate how much it was in an instant, let alone convert it into money. Even if it were banknotes, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pile them up from Chang'an City to Shao Mountain. The most important thing was, this was only the first step of Zhang Feng's plan. When spring came, Zhang Feng was going to improve the corn, which was millet, potatoes, and other agricultural products. Once these things were applied with phosphate fertilizer, in an instant, everything that Zhang Feng saw turned into a glittering golden light. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Li Shimin felt a little regretful. So much money. His heart was bleeding. But what could he do since he had already said it? And it was Zhang Feng who came up with it, and this guy liked it very much. Otherwise, what would he give him? Would he give him a state capital? Or give him a promotion? It was not the right time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin thought of another terrible thing.
This kid was not a well-behaved person. Once he had money, if he went to buy land for him, or if he stirred up some trouble for him, then it would really cost him his life.
He had to find something for him to do. Otherwise, when the time came, thinking of this, Li Shimin thought quickly. Then, an idea came to him. Feng Zi, with so much money, although the emperor didn't say anything, the people in the court might be jealous. If someone sets their eyes on you and you cause trouble, these people will definitely make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, although the emperor won't believe it, after a long time, there will be more such voices. The emperor will naturally be annoyed. You, after hearing this, he instantly bared his teeth and said, "Damn it, if anyone dares to come, Lao Tzu will chop them up." Yu Qigong and Chang Yaojin suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads, pretending to be asleep. But their shoulders were shaking so much that even Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore.
What?
You don't believe me? Wait and see. When Lao Tzu's firearms are made, we'll see if I dare. And this toy can be used at a distance of 500 meters. Seeing Zhang Feng bragging, Li Shimin was a little speechless. He said, Okay. You're awesome, okay?
What?
You don't believe me, Lao Li? At the mention of firearms, Li Shimin's heart began to worry again. Old Wei, tell me about Tuli's matter. Wei Zhang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, Second Master, this is top secret. At this time, Zhang Feng also became interested. He waved his hand and said, Top secret my ass. Even the emperor dares to tell you. Is this considered top secret? Isn't this top secret a little too weak? The corner of Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He calmly waved his hand, indicating that Wei Zhang could speak freely. Wei Zhang saw this and said, Just a few days ago, Tuli suddenly sent troops to Feng Province and Shang Province. There were 100,000 elites, but these people surrounded him and didn't attack. Chapter 1646. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard this. First, the Qiuzi issue had not been resolved. Now, Tuli Khan was stationed on top of Chang'an. This was like besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, Old Wei, please continue. Wei Zhang glanced at Li Shimin and hesitated. When he saw Li Shimin waving his hand, he said, A few days ago, Tuli sent a message saying that because of the famine, there were unscrupulous merchants among the Tang people who took the opportunity to buy most of the Turkic war horses, cattle, and sheep. As a result, there are almost no horses, cattle, and sheep to graze in the Turkic territory. This has already angered the Turkic tribes, so this time, almost all of the Turkic tribes are on the move. They want to get benefits from the Tang dynasty, but we don't know where they found out about the phosphate fertilizer. So, His Majesty immediately sent a diplomatic mission and a large number of spies to Feng Province and Shang Province to investigate and negotiate. They found that these 100,000 people were really all the elites of the Tuli tribe. Moreover, the diplomatic mission sent this time made no progress at all. That's why His Majesty is so worried. Tuli went south. Zhang Feng finally remembered the fuse that had caused the war between the Tang dynasty and the Turkic Khaganate to last for 50 years. According to historical records, the Tang dynasty and the Turkic Khaganate would fight a fierce war next year. At the beginning, Zhang Feng thought it was because of the Qiuzi issue. However, after hearing Wei Zhang's words, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that this Qiuzi issue was just a preparation for this plan. They wanted to remove all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty's Longyu Road and station the 300,000 allied troops outside Qiuzi city. Then, Tuli's 100,000 elites suddenly appeared and headed straight for Chang'an. This was just like the Wei River Alliance. His Majesty's thoughts and ideas had been thoroughly studied. He wanted to let Tubo have internal strife, and then Tubo would inevitably come to the Tang dynasty for help. Then Xieli would join hands with India to make a big move to pin down the Tang dynasty's troops and horses. At first, they wanted to lure away all the troops of the Tang dynasty from the north and trap it in Jiannan Road. But because of his appearance, he devised a brilliant plan of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, which caused a flaw to appear in the Tujue's original plan. However, this was only a careless mistake. These people actually only used a single move to push the boat along with the current to continue with this matter. It was simply, the Turks really weren't all fools. This kind of talent, Zhang Feng could not help but want to play a game of chess with him. However, this was no longer the time that the Tang dynasty could choose. Once those diplomatic missions could not be delayed and Tuli's people discovered something unusual, then it would only take 1 day for them to come down from Shang province and Feng province to reach Chang and, however, Li Jing and Jianan Road, Longyu Road, Hebei Road, and Yuzhou would not be able to return in a short time. Even if there were more than 10,000 Chong in garrison, as well as more than 10,000 imperial guards in Chang'an City and the imperial city, could they stop this army of 100,000? This mother***. This was really a perfect vicious plan. However, when he said this at this time, Zhang Feng felt that the emperor was obviously harboring evil intentions. First, he was tempting me with benefits, and then he was telling me such a top-secret matter. What was the meaning of this? This was nothing more than a warning to me that the emperor was waiting for my performance. If I perform well, I'll be promoted to an official and be promoted to nobility. But if I don't perform well, will I die? Such a strange and absurd scene instantly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. But what could he do? He was just a commoner. At this time, the emperor's intention was very clear. That was, he was waiting for his weapon and strategy. This meant that there was no way to solve this problem at this time. So he used this method to ask Zhang Feng for help. But what could Lao Tzu do? Zhang Feng wanted to curse. He said with grievance, "Lao Li, can I pretend that I didn't hear it just now?" Li Shimon's expression froze. He said, What do you think?" In an instant, Zhang Feng withered. This matter was getting more and more out of Zhang Feng's expectations. Originally, he only wanted to do what he liked and didn't want to get involved in the tangled mess of Dao integration. However, all of this was in vain. In the end, he was still dragged into this mess. Mother***, the tallest tree in the forest, the tallest tree in the forest. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered this sentence, as well as what he had said to the old elementary scholar yesterday on the mountain. But there was no time for regret. If possible, Zhang Feng really didn't want to get involved, but he could only think about it now. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that although he had done his best to conceal the steel and weapons from the very start, the emperor had always been watching. Although the emperor had not said anything when Qiuzi was surrounded, this time was different. Not just the emperor, even Zhang Feng felt that all of this was related to Hou Junji's death. Just what were these people up to? Could it be that they wanted another Wei River alliance? Or could it be that they had also learned from Hou Junji that he was secretly developing new weapons? Chapter 1647. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think that this was the case. Everything pointed to a single matter, a single person. That person was Hou Junji. Hou Junji was the most likely person to know of this matter. After all, he had been to White Deer College and had the best relationship with the officials. Zhang Sun Wuji was also very close to Hou Junji. Thus, when he heard of this matter, it was as easy as flipping his hand. But Zhang Feng wasn't sure if Hou Junji would do something so despicable. With this thought, Zhang Feng slowly calmed down. This matter really wasn't that complicated. After all, this matter was related to him, so it was understandable that the emperor would look for him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng asked, "Could it be that His Majesty wants to see me?" Chang Yaojin, who was about to speak, almost choked to death on the smoke. "What are you thinking? His Majesty definitely can't see you right now. Moreover, you might have been targeted by the Turks at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. His Majesty called us here to protect you. For the time being, you mustn't take half a step out of White Deer College. Moreover, White Deer College's defenses have been set up to the maximum, so you can be at ease." Hearing this, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly took a puff of his cigarette and said, "If you really leave this matter to me, then it'll be easy." Li Shimon's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Have you thought of some brilliant plan?" Zhang Feng indifferently nodded. "Who am I? That Zhuge. Enough, you can just fool others. Don't talk about it here." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimon decisively interrupted him and continued, "This matter, just tell me, how should we do it?" Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him. A few moments later, Zhang Feng led Li Shimon and the others to the study. He then unfurled the map and used charcoal to mark out the locations of Chang'an, Feng Province, and Shang Province. He also drew a few circles around Qiuzi, Yuzhou, and Jiannan Province. Everyone was baffled by what they saw. After marking out these places, Zhang Feng stood next to Li Shimon and rubbed his chin as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Li Shimon was taken aback, but he copied Zhang Feng and also sat cross-legged on the ground. How could Wei Zhang and the others dare to stand? They also hastily sat on the ground and stared at the map. However, they had looked at this map countless times, but they had not found any clues. Now that they saw Zhang Feng acting like this, they could not help but feel a little strange. Could it be that this brat could really see some clues? They sat there for half an hour. Just when Li Shimon's legs were numb and he wanted to stand up, Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and said, "I got it." Li Shimon was startled, but at the same time, he was relieved of the pain. He hurriedly asked Wei Zhang and the others to help him up. Then he asked, "What did you think of?" "My legs are numb." After Zhang Feng recovered with great difficulty, he saw everyone's angry faces. He hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. Tuli is just waiting for us to make a move. Then, he will follow our movements and make a corresponding arrangement." Li Shimon's expression changed. They had already seen through this. Now that Zhang Feng said this, he hurriedly asked, "Then, do you have a way to break out of this situation?" "Of course. What Tuli used this time is just the method we used to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. At this time, since they are waiting, it means that they are waiting for our next move. So, why don't we use a method that we have never used before?" "Say it," Wei Zhang said with a dark face. Zhang Feng saw this and did not dare to show off. He hurriedly said, "Well, what I mean is, since he has appeared here, we have a plan. Delay. As long as we can delay them for half a month, we don't need to send troops. He will naturally retreat." Hearing this, Li Shimon and the others could not help but be dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Would they just wait there obediently? When Zhang Feng saw this, he knew that Elder Li and the others didn't believe him. He said, "Actually, I can't believe it myself, let alone you guys. But if you trust me, then we'll have a lot of fun this time. Do you feel that the weather has been a little cold recently?" Zhang Feng pointed at the map and then said, "Calculating the time, it should be early winter now. Usually, the cold wind in the morning and the white frost in the early morning should have already arrived, right? But this year, it has come a little late." Seeing that Zhang Feng was pretending to be a charlatan again, Li Shimon was a little speechless. He asked with some doubt, "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple. That is to wait. You have seen that the weather has been exceptionally clear these days. That is to say, the weather in the north is definitely unusually cold. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask." Li Shimon was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what do you mean? What does this have to do with the weather?" "It is because of the snow that our time is more critical." Chapter 1648. Of course, Zhang Feng knew about the snow, but it was too distant for them to talk about weather. So at this time, Zhang Feng had to explain patiently, "Lao Li, do you still remember the drought in Longyu Dao? This is something that everyone knows. Can we not talk about him for now? You should first tell us what we should do next. That's for the best." Wei Zhang was the one who didn't believe in this trick the most. After all, although Master Yuan Tiangang in the palace had a good relationship with him, he had always maintained a vigilant attitude toward the unknown because of his strange skills in the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Zhou Yi. After all, although some things were very uncertain, Wei Zhang would never believe things that he hadn't seen with his own eyes. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he couldn't help but say before Li Shimon said, "Also, tell me about this snow first. And what's the matter with this weather? At this time, am I drunk? Why do I feel a little hot?" At this time, they didn't know what the temperature was like in other places, but at least they could feel a trace of heat at this time. This kind of heat was the kind of heat that came from wearing thick clothes. At this time, the temperature in Guanyi Dao was so treacherous. From morning to night, you couldn't wait to wear thick clothes, but at noon, you couldn't wait to take off all your clothes. But at this time, Zhang Feng actually said that there would be heavy snow in Xianxia, which was not far from Chang'an. How was this possible? Who would believe it? After thinking for a while, he said, "Old Wei, let me give you an example. For example, when the drought in Longyu Road happened earlier this year, there must be a flood in the south. For example, the flood in Shandong this year. You can go back and check it out. It shouldn't be difficult to find that there is an inevitable relationship between such droughts and floods. If one side has a drought, the other side must have a drought. If you don't believe me, You can go back and check it out first. Let's talk about it later. After all, Wei Zheng was Wei Zheng. He didn't need to check these things.
Now that he thought about it for a moment, he really did think of some strange things.
Let's not talk about last year.
For example, the things that happened during the reign of Wuda and the previous dynasty were all over the place.
He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he heard Zhang Feng mention it, there seemed to be a connection. For example, during the drought in Longyu Circuit this year, Zhang Feng had predicted that there would be a plague of locusts in Longyu Circuit, and it really had happened. As for the snow disaster in the Turkic Khaganate, Zhang Feng had predicted correctly. So how had Zhang Feng predicted all of this? Most importantly, when the drought broke out, there really was a flood in Shandong. And this time what Zhang Feng said, could it be true? Wei Zheng wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Li Shimin and the others had also thought of these things. After all, every time something major happened in the Tang dynasty and around the Tang dynasty, there would be reports of these things. Li Shimin didn't dare to delay for even a moment. Putting aside whether it was snowing in Fengzhou or not, based on the information he had, the troops in Xianghu had indeed sent memorials to review military supplies a month ago. Li Shimin didn't care about this. After all, his focus was on Chotzi City. However, there was a rumor yesterday that there were traces of snow in Longyu Circuit. Li Shimin had some doubts about the authenticity of this report, but now, their hearts thumped. Could Zhang Feng really be telling the truth? Could it really be snowing in the Turkic Khaganate? Or could it be that Tuli's movement in Xiangzhou really had nothing to do with Chotzi City, and he just wanted to plunder a batch of rations before winter? At this moment, all of the mysteries were troubling everyone. Li Shimin rolled his eyes, laughed and said, "Kid, you are talking alarmist words again. This matter is too mysterious. No, I have to go back and check it carefully. As for what exactly this matter is, we have to discuss it later. Otherwise, in Xiangzhou, there is still Long Yu Dao's voice, so we will suffer." While speaking, Li Shimin hurriedly got up. Wei Zhang and the others knew that the emperor had something to do. However, they had to go back, so they hurriedly got up and said that they had something to do. Then, they hurriedly left with Li Shimin. Zhang Feng couldn't wrap his head around it. They left just like that? Wasn't this excuse a bit too much? When he wanted to ask them to stay, he found that Lao Li and the others had already left his sight. Only then did Zhang Feng give up. However, there was a question that had been puzzling Zhang Feng. That was, when did Lao Li have property in Shenzhou? Wasn't this business a bit too big? More importantly, when he thought about it, it seemed that Lao Li had property in almost every place. Damn it, the next time he saw this, he would definitely swindle them. Chapter 1649. As soon as he left Zhang Feng's mansion, Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. Little Gizi and the others, who were hiding in the alley, were shocked after seeing the emperor's face. They hurriedly ordered the servants to bring out the sedan chair and let Li Shimin sit in it. Seeing the emperor and the minister's faces still heavy, Little Gizi and the others were even more panicked. At this time, Li Shimin said faintly, "Gizi, quickly go and invite Mr. Yuan." Mr. Yuan. Little Gizi's heart thumped, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This Mr. Yuan was not someone else. He was the most mysterious person in the palace and the most difficult person to serve, the head of the imperial astronomer, Yuan Tiangang. Although he had been in the imperial astronomer or in the depths of the palace with the retired emperor, this person was extremely mysterious and almost elusive. Few people could see him. The emperor summoned him at this time. Could something have happened? Little Gizi couldn't help but quickly estimate in his heart as he walked. After all, after the emperor met Zhang Feng, he rarely saw Yuan Tiangang being summoned by the emperor. However, at this time, the emperor just went to the phosphate fertilizer factory and then went to President Zhang's courtyard. What happened in such a short time? Did he still need to send Mr. Yuan? But all this was just an idea in Little Gizi's mind. He just thought about it and didn't dare to have any ideas. When Jiaozi safely walked to the vicinity of Zhuke Gate and quietly entered the imperial city with all the spies arranged, Little Gizi hurriedly sent someone to inform Yuan Tiangang. Not long after, when Li Shimin arrived in the imperial study, he already saw an old Taoist priest with grey and white hair in a white robe sitting cross-legged on a futon. Beside him, there was a young boy, only 13 or 14 years old, quietly reciting something in a low voice. At this time, without waiting for Li Shimin to push the door open,
The old Taoist priest hurriedly made a Taoist name and said slightly to the door of the imperial study, "I, Yuan Tiangang, greet your majesty." At this time, Li Shimin slowly sat on the dragon throne and waved his hand. "Rise." "This time, I called you here mainly to ask you to divine the situation in Feng province." Yuan Tiangong's half-squinted eyes flickered slightly. He shook the horsetail whisk in his hand, stroked his beard, and pondered for a while. Then he slowly said, "Could it be that your majesty's prediction is correct? What kind of disaster will the Tujue cause to the Tang dynasty this time?" Li Shimin shook his head slowly. At this time, Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but frown slightly. His fingers hidden in his sleeves moved slightly. "Reporting to your majesty, congratulations to your majesty. This time, the matter in Feng province will be more daunting than dangerous." Li Shimin was slightly taken aback. He was right. Although he had guessed correctly today, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he became even more anxious. Li Shimin asked anxiously, "Dear Minister, do you know if the outcome of this matter was man-made or a natural disaster?" This, Yuan Tiangang also moved slightly at this time. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. Please allow me to perform divination to know the result." Li Shimin hurriedly asked, "How many days do you need?" Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly bowed. "Reporting to your Majesty, at least 3 days, at most 7 days. I will definitely give your Majesty a satisfactory answer." Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing this. 3 days. 7 days. With this time, the result could be seen without divination. But he also knew that such a thing was indeed a little too difficult for Yuan Tiangang. After all, this person was unique in the Tang dynasty in divination of the 5 elements and 8 diagrams. Even he needed 3 or 7 days to get the result. What did this mean? This meant that it was a move against the natural order. However, at this time, Li Shimin remembered the change in expression of Zhang Feng when he talked about this at the beginning. And at the time in the small tavern, this guy actually said that he had lived for 5,000 years. Although it was a little ridiculous at the time, it was really incredible when he thought about it at this time. Li Shimin couldn't help but start to let his imagination run wild. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but frown slightly. "Your Majesty, you are." Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and then continued to ask, "Mr. Yuan, today I heard from Zhang Feng that in a few days, there will be a snowstorm in Feng province and other places, and the Tuli tribe will return empty-handed because of this snowstorm. I am a little uncertain now. Can you predict in the shortest time possible if there will be a snowstorm in Feng province as Zhang Feng said?" At this time, even Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew a lot about Zhang Feng, especially when he predicted that the locust plague in Longyu Dao would become a reality, as well as the Turkic Khaganate's great snow disaster. He had wanted to befriend Zhang Feng. However, the identity of the emperor and others was there. If he acted without authorization and disturbed the emperor's plan, it would be bad. Therefore, Yuan Tiangang didn't care about this matter. He once secretly spied on the mysteries of heaven to predict Zhang Feng's future. However, this man's fate was extremely strange. He used all the methods in succession and spent half a month, but he still couldn't predict Zhang Feng's future. How could he not be surprised? However, because of some things, Yuan Tiangang almost didn't pay attention to Zhang Feng after that. However, when he heard what the emperor said at this time, Yuan Tiangang instantly had the idea of visiting Zhang Feng at this time. He even wanted to have a long talk with Zhang Feng about the mystery of Taoism. However, at this time, Li Shimin saw Yuan Tiangang frowning and seemed to feel that Yuan Tiangang seemed to be in trouble. He sighed and said, "You don't have to worry so much. If this matter is too difficult, forget it." Yuan Tiangang was not the kind of person who would give up. After all, his fame and his pride did not allow him to do so. Besides, this was the emperor's order. How could he not obey? Hearing what Li Shimin said, Yuan Tiangong's desire was aroused. He said, "Your Majesty, I have thought of a way to predict in a short time. I can give it a try." While speaking, Yuan Tiangang ordered Li Chunfeng, the disciple he had just accepted, to prepare all the things needed for the practice. Li Shimin also waved his hand and asked Yuan Tiangang to find a place to perform the practice in the imperial study and anywhere in the entire Taiji palace. He also followed Yuan Tiangang closely, wanting to see what he could calculate. In fact, The method of calculating these things was very simple. Yuan Tiangang just prepared 3 bowls of water and 3 incense sticks. However, the 3 incense sticks were hung upside down with 3 red lines right above the 3 bowls of water at this time. After searching for a while, Yuan Tiangang still put the 3 bowls of water in the north, west, and south of the imperial study. Only the east position was empty. Although Li Shimin was a little surprised, he couldn't ask anything. At this time, Li Chunfeng slowly lit the 3 incense sticks and poured the incense sticks on the water. Then, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the 3 incense sticks with Yuan Tiangang. He silently murmured something in obscure language. The placement of these 3 water bowls was very strange. It was a bit like the triangular ruler made by Zhang Feng before. This was awkward. Li Shimin thought of it by accident, but it was also the only thing he could understand. As for some other things, Li Shimin was really confused. At this time, seeing that Yuan Tiangang still seemed to need some time, Li Shimin had to be patient. He sat on the dragon throne and continued to review the memorials. But at this time, Yuan Tiangang shouted, and then the strange dark words that were slowly murmured in his mouth suddenly became loud and fierce. This made Li Shimin couldn't help but put down the memorials in his hand and stare at Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng closely. After Yuan Tiangang fiddled for a while, no one moved the 3 bowls of water, and no wind blew in. At this time, the 3 incense sticks were trembling rapidly. It seemed that someone or something was dragging the 3 incense sticks and floating to the sky. This made Li Shimin feel shocked. He slowly stood up. When the 3 incense sticks floated, Yuan Tiangang chanted more fiercely and generously. After a while, the horsetail whisk in Yuan Tiangang's hand was slowly swung in the direction of the 3 bowls of water. After that, he chanted an urgent command in his mouth. The incense sticks on the 3 bowls of water, after trembling crazily for a while, slowly fell down and became still.
It seemed to be. At this time, Yuan Tiangang walked to the 3 inverted incense sticks. After bowing, he began to check. The first one he came to was the bowl of water in the north. At this time, when Yuan Tiangang saw the water bowl, his face suddenly changed. Li Shimin saw this and hurriedly followed.
At this time, a thin layer of ice had already appeared in the bowl, and on the incense stick of the water in this bowl, it had already condensed into snow-white frost flowers.
And it was the incense stick that was burning.
Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, there is a disaster in the north recently."
Chapter 1650. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on.
This girl's background was definitely more difficult to deal with than anyone else's.
The Cui family. And she could even pull Mr. Yushan to back her up.
If this matter was not handled well, something big would definitely happen.
But even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone anything else. Cui Yingying's actions completely pissed off Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng's face darkened for the first time.
He said, "Miss Cui, I don't know why you're here today, but congratulations, you've achieved your goal.
Men, send the guests out. If these 2 people come again in the future, throw them out." Zhang Feng's roar completely stunned Zhu Qier and Cui Yingying. What did this mean? Cui Yingying was a little confused. She asked like an idiot, "Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Do you want the world to laugh at you?"
"There's real evidence, Ku Er. Lao Tzu also told you today that if you didn't come today, then everything would be fine. Even if you wanted me to marry Ku Er, it wouldn't be a problem. But you've been so aggressive since the start of the phosphate fertilizer factory.
Do you know who came to the phosphate fertilizer factory today?
Those are the people from the 3 divisions, as well as all the students in the world.
Today, you almost ruined my plans.
Seeing that you're a woman, I didn't pursue this matter, but you actually came to my house." Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Cui Yingying, what are your intentions?"
"Cousin." Zhu Qier panicked. Originally, she had only come secretly this time because of this matter. Recently, her family had been discussing their marriage. They wanted to use this opportunity to gain many benefits from Zhang Feng. After all, Zhu Qier had eavesdropped.
This time the things Zhang Feng had created, as well as the paper-making technique. Although there were some rumors in Jiangnan and Shandong, there weren't many of them. So this marriage was equivalent to using her in exchange for the family's future.
Therefore, Zhu Qier had secretly discussed this with Cui Yingying.
Under Cui Yingying's instigation,
She went to the extreme and did this. But how could she have known that Cui Yingying would actually do such a thing today? First, there was the ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory. Although Zhu Qier wasn't sure how many high-ranking officials had come to the factory today, she could tell from the noise outside the door. When she came again, she learned what had happened. The people who had come today were all people the Zhu family couldn't afford to offend. And Cui Yingying actually. When she was chatting with Zhang Feng, she realized that although she still felt that Zhang Feng wasn't the Zhang Feng she was looking for, his humility and elegance had attracted her. But when Cui Yingying came, he got nothing. How could this not make Zhu Qier feel a little disappointed? Originally, he had said that he had encountered a flash flood and lost his memory. She had heard about this before. It was already very lucky to be able to survive the flash flood. Now that he had encountered such a thing, Zhang Feng could still calmly listen to her talk about her past. Zhu Qier could feel Zhang Feng's sincerity from his words and actions. But, at this moment, a group of servants had appeared at the door of the living room. Zhang Feng waved his hand in annoyance. He didn't even look at the two girls and said, "You two please leave. I, Zhang Feng, have a small temple and can't accommodate the two of you. If there's anything, even if you go to the imperial court, I'll wait here." Zhang Feng. Today if you don't, let go. Bastard, who do you think you are? Let go of your dirty hands. Ah! Amidst the mournful screams, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Cui Yingying and Zhu Qier were asked to leave the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't feel anything when he did this. Besides, this was the first time. If in the future some random cat or dog came with a marriage contract to collect debts, there was no identity information in this era and no proof. He would be annoyed to death. Besides, today's Cui Yingying made Zhang Feng uncomfortable. Originally, Zhu Qier's story was very detailed. Zhang Feng was also thinking about how to get rid of her. This marriage was absolutely impossible. After all, he wasn't that Zhang Feng. Besides, Zhang Feng really didn't dare to receive such an unknown person. However, this unruly girl, Cui Yingying, once again successfully stabbed him and gave him a way to successfully get rid of this trouble. At this moment, Zhang Feng even had the urge to thank her. However, Zhang Feng didn't know whether this was the Cui family's conspiracy or something else. After all, the fire of the previous example had not been completely extinguished. Zhang Feng didn't dare to be blinded at this juncture. Besides, you could at least come up with a honey trap. It would be better than this, right? Master, they have been asked to leave. However, the girl in green is still cursing at the door. This matter. Butler Du Ziting reported with some worry. However, his eyes glanced at Zhang Feng from time to time to see his reaction. Zhang Feng didn't have any reaction. His eyes were calm as he said, "Go, let someone report that a fierce woman is cursing in the street." Chapter 1651. Du Ziting didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. After all, he had heard most of the conversation between Zhang Feng and the two girls. Not only did they cause a ruckus at the phosphate fertilizer factory, they even dared to openly contradict a fifth-rank official here. This was a capital offense. Although he didn't know what had happened and what made the family head so agitated, it didn't matter to him now. At this time, Du Ziting hurriedly followed Zhang Feng's instructions. But at this time, he had to do what Zhang Feng said. When he hurried to the entrance of the mansion, he discovered that the noise outside the door, as well as the onlookers, had already disappeared. Only a few horse carriages were slowly stopping in the back alley at this time. As for Li Shimin and the others, they were also talking about something and were rushing over here. Seeing this, Du Ziting turned his eyes and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Masters, long time no see." Li Shimin heard this and also cupped his fists. "Steward Du, is Fengzi inside?" "Yes." While they were talking, Li Shimin and the others hurriedly rushed in. They originally thought that Zhang Feng had gone back to the mountain or to the tavern. But when he saw Yu Qigong acting suspiciously, he only found out about his fiancée under Li Shimin's questioning. He was so shocked that he hurried over. But they didn't expect to eat such a big melon. This fiancé actually knew Cui Yingying. More importantly, these two people seemed to have a very good relationship, and they even dared to talk nonsense at the back door. After eating for a while, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Mr. Yushan to take her away. They had no choice but to take them away. There were so many people watching. If they offended someone important and called the Imperial Guards, then things would be serious. After all, this was the residence of the 16th prince. It was almost unthinkable that such a thing had happened here. He would definitely be sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. And the most important thing was that Zhang Feng had made such a scene at the foot of Mount Longsho today. Many people were lining up to get close to him. Who wouldn't want the credit that came to their door? And most importantly, even if they offended the Cui family of Shandong, they would have something to say. After all, there were laws here, and they were just doing things according to the rules. No matter how powerful the Cui family was, if they dared to violate the criminal law, they would have to face the impeachment of all the civil and military officials. In the past, no one dared to do this. But today, Zhang Feng made so many good things at once. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even Li Shimon's eyes were red with envy at this time, let alone other people. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Li Shimon still called Mr. Yushan. After all, it was best for him to come forward. How good would it be to not offend anyone? The few of them swaggered into Zhang Feng's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhang Feng walking out of the door, looking a little anxious. Chang Yaojin saw this and hurriedly opened his arms. Yo! Where is our President Zhang going?
Zhang Feng saw this and the corner of his mouth twitched.
He said with a fake smile, "What are you doing here instead of doing business at the phosphate fertilizer factory?" Ma Zhou is here, isn't he? And that money string, with those two together, there's really nothing for us to do. We're just here to see if you've been eaten by this woman. As Chang Yaojin spoke, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng with a smile. Fengzi, what's the matter with your fiancé? Zhang Feng was most afraid that someone would ask this question now. Just now, when he heard the voices outside disappear, he was ready to sneak away. But who would have thought that he would bump into these people before he even left the door? He instantly understood the situation outside. Perhaps these people had settled it for him. Then, Zhang Feng gave up the idea of going out. With these people here, how could he escape? Forget it. Old Du, come, serve the tea and prepare the dishes.
After shouting, Zhang Feng had no choice but to lead them to the living room.
As soon as they sat down, the few big chimneys started to act up. First, each of them took a cigarette and lit it up.
Then, their eyes wandered around the room.
They almost wanted to start rummaging through the room. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. But he could only accept this. He pretended not to see it. After everyone scanned the entire living room with their eyes, he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory's matter has been settled today. Iron Bull and the rest can handle the related technical problems. The next thing is not something we can worry about. The key problem is the profit." After hearing about the profit, Li Shimin coughed at Zhang Sun Wuji. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji said with a smile, "Fengzi, we have to talk about this matter. Just now, the emperor sent a decree. The emperor is going to personally participate in the phosphate fertilizer factory." What? Zhang Feng heard this and instantly lost his composure. At this time, the emperor was going to personally participate. Wouldn't all the previous arrangements be ruined? Zhang Feng had spent a lot of effort on this thing and had many arrangements. He was not afraid of anything else. What he was most afraid of was that the emperor would come out and do something worse. Damn it. Once the emperor took action, what benefits would he have? Wasn't this *King joke? The key was the emperor's words. Everything belonged to him. What the *CK was there to do? Chapter 1652. Seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, Zhang Sun Wuji was also a little embarrassed. After all, this was indeed not the right thing to do. However, this was inevitable. Papermaking and so on could be done as they pleased. For these things, even if all the profits were to be distributed, Li Shimin would not even bat an eyelid. But this phosphate fertilizer was different. This thing was not comparable to other things. Whoever controlled the phosphate fertilizer was equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the entire Tang dynasty. Which ruler would be willing to hand over the lifeline of the entire country to others? To be controlled by others? Wasn't this a joke? Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression was a little downcast, Zhang Sun Wuji explained in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Zhang Feng finally figured it out. And he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also figured it out. This was an era of agriculture. Controlling the grain was equivalent to controlling everything in the country. Before,
He was only thinking about the wonderful things and did not think about these twists and turns. At this time, after hearing Zhang's son Wuji's words, Zhang Feng instantly understood. But when he thought that the huge amount of money would be in the pocket of the old emperor whom he had never met, Zhang Feng was extremely angry and raised his middle finger to the sky.
Damn it!
Although the crowd did not understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's middle finger, they obviously knew what Zhang Feng meant by doing this. It was nothing more than venting the unhappiness in his heart.
After all, no one would feel good if this happened to him. What's more, this matter was all funded by Zhang Feng alone. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face was a little embarrassed.
After all, although he had not shown his cards now, when he showed his cards, then, what would Zhang Feng think of this? The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually like this?
Ahem, Fengzi, don't think too much.
His Majesty also said that when the time comes, he will give you 10% of the profits.
10%? Zhang Feng was shocked. His eyes instantly became a little excited.
The 10% you're talking about, is it Chang'en, or is it the sum of all the benefits from the expansion to the extraterritorial realm?
Feng Xianling looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Imitating Zhang Feng, he crossed his legs and said, "He's just like what you think." Hiss. Instantly, Zhang Feng's eyes turned into the shape of a copper coin.
He kept muttering, "Damn, I'm rich, I'm rich." Not to mention the outer domain, just at this time the use of wheat and corn, which was also known as millet, in the 10 provinces of the Tang dynasty.
How much area was that?
All the grain from so many places was added together.
Zhang Feng couldn't even calculate how much it was in an instant, let alone convert it into money. Even if it were banknotes, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pile them up from Chang'an City to Shao Mountain. The most important thing was, this was only the first step of Zhang Feng's plan. When spring came, Zhang Feng was going to improve the corn, which was millet, potatoes, and other agricultural products. Once these things were applied with phosphate fertilizer, in an instant, everything that Zhang Feng saw turned into a glittering golden light. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Li Shimin felt a little regretful. So much money. His heart was bleeding. But what could he do since he had already said it? And it was Zhang Feng who came up with it, and this guy really liked it. Otherwise, what would he give him? Would he give him a state capital? Or give him a promotion? It was not the right time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin thought of another terrible thing. This kid was not a well-behaved person. Once he had money, if he went to buy land for him, or if he stirred up some trouble for him, then it would really cost him his life. He had to find something for him to do. Otherwise, when the time came, thinking of this, Li Shimin thought quickly. Then, an idea came to him. Fengzi, with so much money, although the emperor didn't say anything, what if the people in the court get jealous? If someone sets their eyes on you and you cause trouble, these people will definitely make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, although the emperor won't believe it, after a long time, there will be more voices like this. Naturally, the emperor will be annoyed. After hearing this, he instantly bared his teeth and said, "Damn it, if anyone dares to come, Lao Tzu will chop them up." Yu Qigong and Chang Yaojin suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads, pretending to be asleep. But their shoulders were shaking so much that even Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. "What, you don't believe me? Just wait. When Lao Tzu's firearms are made, we'll see if I dare. And this toy can be fired from 500 meters away." Seeing Zhang Feng bragging, Li Shimin was speechless. He said, Okay, you're awesome, okay? What, you don't believe me, Lao Li?" At the mention of firearms, Li Shimin's heart began to worry again. "Old Wei, tell me about Tuli's matter." Wei Zhang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Second master, this is a top secret." This time, Zhang Feng was also interested. He waved his hand and said, "Top secret my ass. Even the emperor dares to tell you. So this is considered a top secret? Isn't this top secret a bit too weak?" The corner of Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He calmly waved his hand, indicating that Wei Zhang could speak freely. Wei Zhang saw this and said, "Just a few days ago, Tuli suddenly sent an army of 100,000 elites to Feng province and Shang province. However, these people surrounded him and didn't attack." Chapter 1653. Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard this. First, the Qiuzi issue had not been resolved. Now,
Tuli Khan had appeared and stationed himself above Chang'an.
This was like besieging Wei to rescue Zhao.
Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Old Wei, please continue."
Wei Zhang glanced at Li Shimin and hesitated.
When he saw Li Shimin waving his hand, he said, "A few days ago, Tuli sent a message saying that because of the famine, there were unscrupulous merchants among the Tang people who took the opportunity to buy most of the Turkic war horses, cattle, and sheep. As a result, there are almost no horses, cattle, and sheep to graze in the Turkic territory. This has already angered the Turkic tribes, so this time, almost all of the Turkic people are on the move. They want to get benefits from the Tang dynasty. Who knows where they got the phosphorus phosphate?" So, the emperor immediately sent a diplomatic mission and a large number of spies to Feng province and Shang province to investigate and negotiate. They found that the 100,000 people were really all the elites of the Tuli tribe.
Moreover, the diplomatic mission sent this time made no progress at all.
That's why the emperor is so worried.
Tuli going south. Zhang Feng finally remembered the fuse that had caused the war between the Tang dynasty and the Turkic people to last for 50 years. According to historical records, the Tang dynasty and the Turkic people would have a fierce war next year. At the beginning, Zhang Feng thought it was because of the Chotzi issue. But now, after hearing Wei Zheng's words, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that this matter was just a preparation for this plan. They wanted to draw out all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty's Longyu Road, and station the 300,000 allied troops outside Chotzi city.
Then, the 100,000 elites that Tuli suddenly appeared and headed straight for Chang'an.
This was simply like the Wei River Alliance. His Majesty's thoughts and ideas had been thoroughly studied. He wanted to let Tubo have internal strife, and then Tubo would inevitably come to the Tang dynasty for help. Then Xieli would join hands with India to make a big move to pin down the troops and horses of the Tang dynasty. At first, they wanted to lure away all the troops of the Tang dynasty in the north and trap it in Jiannan Road. But because of his appearance, he devised a brilliant plan of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, which caused a flaw to appear in the Tujue's original plan. However, this was only a careless mistake. These people actually only used a single move to push the boat along with the current to continue with this matter. It was simply, the Turks really weren't all fools. This kind of talent, Zhang Feng could not help but want to play a game of chess with him. However, this was no longer the time that the Tang dynasty could choose. Once the envoys could no longer delay and Tuli's people discovered something unusual, then it would only take one day for them to come down from Shang province and Feng province to reach Chang'an. However, Li Jing in Jiannan Road, Longyu Road, Hebei Road, and Yuzhou could not return in a short time. Even if there were more than 10,000 Chang'an garrison, as well as more than 10,000 imperial guards in Chang'an city and the imperial city, could they stop the 100,000 troops? This mother asterisk cur. This was really a perfect vicious plan. However, when he said this at this time, Zhang Feng felt that the emperor was obviously harboring evil intentions. First, he was tempting me with benefits, and then he was telling me such a top secret. What was the meaning of this? This was nothing more than a warning to me that the emperor was waiting for my performance. If I perform well, I'll be promoted to an official and be promoted to nobility. But if I don't perform well, will I die? Such a strange and absurd scene instantly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. But what could he do? He was just a commoner. At this time, the emperor's intention was very clear. That was, he was waiting for his weapon and strategy. This meant that there was no way to solve this problem at this time. So he used this method to ask Zhang Feng for help. But what could Lao Tzu do? Zhang Feng wanted to curse.
He felt wronged and said, "Lao Li, can I pretend that I didn't hear it just now?" Li Shimin's expression froze and said, What do you think?"
In an instant, Zhang Feng withered. This matter was getting more and more out of Zhang Feng's expectations. Originally, he only wanted to do what he liked and didn't want to get involved in the tangled mess of Dao integration. However, all of this was in vain. In the end, he was still dragged into this mess. Mother asterisk cur, the tallest tree in the forest, the tallest tree in the forest.
Zhang Feng suddenly remembered this sentence, as well as what he had said to the old elementary scholar yesterday on the mountain.
But there was no time for regret. If possible, Zhang Feng really didn't want to get involved, but he could only think about it now.
Now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that although he had done his best to conceal the steel and weapons from the very start, the emperor had always been watching. Although the emperor had not said anything when Chotzi was surrounded, this time was different. Not just the emperor,
Even Zhang Feng felt that all of this was related to Hou Junji's death. Just what were these people up to? Could it be that they wanted another Wei River alliance? Or could it be that they had also learned from Hou Junji that he was secretly developing a new weapon? Chapter 1654. Zhang Feng couldn't help but think that this was the case. Everything pointed to a single matter, a single person. That person was Hou Junji. Hou Junji was the most likely person to know of this matter. After all, he had been to White Deer College and had the best relationship with the officials. Zhang Sun Wuji was also very close to Hou Junji.
Thus, when he heard of this matter, it was as easy as flipping his hand.
But Zhang Feng wasn't sure if Hou Junji would do something so despicable. With this thought, Zhang Feng slowly calmed down. This matter really wasn't that complicated.
After all, this matter was related to him, so it was understandable that the emperor would look for him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng asked, "Could it be that His Majesty wants to see me?"
Chang Yaojin, who was about to speak, almost choked to death on the smoke. "What are you thinking? His Majesty definitely can't see you right now. Moreover, you might have been targeted by the Turks at the phosphate fertilizer factory today. His Majesty called us here to protect you. For the time being, you mustn't take half a step out of White Deer College. Moreover, White Deer College's defenses have been set up to the maximum, so you can be at ease." Hearing this, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
He slowly took a puff of his cigarette and said, "If you really leave this matter to me, then it'll be easy." Li Shimon's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Have you thought of some brilliant plan?"
Zhang Feng indifferently nodded. "Who am I? That Zhuge. Enough, you can just fool others. Don't talk about it here."
Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimon decisively interrupted him and continued, "This matter, just tell me, how should we do it?"
Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him. A few moments later, Zhang Feng led Li Shimon and the others to the study. He then unfurled the map and used charcoal to mark out the locations of Chong'an, Feng Province, and Shang Province. He also drew a few circles around Qiuzi, Yuzhou, and Jiannan Province. Everyone was baffled by what they saw. After marking out these places, Zhang Feng stood next to Li Shimon and rubbed his chin as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Li Shimon was taken aback, but he copied Zhang Feng and also sat cross-legged on the ground. How could Wei Zhang and the others dare to stand? They also hastily sat on the ground and stared at the map. However, they had looked at this map countless times, but they had not found any clues. Now that they saw Zhang Feng acting like this, they could not help but feel a little strange. Could it be that this brat could really see some clues? They sat there for half an hour. Just when Li Shimon's legs were numb and he wanted to stand up, Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and said, "I got it." Li Shimon was startled, but at the same time, he was relieved of the pain. He hurriedly asked Wei Zhang and the others to help him up. Then he asked, "What did you think of?" "My legs are numb." After Zhang Feng recovered with great difficulty and saw everyone's angry faces, he hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. This Tuli is just waiting for us to make a move. Then, he will follow our movements and make a corresponding arrangement." Li Shimon's expression changed. They had already seen through this point. Now that Zhang Feng said this, he hurriedly asked, "Then, do you have a way to break out of this situation?" "Of course. What Tuli used this time is just the method we used to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. At this time, since they are waiting, it means that they are waiting for our next move. So, why don't we use a method that we have never used before?" "Say it," Wei Zhang said with a dark face. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't dare to show off.
He hurriedly said, "Well, what I mean is, since he has appeared here, we have a plan."
"Delay. As long as we can delay them for half a month, we don't need to send troops. He will naturally retreat." Hearing this, Li Shimon and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Would they just wait there obediently? Seeing this, Zhang Feng knew that Lao Li and the others didn't believe him.
He said, "Actually, I can't believe it myself, let alone you.
But, if you trust me, then we will have fun this time. Do you feel that the weather has been a little cold recently?" Zhang Feng pointed at the map and then said, "Calculating the time, it should be early winter now. Usually, the cold wind in the morning and the white frost in the early morning should have already arrived, right? But this year, it is a little late. Seeing that Zhang Feng was pretending to be a charlatan again, Li Shimin was a little speechless.
He asked with some doubt, "What do you mean?"
Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple. That is to wait. You have seen that the weather has been exceptionally clear these days. That is to say, the weather in the north is definitely unusually cold. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask." Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what do you mean? What does this have to do with the weather?" "It is because of the snow that our time is more critical." Chapter 1655. At this time, Li Shimin was also shocked by Yuan Tiangong's move.
Hearing Yuan Tiangong's words, Li Shimin fixed his eyes on it, only to see there was actually a thin layer of frost on top of the fragrance.
At this moment, Li Shimin couldn't help exclaiming and asked, "Master Yuan, how did you do it?" Li Shimin naturally had never encountered such a miraculous thing. No. Wasn't this method the same as the one Fengzi made in the phosphate fertilizer factory? And it was so similar. However, the only difference was that these were fragrant incense sticks, and they had been lit up. Yet they were still frozen by the frost and snow. This seemed to, at this time, seeing Yuan Tiangang was fiddling with something but ignoring him, Li Shimin was not in a hurry. Yuan Tiangang seemed to be extremely dignified at this time. At this time, Li Shimin also looked a little nervous. For a full hour, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng were fiddling with something on the ground. First, they inserted a chopstick into a bowl full of water, and then the water could flow up along the chopstick. How could such an exaggerated scene not shock everyone? After fiddling with it for several times, Yuan Tiangang also used divination, astrology and so on. Then he suddenly said, "Your Majesty, this time, I have indeed divined the two provinces of Shang Province and Feng Province, as well as the north. The Turkic territory must have been covered by snow at this time. Therefore, I think what President Zhang said is probably true." "Really?" Li Shimin was a little hesitant.
After pondering for a long time, Li Shimin waved his sleeves and said, "Come here."
Xiao Gizi, who had been waiting outside the imperial study, hurriedly pushed the door of the imperial study open. "Your Majesty, is there any news from the Ministry of Rights mission to Shang Province and Feng Province?"
"Your Majesty, there is no news for the time being."
"You
find the person who sent this news to Chang'an."
"Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Xiao Gizi led a person in the Ministry of Rights official robe to the door of the imperial study while teaching etiquette. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Gizi hastily said, "Your Majesty, the official from the Ministry of Rights who came back to Chang'an to deliver the message has arrived." When Li Shimin heard this, he put down the memorial in his hand.
With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone. Li Shimin walked down from the dragon throne and came to the side of the minor official from the Ministry of Rights who was kneeling on the ground and trembling with his head pressed against the ground.
"Let me ask you, did you come back from Feng Province or Shang Province? When did you come back?"
When that person heard this, he hurriedly replied, "Replying to Your Majesty, this lowly one returned to the Ministry of Rights in the afternoon today." That minor official from the Ministry of Rights even clearly explained how long he had been delayed on the road, who he had met on the road, and what he had eaten.
Li Shimin frowned slightly. He interrupted that person and asked, "Let me ask you, when I left, what was the weather like in Shang Province and Feng Province?" The petty official couldn't help but be stunned. The emperor actually asked such a question? This is. But he didn't dare to think too much.
He hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, I left Feng Province early yesterday morning, but this lowly one didn't pay much attention to it.
I just felt that it was much colder than usual." "How cold was it?" Li Shimin instantly grasped the key of the question and asked. This answer almost confirmed Li Shimin's thoughts. After all, at this time, there were already the memorials from Longyu Province and Yuzhou Province in the last 2 days on his desk. In these 2 days, almost all of them were reporting about the strange weather, as well as hoping that the imperial court would transfer military supplies. Even in some places, because of the arrival of winter, many soldiers were still wearing summer clothes. There were already soldiers who were frozen to death due to the cold. It was just the beginning of winter. That was it. Then, at this time, when the petty official spoke again, Li Shimin couldn't help but come to his senses. The petty official said, "Your Majesty, this lowly one only knows that the wind and rain at the end of the year in Feng Province and Shang Province have lasted for countless days. And I don't know why it suddenly became cold these 2 days. The cold was like rolling in the snow without wearing clothes. When I came back, some people in the delegation had already caught a cold because of the cold. Hearing this, Li Shimin instantly understood. Before the gathering, Yuan Tiangang had told him the result of divination, but Li Shimin still felt it was incredible. If it was true, then the matter of Tuli's visit this time could be discussed. Master Yuan, what do you think of this matter? Li Shimin dismissed the petty official and then turned to ask Yuan Tiangang, who was sitting on one side.
Yuan Tiangang first silently looked at the bagua mirror on the desk in front of him, then nodded and said, "According to the observation of the imperial astronomer these days and the calculation of venting anger in the past, it has been a few days since the beginning of winter.
So at this time, it's reasonable that something happened in the Turkic territory. Otherwise, Tuli wouldn't be so arrogant. Although this lowly one doesn't know anything about military deployment, I know that once he really starts a war, he won't be stationed in Shang province and Feng province." Chapter 1656. After all, Yuan Tiangang really didn't understand military science. He just guessed the things in Feng province and Shang province in the way he was good at. In the end, Li Shimin's head was about to explode because of Yuan Tiangang's astrological divination. He hurriedly sent Yuan Tiangang away.
Only then did he find that the light had already been lit in the imperial study.
At this moment, Zhang Sun Wugo, who was dressed in dark green robes, slowly walked in with a plate of food. When Xiao Gizi saw this, he hurriedly dismissed all the palace maids and closed the door on his way out. In an instant, only the emperor and empress Zhang Sun were left in the imperial study. "Second brother, have some porridge first. You haven't had a good meal all day." Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed. At this moment, Empress Zhang Sun had already handed the porridge to Li Shimin's mouth. Li Shimin looked at the porridge and instantly smiled bitterly. "Is it still that guy's porridge?"
"Yes."
While speaking, Empress Zhang Sun had already come behind Li Shimin. She pressed Li Shimin's temples and began to gently massage him. With such a massage, Li Shimin instantly moaned comfortably. "Maid Guanyin, do you think Tuli's trip to the south is really as easy as Fengzi, Master Yuan, and the others said?" While speaking, Li Shimin's jade spoon stirred in the glazed bowl with tinkling sounds. He instantly thought of the transparent bowl Zhang Feng used in the phosphate fertilizer factory today, and instantly lost his appetite. He simply leaned on the dragon throne and let Empress Zhang Sun massage his temples. At this moment, Li Shimin calmed down. In an instant, everything that had happened before surged into his mind. People needed to be quiet. After calming down, they would find the difference when looking at the same thing again. Especially at this time. Li Shimin had been worrying about such trivial things all day long. But at this time, his mind was still in a mess. Using Zhang Feng's poem, Unending and Messy, to describe it was the most accurate. But at this moment, as he calmed down and quietly enjoyed himself, as he recalled this matter, he suddenly had a different feeling. That is, the main point of this matter was when Tuli would go south. What was the purpose of going south? At this moment, as long as these two problems were confirmed, this matter would be easily solved. After all, the matter of the Turkic Great Snow was almost certain. If Tuli really wanted to go south, why would he station himself in these two places? Moreover, it was widely publicized. This did not conform to the logic of development. In particular, to the east was Yuzhou and Li Jing's 100,000 elites, and to the south was Chang'an City. Although there weren't many garrisons in Shang Prefecture, Feng Prefecture, and the other prefectures along the way, it was more than enough to stop them for 3 to 5 days. This little bit of time was enough for them to go back and help. However, at this time, Li Shimin followed Zhang Feng's way of thinking and made another important discovery. That is, Tuli's purpose this time was not simple. It could be said that he was fighting for Qiuzi, or it could be said that he was simply asking for something. Only by figuring out these two things could he know Tuli's real purpose this time. At this time, Li Shimin's mind was being massaged by Empress Zhang Sun, and he understood more and more things. When Empress Zhang Sun's hands began to tremble, Li Shimin held her and said gently, "Maid Guanyin, come, I'll give you a massage." Empress Zhang Sun heard this, covered her mouth and smiled, and said, "Your Majesty, forget it. Seeing that Your Majesty has recovered, I feel very gratified." Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes were slightly moist. "Maid Guanyin," he took the opportunity to hold Zhang Sun in his arms. But at this moment, two very small voices sounded outside the imperial study. However, Li Shimin and Qin Haodong had already heard it. As if they had been electrocuted, they quickly separated. Li Shimin coughed and asked somewhat angrily, "Why are you quarreling outside?" Outside the door, Zhang Sun Wuji's voice suddenly sounded. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Empress Zhang Sun blushed when she heard this.
She glared at Li Shimin with some anger and then said, "Then I'll leave first."
After Empress Zhang Sun left, Zhang Sun Wuji, Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, and Qin Qiong entered the imperial study one after another. Li Shimin sat on the dragon chair as usual and said, "What's the matter?" "Your Majesty, just now there was news from Longyu. Liangzhou, Shazhou, Shizhou, and Chotzi City had continuous heavy rain today. The weather suddenly dropped, and countless soldiers were frostbitten. The situation in Chotzi City is quite serious now." Hearing this, Li Shimin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in a trembling voice, "What did you say? When did this happen?"
Yu Qigong took out a report from his arms with a dignified expression and handed it to Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, this is the military report that was just sent back from Chotzi."
"Your Majesty, please take a look." Chapter 1657. When Li Shimin heard this, his face instantly changed. Yu Qigong did not hesitate and presented the memorial to the emperor. The content of the memorial was actually very simple. It was a lack of military supplies. In other words, winter clothes. Seeing this, Li Shimin's face gradually turned cold. The memorial was sent from Liangzhou, Guangzhou, Shazhou, and other places 5 days ago. These places were located at the foot of Mount Qilian. Due to the low temperature a few days ago, the snow on Mount Qilian that never melted all year round had caused an avalanche. The temperature instantly dropped. In addition, due to the low temperature in the past 2 days, traces of snow had already appeared in these places. The garrison in Longyu Road accounted for more than half of the total military strength of the Tang dynasty. At this time, these soldiers were still using the military equipment of previous years, or the military uniforms and armors of summer and autumn. Compared to the unpredictable weather in Longyu Road, Li Shimin instantly frowned. This matter was too serious. However, right at this time, Yu Qigong once again said, "Your Majesty, the accompanying messenger said that this time, Longyu's matter is far more serious than this memorial. The reserves of the various provinces and prefectures are practically all in a state of emergency. If the court still doesn't respond, who knows, in another half a month, it might." "Is there any news from Chotzi?" Li Shimin was most concerned about Chotzi. In the end, this matter could be solved. If something happened to Chotzi, then the problem would be really big. At this moment, Li Shimin suddenly thought of a terrifying matter and hurriedly asked, "Have you seen the Crown Prince?" At this question, their expressions changed instantly. "Your Majesty, didn't we agree that the Crown Prince would go to Chotzi City from the Chang'an barracks with Niujia tomorrow?" Chang Yaojin and the others did not know why the emperor asked this at this time, but they still reminded him. Now that he said this,
Li Shimin just remembered, but at this moment, he suddenly had a thought that he did not want the Crown Prince to go to the front line. And he also believed that these people seemed to have come in the middle of the night for this matter. Li Shimin took a deep breath and said, "Speak. Did you come here so late at night because of the Crown Prince?" In the beginning, he hadn't thought about it. However, when he thought about it, of all times, this memorial had to come at this time. Furthermore, it was delivered right here. Moreover, these people had come together. It would be strange if there was no problem. Seeing this, Chang Yaojin and the others said, "Your Majesty, this is a serious matter. I think it's better to wait until after tomorrow's morning court. What do you think?" After all, the Crown Prince's personal expedition is a major event. At this time, such a big thing happened in Chotzi and Longyu Road. If we go to Chotzi at this time, it will definitely make the court uneasy. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Although this matter doesn't seem to be a big problem for the time being, it will be a big problem once there is a problem, Your Majesty. This official requests the Emperor to take back the order. The matter of the Crown Prince guarding the border needs to be discussed separately. Chang Yaojin and the people from the military department were anxious. They all knelt down. After all, they had all been Li Shimin's generals, and the Crown Prince was related to the continuation of the Tang dynasty. This could not be a trifling matter. In the past, going to the border with Niujinda and the refined equipment would not be a big problem. But now the sudden change in weather, the heavy snow stuck between Kucha and Chang'an, and the sudden drop in temperature could instantly affect the morale of the army. In the past, it would have been fine, but in this weather, the soldiers were hungry and cold, and their morale was slack. Moreover, they were facing an army of more than 300,000 Turkic and Indian soldiers, perhaps even more. At this time, they would definitely take advantage of this and send out their troops. At that time, once the morale of the soldiers was shaken, it would cause irreparable losses. At this time, even if the crown prince went, it would not be of much use. On the contrary, it would be a signal for both sides to send out their troops. At this time, everyone began to worry. Li Shimin was also somewhat vexed. Enough. Do you think I'm willing? I'm sure you all know what happened in Chang'an City last time. Without the crown prince's intelligence, how could the rebellion be judged overnight? This is really what I and the Tang dynasty need. If he can solve the siege of Chang'an, why can't he solve the siege of Chotzi? Don't you believe in the crown prince? Or don't you believe in Zhang Feng and the military science developed by Zhang Feng? At this time, in an instant, everyone's doubts came to an abrupt end. That was right. They could not believe in Li Chengqian. After all, they watched Li Chengqian grow up. He was timid, overthinking, and always indecisive. But after Li Shimin told them what happened in Chang'an last time, they suddenly realized that the crown prince was no longer the crown prince of the past. And today, everything in the phosphate fertilizer factory was almost handled by the crown prince alone. And these things seem to have never been seen before. Although today, when facing Cui Yingying, he was a little lost and everyone was worried that the crown prince would do something bad. But to their surprise, they were after the dispute between Cui Yingying and Zhang Feng. The crown prince could distinguish the pros and cons in a short time. When had they seen this before? What did this mean? This meant that the crown prince had really grown up. Chapter 1658. How could Li Shimin not hope that Li Chengqian wouldn't go? But he also knew that if Li Chengqian didn't experience a storm, he would never be able to take on such a great responsibility. And Chotzi City was a necessary condition for Li Chengqian's growth. Although the court's attitude toward him had somewhat changed because of Ho Junji's night raid, this was still not enough. At the very least, what Li Chengqian had done so far was far from enough. After all, he was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, the hope of the Tang dynasty. Last time, not even Li Shimin dared to believe that these schemes had come from Li Chengqian's mouth. In his view, this was nothing more than Zhang Feng exerting a great deal of effort behind the scenes, and he had only come to convey the message. Li Shimin had also asked Zhang Feng about Li Chengqian's trip to Chotzi, and Zhang Feng hadn't been too worried. Today, when Li Shimin said that the temperature had plummeted, he hadn't even said that Li Chengqian couldn't go. This meant that Li Chengqian's trip would probably go without any mishaps. After all, Zhang Feng had said that he would bring the best equipment with him. Moreover, he would have Gao Ji and Yo Jinda with him. In this way, there would be no problem with his safety. Li Shimin wanted to see if Li Chengqian could command a campaign without Zhang Feng. Li Shimin was very ambitious for this battle. Not only did he want to wipe away his previous humiliation and strike fear into the Turks, he also wanted to use this battle to slaughter his way into the Turks. This was only one of his goals. The other was to test this batch of military equipment and see when it could be used as a killing machine on the battlefield. Most importantly, intimidate. It had been a very long time since the Tang dynasty had won a major battle. Countless people were waiting to see how he would deal with this situation in Chotzi. The slightest mistake would be a fuse. Not only would the Tubo and the other members of the Tang dynasty have their own ideas, Gao Li and the Wei clan would also be shaken. Thus, for this battle, Li Shimin was very greedy. Not only did he want to win beautifully, he also wanted to show off the might of the Tang dynasty. And the crown prince's personal expedition was a very good gimmick. At this time, Li Shimin also weighed the pros and cons for a long time before he waved his hand and said, "This matter has been decided. If there's nothing else, you may all leave. We will take our leave." Originally, they still had something to say, but after seeing Li Shimin's current state, they could only swallow their thoughts. After all, this matter was almost a foregone conclusion. There was no point in saying anything more. He could only wait until the morning assembly tomorrow to see if there was a way to cover up this matter. After all, in terms of eloquence, all the generals in the imperial court added together would not be a match for the civil officials. After everyone left, Xiao Gizi entered the imperial study and said, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience.
Li Shimin was stunned and asked, "How long has he been here?" "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has been here for some time." Li Shimin smiled faintly. He knows how to judge the situation. "Let him in."
However, Xiaogizi hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is fully equipped and is waiting on the side at this time." The Crown Prince asked this servant to ask Your Majesty if he could bring a weapon to the audience.
Li Shimin was happy to hear this. He waved his hand and motioned for Xiaogizi to let Li Chengqian in. In fact, Li Chengqian had been here for a long time. After dealing with the aftermath of today's phosphate fertilizer factory, it was the overwhelming business and other matters.
When these matters were finished, it was already around 5 o'clock. After completing the handover of related matters with the 3 departments, Li Chengqian originally wanted to enter the palace first to meet the emperor.
However, he met old He, who told him to quickly go to Zhang Feng's residence.
When he arrived at the residence, he found that Gao Can had been there for a long time and was now waving a 9-foot-long halberd.
Moreover, he was waving it vigorously. How could Li Chengqian not be excited? Because he had seen all the weapons produced by the Tang dynasty, but he had never seen such a magical thing. Moreover, the shaft of this halberd was emitting a silver light, which meant that the body of this halberd was made of steel. How could he not be excited and envious? As soon as he arrived, Gao Can hurriedly brought him to see Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He just showed him a map and a sand table and asked him to control the defense of the city with 100,000 people. Then, he inexplicably threw a big box to him. The box was very heavy. At the very least, it took him a lot of effort to bring the box to the courtyard. When he opened the box, he was instantly blinded by the neat set of equipment. The armor was in the style of the Mingguang armor, except that it was mixed with a more compact armor-making technology. The scales on it were like fish scales, divided into 3 layers. The first layer was as thin as a fingernail, and it was connected by wires. The second layer was as big as a copper coin, and the most important layer was the third layer, which was the size of a palm. And this was only a breastplate. When he took out the breastplate, in addition to 2 wrist guards, there was a silver arm guard that connected the breastplate and wrist guards with layers of fine wires. However, on the arm guard, there were 2 things similar to the tiger subduing tiger. The Xianxia armor was a leg guard and a plate armor. And a pair of boots. The boots were almost. They were all covered with a thick layer of steel. This was also the heaviest thing besides the breastplate. Other than that, the leg guards, wrist guards, and so on only weighed a few kilograms. However, this also caused Li Chengqian to be greatly shocked. Could this thing be worn? He didn't know why this armor was made like this. And under this set of armor, there was something that made Li Chengqian's eyes light up. It was a cloak that he was wearing at this time. At this time, Li Chengqian carried a longbow on his back and a spear in his hand. On his right belt hung a crossbow and a quiver of arrows. On his left waist hung a modeo that shone with silver light. Along the way, he walked into the imperial study. As soon as he entered, Li Shimin's eyes widened. Chapter 1659. Your son pays his respects to father. As Li Chengqian spoke, he straightened his body and gave Li Shimin a standard military salute. Li Shimin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seeing Li Chengqian's reaction, he hurriedly called for more candles to be lit in the imperial study. Only then did he see the armor he was wearing clearly. Speaking of armor, Li Shimin thought of the strangely dressed statue of Zhang Feng's mentor at the entrance of the academy. At this moment, Li Chengqian was wearing exactly the same as that. Qian, what are you wearing? At this time, Li Chengqian was wearing a loose shirt with countless large pockets. Among them, several crossbow bolts could be faintly seen. Especially in the pockets on his arms, it was unknown what was inside, but they looked incomparably flat. The shirt was as green as a thicket. There was also something without sleeves on the outside of the shirt. It was made of a kind of leather. There was nothing else on it, but it looked like 2 pieces of turtle shell. No matter how he looked at it, it felt awkward. Moreover, he didn't see that kid take it out when he was on the mountain last time. Could it be that this thing was the bulletproof vest? Qian, this is the bulletproof vest? Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly took off the bulletproof vest. However, taking off the bulletproof vest was also a laborious task. It took him a whole cup of tea's worth of labor to take off the bulletproof vest. When he threw it on the ground, it made a clanking sound of Jingshu. Seeing this, Li Shimin became even more curious. He picked it up from the ground. In an instant, the weight shocked Li Shimin. This thing already weighed more than 5 kilograms. After touching it carefully, he realized that the things that looked like plate armor were actually pieces of steel. The back of the bulletproof vest was sewn with an inch-thick piece of iron. This, before Li Shimin could finish, Li Chengqian said, "Father, this is the bulletproof vest. It's made of 3 steel plates and 5 small steel plates on the side. It's also made of steel wire. It took Feng Zi, Mokido, and the craftsmen on the mountain 3 days to sew it. And so far, only 3 have been made. More than 70 people have been mobilized, and in 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing this, Li Shimin finally understood. However, he was still shocked by Li Chengqian's description. 3 days. And that's what they came up with? Damn it. It was simply insane. 3 pieces of equipment had already mobilized so many people. What would happen if an entire army of 100,000 people was equipped with this thing? How could that be? At this time, Li Shimin was still quite shaken. With Li Chengqian's help, he put on the bulletproof vest. Although it took some effort to put it on, it didn't affect his movements at all. He didn't feel any discomfort even when he swung Li Chengqian's spear. It was as if he wasn't wearing it at all. At this time, looking at the armor on Li Chengqian's body, Li Shimin's eyes burned as if they were on fire. Seeing this, Li Chengqian introduced them to Li Shimin one by one. "Father, look." Feng Zi said that this is a combat uniform. There are 20 eyebrows and 2-foot-long Lujiang arrowheads on each arm. When he's not using them, he uses them as arm guards. The one on the wrist is called a special combat glove. It's made of steel wire and leather. The rubber on the back of the hand is actually a steel plate. These bags are filled with steel plates. This is called a combat trouser. The pockets of the trouser have the same effect. The difference is that there are 2 3-pronged military spikes on each of the calves. The boots are the most complicated. According to Feng Zi, the weight of these boots is even heavier than the bulletproof vest. The main reason is the weight. If you wear this, the chassis will be very stable. There's also knowledge on the boots. There's an ejecting dagger that can be controlled by the big toe. More importantly, these boots are a set with the armor I brought. Li Chengqian was wearing a kind of equipment that Zhang Feng created based on the Special Forces equipment in his memory and the current situation. Zhang Feng created this kind of equipment according to the needs of both offense and defense. After all, this was the era of cold weapons. While reducing the number of steel plates, it increased the number of weapons equipped. This was not only suitable for individual combat, but also for group combat. In this battle, Zhang Feng not only wanted to make a name for himself with these pieces of equipment, but he also wanted them to shock everyone in this battle. Therefore, in the future design, this set of equipment was the most eye-catching. However, this was only the beginning. The equipment that Zhang Feng designed could only be used by special forces, special combat personnel, and generals. The equipment used by real soldiers was actually what Li Chengqian was wearing right now. This kind of equipment could block most of the damage even if it was a frontal assault. This was especially true for the vital parts. It could provide the best protection without affecting the battle. The most useless part of this set of equipment was the helmet. In Li Shimin's opinion, this green thing that looked like a pot lid and a turtle shell was really a little. However, when Li Shimin used the spear in his hand to knock on Li Chengqian's helmet, he immediately shut up. The crisp sound of metal colliding made him realize that this thing was definitely not simple. "Qian. You said there was another set of armor? Where is it? Hurry up and take it out. Let me take a look." Chapter 1660.
"Father, do you really want to see it?"
Li Chengqian was a little hesitant. The reason he chose this set of equipment was because it was light and agile. The other reason was because Li Chengqian felt that it was the most eye-catching. The set of equipment in the box was really too heavy. It was so heavy that even a strong man like Gao can despise it, let alone him. However, would Li Shimin allow him to not wear it at this time? He even ran to Lao Tzu to show off. How could he let this brat slip away so easily? Li Chengqian seemed to have noticed that Li Shimin was a little unhappy today. Originally, Zhang Feng had always warned him that he could only wear this thing after leaving the Guanyi Pass and not be seen by others. However, it was late at night, and Li Chengqian was also in the Eastern Palace. He heard that someone from the military wanted to dissuade him from going to Chotzi. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons,
He put on this thing and came to the imperial study to give Li Shimin some reassurance. In his opinion, with these layers of protection, there was no need to worry about safety. As for the cold and whatnot, these were indeed problems. However, in his opinion, these problems should not affect this expedition. At the very least, they would not affect his trip to the border. However, he was still worried, so he came to take a look. Fortunately, in the end, his father did not exempt him from going to Chotzi. At this time, under little Gizi's instructions, imperial guards carried a large wooden box into the imperial study. After seeing Li Shimin's armor, little Gizi was shocked. However, he still ordered everyone to leave for fear of harming the innocent. Who was little Gizi? He was Li Shimin's personal eunuch. How could he not know the preciousness of this thing? After they left, only then did Li Changqian take out the set of armor and weapons, placing them one by one on the ground. Li Shimin had worn armor before, but when he saw this thing that looked like Mingguang armor, he was a little confused. Wearing armor was very complicated, but this thing seemed a little simple no matter how he looked at it. After seeing the armor, Li Shimin's interest was piqued. He said, "Qian come, help me put it on." "Imperial father, you can't do that." Li Changqian turned pale with fright. He knew about this armor. It would take him a lot of effort to wear it, let alone his father. However, Li Shimin had already steeled his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. First, help Zhen put on some armor. It has been a long time since Zhen has worn armor." When Li Changqian heard this, he wanted to say something, but it was already too late. He could only agree. He didn't know why his father wanted to wear this. After all, the weight of this armor was not light at all. However, he had no choice but to help his imperial father put it on. A moment later, the armor was put on, and even the boots on Li Changqian's feet were put on by him. The main material of the boots was cowhide and pigskin, while the soles were made of rubber mixed with a layer of steel. This kind of steel plate covered everything from the soles to the insteps. Even the ankles were covered with a thick layer of steel plate. Just this pair of boots alone weighed 3 catties. A pair of boots that weighed 3 pounds. Bang bang bang. With Li Shimin's help, he stood up with some difficulty. He even had to support himself with the steel spear. This made Li Shimin sigh with emotion. Looks like Zhen is still old. This set of armor that weighs several tens of jin is already weighing me down to the point that I can't breathe. When Li Changqian heard this, he hurriedly said, "Imperial father, what are you saying?" This set of armor was originally extremely heavy, and it was difficult for Sun to wear it. However, this set of armor doesn't affect my movements in battle at all. Moreover, its defensive ability is incomparable. Although Sun has never tried it, Sun dares to guarantee that ordinary crossbows won't be able to pierce through it at all. Therefore, Sun feels that there is no need to doubt Sun's safety this time. Sun can definitely. Li Shimin waved his hand and interrupted Li Changqian. Zhen is not worried about safety. These things are all made of that kind of steel. Zhen is assured. However, have you thought of one thing? Fengzi once said that psychology is now part of Long Yu Dao. It is already a world of ice and snow. You also know the situation of our Tang dynasty. We don't have enough military equipment. What Zhen is worried about is the morale of the army. This was what Li Shimin was most worried about. As for safety, he firmly believed that with Niu Jinda personally protecting him, nothing would go wrong. However, once Long Yu lost the morale of the army, then how could they win this battle? Even if they had a batch of military equipment now, so what? Oh right. Is the cannon on Fengzi's side ready? Li Shimin shook his head and stopped himself from thinking about it. Instead, he asked Li Changqian. When Li Changqian heard this, he said excitedly, "Imperial father, Sun actually arrived a long time ago. However, the matter of the cannon is really too big, and it is incomparably cumbersome to carry. Even if there is a metal carriage, it is really too ostentatious. Therefore, Sun only got one and left it with the retired emperor in Taiji Palace. Hope Imperial father can." However, at this moment, suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the depths of the palace, instantly causing Li Shimin and Li Changqian's expressions to change abruptly. Boom. Chapter 1661. There was a loud bang. Inside and outside the palace, and even in Chang'an City, people heard it. Zhang Feng, who had finished his work and was about to go to bed, was suddenly awakened.
He hurriedly got out of bed and pushed the door open. But he didn't see anything. But the loud bang just now was so real. In the mansion, Zhang Feng thought he was having hysteria. But when he saw all the guards and servants were awakened, he was shocked. Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Old Du, what's going on?"
"You heard it too?"
Hearing this, Du Ziting hurriedly said, "Master, this is the sound coming from the depths of the palace. It seems that God is angry. At this time, there is such a muffled thunder. Master, you should go back and rest quickly. I'm afraid there will be an accident." They had heard of the thunder of drought. But it was winter now. How could there be such a thing? At this time, almost everyone in Zhang Feng's mansion and Chang'an city were awakened. During this time, the imperial city was not peaceful. First there was such a thing, and then there was such a loud thunder tonight. The key was that it came from the palace. How could it not make people panic? It was already very late at night. At this time, almost all the officers who were patrolling the streets had gone to take a nap. At this time, this sudden occurrence made everyone completely numb. All the officers who were patrolling the streets walked around Chang'an city in a daze. It couldn't be helped. Although this matter happened deep in the palace, if they didn't take action, damn it, not only would they lose their rice bowls, they might even lose their livelihood. In the dark, there were more people who were awakened by the explosion in the middle of the night. But at this time, no one dared to go out to see what was going on. After all, the previous incident in Chang'an city was still fresh in people's minds. At this moment, Zhang Feng, the instigator of all of this, suddenly came to a realization. Damn it! Isn't it the sound made by the cannon I built? Who is this? How can this thing be in the palace so quickly? And damn it, they were still in Taiji Palace. Mother Fastress Kerr, isn't he trying to take my life? Old Du! Old Du! Zhang Fengzai could no longer sit still and hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Du Ziting hurried over. Master! Go, prepare a palanquin for me immediately. Du Ziting was shocked. She couldn't help but look at the sky that was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She asked, Master, it's so late. Where are you going? Zhang Feng was even more anxious now. Once this matter became serious, no matter who was playing with this thing in the palace, once something happened, it would definitely be a huge matter. At that time, the matter of the cannon would definitely not be able to be hidden. Even if the emperor didn't get involved, what would the civil and military officials of the court, as well as the eccentric retired emperor, do? Just thinking about it made him feel extremely excited. In fact, Zhang Feng was not afraid of Li Shimin. Although he had never seen him, the emperor would definitely know that he had made so many contributions to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this thing was made by the emperor at his behest. If something happened at this time, it was obviously the emperor's own fault. Damn it, you could have gone to the palace to take the exam. Why did you have to do it in the palace? Wasn't it obvious that you were looking for excitement? And it was in the middle of the night. Did you want to blow up the palace? Zhang Feng had mixed a lot of iron beads and iron scraps into the gunpowder to increase its damage. The entire cannon was also made of a layer of colored glass and a thin layer of pig iron. The lethality of the cannon was invisibly increased countless times. Zhang Feng didn't even need to think to know the result of this shot. If he didn't run now, when would he run? Although Zhang Feng didn't know the Holy Yuan very well, and there weren't many descriptions of him in history, as long as people had brains, they wouldn't think that he was an easy person to get along with, a person who could create the Tang dynasty. How could he be simple? Although the description of him in history was very simple, it told Zhang Feng that this person must be an extremely terrifying existence. What's more, since Li Yuan abdicated, he could make dozens of imperial sisters for Li Shimin in a year. How could such an efficient person be a simple person? What's more, the harem was the place where Li Shimin's concubines lived, and it was the territory of the Emperor Zhang's son. Most of the descriptions of the Emperor Zhang's son in history were also praises. Many of Li Shimin's decisions were almost all discussed with the Empress Zhang's son. Such a person encountered such a big thing tonight. If the source was traced, the emperor could spare him, but the retired emperor and the empress could play him to death. How could Zhang Feng dare to act rashly? If he ran up the mountain at this time, it would be safest with the protection of the 4 great scholars. At that time, he could deny it even if he was beaten to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng said eagerly, Old Du, quickly prepare a sedan chair or a carriage for me. I have something important to do and must return to the academy before dawn. This time, Du Ziting was even more confused.
He said with a speechless face, Master, now it's estimated that you can't go out of the city gate before noon tomorrow.
Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He asked, Why? Why can't I go out without any reason? The fire of Chang'an City last time hasn't been settled, so the higher-ups made the rule. Except for the approval of the imperial court, under normal circumstances, you can only go out before noon but not in. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes went black instantly, and he said sadly, F***CKU. Chapter 1662. Deep inside the palace.
Actually, it refers to the harem.
The harem is located in the west inner court behind the Yeting Palace. This west inner court is the imperial garden. After that, it is the forbidden garden where the emperor, the empress, and the imperial concubines live. This is the most important place in the imperial palace. It includes the emperor, as well as some top-secret files in the imperial court, as well as the ancestral hall and other places. Generally speaking, the emperor and the empress's palace are in the deepest part of this forbidden garden. However, Li Shimin set up his palace at the intersection of this west inner court and the forbidden garden in order to facilitate the handling of government affairs. And the empress naturally has to move over. The advantage of doing this is that all officials have no excuse to enter the harem, which ensures the safety of the harem. And at this time, in the deepest part of the forbidden garden, which is where Li Shimin's palace used to be. This was the place where Li Yuan currently resided. This place occupied a large area of the entire forbidden garden and was separated by a deep palace. The difference has been made. And at this time, Li Yuan's palace is overcrowded, and from time to time, there are bursts of thick smoke and flames faintly flickering. And Li Yuan is surrounded by a group of palace maids and beautiful imperial concubines at this time, shrinking to the side and shivering. And each of them is covered in dust at this time. There are even a large number of people who are not wearing clothes to cover their bodies, not to mention hairbuns and so on. Li Yuan's white beard is also gone. More than half of his face was gone. At this moment, the left side of his face was completely black, as if someone had splashed ink on it. Empress Zhang's son came early. After confirming that Li Yuan is fine, she took a look and almost fainted. Only to see that where Li Yuan's palace used to be, where is the magnificent palace of the past? At this time, what is left in place is only a piece of dilapidated walls. Empress Zhang's son commanded the Jianghu guards, the imperial guards, and the palace maids and eunuchs to put out the fire, and asked anxiously, Imperial father, did you encounter an assassin? Li Yuan is still in a state of confusion at this time. His eyes are wide open, but there is no trace of movement. Seeing this, Empress Zhang's son hurriedly said, Where is the imperial physician? Empress. This official is here. Quickly diagnose the retired emperor. Your Majesty, this subject has just diagnosed that the retired emperor is fine. He was just shocked. At this time, he was just overly shocked. This subject has already sent someone to boil some soup for the retired emperor to calm his nerves. Not waiting for him to finish, Li Shimin and Li Xianxia also hurried over. At this moment, Li Shimin was still wearing his armor. If it wasn't for Xiao Gizi and Li Xianxia surrounding him, he might have already been tripped by the Jianghu guards. At this moment, Li Shimin first glanced in shock at the palace that was almost blown into ruins. Then, he hurriedly came to the pavilion not far away. After looking up and down at Li Yuan, he asked, Is there anything wrong with Imperial Father? Empress Zhang's son anxiously pulled Li Shimin to the side and said, Imperial Father is fine, he was just frightened. But what happened? Where did this assassin come from? Li Shimin glared at Li Xianxia, then hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, Guanyin. This wasn't done by an assassin. N? When Empress Zhang's son heard this, she was momentarily stunned. Then, she looked at Li Shimin. She saw that he was wearing armor from head to toe. Li Xianxia also didn't know what he was wearing. He was wearing all sorts of strange things. Although the armor that Li Shimin was wearing right now was specially made, other than the color, its appearance was almost the same as the original Mingguang armor. Therefore, Empress Zhang's son didn't see anything wrong. She asked in surprise, Second brother, you're wearing this armor. You're still saying that there isn't an assassin? Li Shimin was instantly speechless. He kicked Li Xianxia and said, Unfilial son, quickly tell your imperial mother what exactly happened? At this moment, Zhang Sun Wu Go discovered that Li Chengqian was wearing a green color.
Moreover, it was that kind of earthy green.
Not to mention, this attire, no matter how one looked at it, he looked like a barbarian. How could this not make her angry?
Qian.
What are you wearing? Quickly change into this empress's clothes. Li Chengqian had never seen Empress Zhang Sun Wu Go so angry before. Seeing this, he was a little confused. He hurriedly said, Imperial Mother, don't be impatient. This son's clothes can wait. Why don't we deal with this first? Li Shimin also mediated, Chengqian is right. This matter can be discussed later. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Li Shimin felt that there was no need to waste time on this matter. This would only attract more people's attention to the special things on Li Chengqian's body. Hearing Li Shimin say this, Zhang Sun Wugo couldn't say anything.
She could only say, Tell me first what happened?
Hearing this, Li Chengqian stammered, Imperial Mother, this thing was actually created by a cannon. Tonight, this son originally wanted to let Imperial Father leave to take a look. However, this thing is rather precious and confidential.
Furthermore, Imperial Father was in a meeting with the military at that time.
Therefore, this son decided to temporarily leave this thing with the retired emperor. Cannon? Zhang Sun Wugo had heard of it before. The crux of the problem at that time was how to explain this place. Thinking about this, Empress Zhang Sun Wugo was furious.
She pointed at the ruins that were still burning not far away and said, So, you let the retired emperor play with fire?
Chapter 1663. Empress Zhang Sun was so angry that she almost fainted. These days, because of the Tujue going south, the palace was in an uproar.
She had just finished dealing with the matters of the imperial harem with great difficulty, and eliminated the hidden dangers and suspicions.
Before she could catch her breath, such a thing happened. How could this not make her angry? This was all money. This loss had to be repaired, right? Where did this money come from? Besides, how was she going to explain this to the people outside? In the middle of the night, there was a sudden accident in the palace. The retired emperor's bedroom was blown up by fire. How was she going to explain this to the people outside? Thinking of this, Empress Zhang Sun was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Seeing this, Li Shimin hurriedly supported Zhang Sun and said, What are you still standing there for? Quickly go and deal with this mess. How could Li Chengqian not see Li Shimin's expression? He hurriedly accepted the order and ran out. After Li Shimin comforted Empress Zhang Sun and let people send her, Li Yuan and the others away. Only then did she hurriedly follow Li Chengqian to the place where the cannon was placed. The cannon was very big. It was placed on the lawn outside Li Yuan's bedroom, Yangxin Palace Hall. Moreover, there was a large carriage beside the cannon. At this time, Li Shimin and Empress Zhang Sun did not dare to raise the torch. They just looked at the cannon in the light of the burning fire. The cannon originally had 2 iron wheels, but at this time, one of the wheels had already sunk deep into the mud, and the other one was also broken. It looked a little strange. The material of the cannon was like a large iron rod. There was not a trace of decoration on it. At this time, the barrel of the cannon still had a trace of residual heat. The muzzle of the cannon still had the smell of gunpowder and wisps of smoke entwined around it. At the back of the cannon barrel, at the position of Li Shimin's armrest, there was a protruding place. There was a cover at this place. It was unknown what it was for, but when the cover was opened, a gust of gunpowder smoke instantly choked Li Shimin and forced him to retreat. Li Shimin covered his mouth and asked in a low voice, This is that cannon? Yes. Imperial Father. This is it. Li Shimin pointed at the lid and asked, Then what is this? Imperial Father, this is the place to fill the ammunition. You only need to fill the cannonballs. The cannonballs are gunpowder. Look, this is it. As Li Chengqian explained, he took out a cannonball the size of a head from a metal box on the metal car and handed it to Li Shimin. The artillery shell was oval in shape and had a bottleneck on it. Some stripes were engraved on it. It didn't look beautiful at all. Li Shimin weighed it for a moment and instantly had an evaluation. The entire cannon looked very ordinary. Wasn't it just a large iron pipe with 2 wheels installed on it? However, could this toy really destroy the entire Yangxin Palace Hall? Li Shimin was in disbelief. After all, he and Li Chengqian didn't see the scene of the test at the smelting workshop.
At this moment, when he saw the head-sized object in the huge hole in the middle of the Yangxin Palace Hall, which occupied more than 2 mu of land, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Could such a small thing really cause such great destruction? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel agitated. He couldn't help but ask, is this toy really so powerful? Li Chengqian swallowed his saliva and said, Imperial Father, why don't we give it a try? In an instant, the two of them couldn't help but shiver. Li Shimin's expression changed and he asked, Did you say the same thing when the retired emperor asked you a question just now? Li Chengqian hurriedly said, No, just now. The retired emperor was just playing around and didn't ask anything. Oh yes, Imperial Father. It seems that the retired emperor knows more about this than we do. Li Shimin suddenly remembered that this thing was witnessed by the retired emperor. Although it was just a test shot, this toy didn't seem to be difficult. It was nothing more than putting the shell in the cover and that was it. How could the retired emperor not know such a simple thing? Li Shimin was speechless. He was even a little angry. This was not something a human would do. Li Shimin took a deep breath and looked at the shell in his hand. Instantly, his back felt numb. Just one of these things was already so powerful. What would happen if it exploded? Li Shimin hurriedly threw the shell in his hand to Li Chengqian and waved his hand in annoyance. You have to settle this before dawn. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson in the morning court. Li Chengqian felt wronged. But what could he do? One was Lao Tzu and the other was his grandfather. His grandfather was in trouble and he didn't stand up for him. What could he do? Although he felt wronged, when he saw the power of this shell, his chances of winning the battle against Chotzi were even greater. Although there were only 10 cannons. At this moment, 1 cannon blew up his grandfather's bedroom. If 10 cannons were fired at the same time, Li Chengqian felt excited just thinking about it. Chapter 1664. Long live the Emperor. The next morning. To be precise, it was 6 hours later. He had just finished dealing with the matters in Yangxin Palace Hall when it was time for the morning court. Li Chengqian hurried back to change into his court attire. As soon as he arrived at the political announcement hall, he heard Xiao Gizi singing. Li Shimin waved his hand tiredly. The morning court had officially begun. At first, Wei Zhang hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, what happened in the palace last night at 1 o'clock in the morning? This morning, on my way to the court, I heard someone say that there was a thunderstorm. I'm afraid there's a change. The supervisor of the imperial astronomer also hurriedly complained, Your Majesty, I've been observing the stars recently and I didn't find any signs of disaster. However, the sudden appearance of the thunderstorm last night was really strange. Everyone in the imperial astronomer has been busy since 1 o'clock in the morning. It's only now that we found out that it was a thunderstorm from the sky, which means there's a change. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. At this time, almost everyone in the court had different guesses. Almost every department seemed to be telling what they were doing after the incident last night. But in fact, they were telling the emperor. They didn't sleep last night because they had been busy with this matter. However, at this time, only the people in the military department didn't say anything. After all, Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, and Qin Qiong from the military department didn't say anything. They were calm and composed. Even if they had something to say, they had to hold it in. This was the rule of the military department. If the boss didn't say anything, if they dared to say anything, they would be beaten up when they went back. No one could avoid it. This was the rule of the military department. At this time, Li Shimin also saw the problem. He ignored the crowd and looked at the military department. My dear ministers, do you have anything to say? Hearing this, Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, and Qin Qiong looked at each other and then said, Your Majesty, we don't know what happened in the palace last night, so we can't make wild guesses. However, after the incident last night, we sent 5,000 elites to wait for Your Majesty's orders. And the defense of the entire Chang'an city has been strengthened several times. We didn't find anything unusual. We think that if we want to investigate this matter, we should go to the palace. How dare you? Yu Qigong, how dare you? That's the Forbidden Garden. What are you thinking? How dare you barge into the Forbidden Garden? Your Majesty, Yu Qigong has been sentenced to death. At first, Li Shimin nodded repeatedly as he listened. However, the sudden voice of the civil officials made him extremely displeased. He waved his hand indifferently and said, Then Lord Zhou, do you have any good ideas? Hearing Li Shimin's words, the Minister of Rites, who had been making the most noise, was instantly silenced. His expression quickly changed as he said, "Your Majesty, this matter must be investigated from within the palace. However, this matter is of great importance. I feel that Your Majesty should personally—" "Enough, shut up."
At the end of the day, he just didn't want to care.
Li Shimin looked indifferently at the Minister of Appointments and said, "As the Minister of Rites, you don't know what to do when something happens in the palace."
Minister Yuchi only spoke his opinion, and it was a capital offense. What do you think your punishment should be? Instantly,
the faces of the ministers who had just jumped up changed slightly. The Minister of Rites' face was as pale as paper. Seeing this, Li Shaogong hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this matter concerns the dignity of the Emperor. Therefore, I feel that this matter should be investigated thoroughly. It should be handed over to the Supreme Court to investigate."
Seeing this, Li Shimin nodded. "My dear Minister, you are right. However, I saw what happened last night with my own eyes. Nothing happened in the palace. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being."
"What? Your Majesty saw it with his own eyes? Then, what the hell is going on?" Hearing this, Wei Zhang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, may I ask what exactly happened in the palace last night?
I want to give an explanation to the people of Chang'an. Last night, everyone in Chang'an heard that sound."
"If Your Majesty,
Last night, I was doing divination with Minister Yuan Tiangang in the palace. By chance, we talked about repairing the east and west markets. While chatting, my interest was piqued and I made some lime powder. Then it caused such a noise."
Yuan Tiangang?
Lime powder? What did this mean? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded.
Only Wei Zhang and a few others remembered what happened on the mountain when they heard the emperor mention lime powder.
Zhang Feng used this thing to fry fish.
And the noise caused by that. But at this moment,
Wei Zhang's expression suddenly became strange.
This was definitely not the sound of frying fish with lime powder. That thing was not so loud, unless it was a cannon.
Did Feng Ziba make that thing?
Apart from Wei Zhang, Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Yu Qigong, and others all remembered this idea. They couldn't help showing a touch of excitement in their eyes at this time. After all, what they wanted to discuss today was the matter of the crown prince guarding the border. At this time, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter ends here. If you have any questions after the court, you can ask Prime Minister Wei. Prime Minister Wei knows what is going on."
The war in Chotzi has been going on for some time. Minister Yuchi, let's talk about the war in Chotzi.
Li Shimin saw the opportunity and pushed the problem to Wei Zhang. After all, Wei Zhang also knew about this matter. At this time, what they needed to deal with was the crown prince guarding the border. Although he had this cannon and had seen the power of the cannon, Li Shimin was still a little worried.
Chapter 1665.
In this regard, Li Shimin didn't dare to make any assertions. After all, once something happened, it would be a big deal. The crown prince's matter was of great importance. He also knew that if the crown prince wanted to go to the border, someone in the imperial court would definitely stop him. At this time, even he himself was a little hesitant, so he wanted to see what the ministers thought. At this time, Yu Qigong also told him about the matter of Chotzi and Longyu Road. Almost all of them were about the lack of clothes, food, or armaments. However, he didn't mention a single word about the new weapons. Once this matter was mentioned, not to mention whether these people understood it or not, these people would definitely impeach this and that because of the money, materials, and manpower used to make these weapons. Li Shimin didn't want to hear this voice, either. After all, it was the emperor himself who ordered to supervise this matter. Li Shimin actually knew what Yu Qigong was going to say last night. Hearing this, he pretended to be thinking about it and said, "Dear ministers, the matter of Chotzi City is related to the safety of the west gate of the Tang dynasty. At this time, you also know what's going on in the imperial court. Which minister can solve the problem of armaments?" In an instant, the lively discussion that had just been going on disappeared in an instant. At this time, because of the appearance of reward the good and punish the evil, almost all the affairs in the imperial court were clear. They even knew what was in the treasury of Chang'an City. Therefore, at this moment, the emperor's words made this group of people, who only knew how to talk, shut up in an instant. Li Shimin ignored them and asked,
Beloved official Yuchi, have you distributed the cotton-padded clothes required for military use this year? Hearing this, Yuchi Gong sighed and said, Your Majesty, I've talked with the 2 ministers of the Ministry of Works, Duji, and got the answer. It will take another month to get 50,000 thick cotton clothes. However, winter has just arrived, so things will be slightly better in Chotzi. However, Liangzhou, Guangzhou, Shazhou, and other places are located at the foot of Mount Qilian. Right now, snow is already swirling in these places, and the temperature is plummeting. If it hasn't been through winter, I'm afraid that unforeseen events will happen. Moreover, these prefectures are located at the rear of Chotzi City. If the rear is unstable, it will only cause the soldiers at the front line to panic. Li Shimon's expression sank as he asked, Why didn't you report this earlier? Didn't we remember that this matter was reported in June? Why is it still like this when winter is about to enter the 12th lunar month? Du Ji, Ministry of War, Ministry of Works, can you give me an explanation? The minister's expressions changed when they heard this, and they hurriedly explained. But it was only in June and July when there was a locust plague, so they didn't have the time to deal with it. When the matter was over, all the mulberry trees had been eaten clean. When the mulberry trees died, there was naturally no food for the silkworms. Most of them died as well. No matter how powerful the Ministry of Works was, there was nothing they could do. But the emperor had been busy with other things and didn't have time to deal with this matter, so it was delayed until now. At this time, the more Li Shimon listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. After all, he did receive such a report in the past, but because of other things, he really forgot about it. The more he listened to these people, the angrier Li Shimon became. Enough! We didn't come here to listen to your complaints. Give us a solution in 3 days. We'll leave this matter to Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji was a little speechless, but he still obeyed the order. Li Shimon knew that he would naturally have a solution. After this matter was settled, Li Shimon said again, Today, I want to put the matter of the military supplies aside for the time being. Let's talk about the matter of Chotzi first. Shang Province, Feng Province, and Tuli Khan, you all know about it, right? Then we won't say much. You've all seen this war. Right now, even Longyu Province and Chotzi Province are in dire straits, let alone Feng Province and Shang Province. This is a matter of wealth. Thus, we have decided to send the Crown Prince to Chotzi to guard the border. On the one hand, we will stabilize the morale of the army, and on the other, we will investigate how serious this matter is. What do you all think? Li Shimon's words immediately caused an uproar among the officials. They had heard about the Crown Prince's decision to guard the border before, but after what had happened some time ago and Tuli's sudden actions, they all believed that the emperor would not let the Crown Prince guard the border. After all, although guarding the border at this time would temporarily prevent riots due to the lack of food and supplies for the winter, it would definitely cause a sensation, especially when the Indian and Turkic armies joined forces. At this time, the morale of the army was slack, and the Crown Prince's sudden appearance was bound to make the war at the border extremely difficult to resolve. To go at this time, it simply didn't make sense. Instantly, all of the civil officials once again erupted with cries of protest and opposition. Your Majesty, you absolutely can't do this, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, although the Crown Prince guarding the border can raise morale, if he goes now, not only will it not raise morale, it will also cause the entire Tang dynasty to fall into a passive position, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Chapter 1666. At this moment, along with the voices of opposition and discussion, there were rising voices. Even the military, Yu Qigong, and the others began to advise against it. After all, the Crown Prince guarding the border was a major matter. Once the Turks received the news, the difficulty of this campaign would increase by several times. This was absolutely not beneficial to the already complicated war situation at the border. On the contrary, it would lead to an even greater crisis, and it might even destabilize the situation at the border. What would the court officials think? At this moment, Li Shimon was also in a difficult position. He had originally thought that the Crown Prince's decision to guard the border was a little hasty. But after seeing the armor last night, Li Shimon felt that it was feasible. But after seeing the cannon last night, he completely hesitated. Although the cannon was very powerful, was it really suitable for the Crown Prince? Hearing the opposition of almost all the officials, Li Shimon couldn't help but ask, Crown Prince, what do you think about this? Li Chengqian actually had something to say, but he knew that he couldn't say it too early or too late.
Hearing Li Shimen's words, he said, "Your Majesty."
"Sirs, you are right. This matter is indeed lacking in consideration.
However, this son believes that if we go to the border, putting aside the war, even if this son is unable to resolve the crisis in the north, it is enough to stabilize the current situation in Longyu Dao."
Hearing this, Li Shimen's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration.
Just the aura he had just displayed, as well as the calmness and composure, made Li Shimen's eyes light up. Even many of the officials in the hall were somewhat surprised.
They gradually quieted down, wanting to hear what Li Chengqian's plan was.
Li Shimen waved his hand and asked, "At this time, all the soldiers and garrisons in Longyu Circuit lack winter clothes. Even if you are the crown prince, if you don't have something to help them survive this winter, will they trust you?"
Li Chengqian bowed and calmly replied, "Imperial Father, although this son cannot solve the problem of the cold, this son's trip will mean the attention of the court, as well as Imperial Father's love. This is extremely important to the people's hearts." "This is possible?" Instantly, all the ministers were dumbfounded. They didn't even dare to think about such a thing. After all, if that was really the case, wouldn't it mean that the crown prince's trip this time would only be beneficial and not detrimental? Could it also give the soldiers who couldn't get winter clothes a sense of belonging, stabilize the morale of the army, and win the war? Although many officials had received the news that the emperor wanted the crown prince to guard the borders, the premise was that Xiangzhou and Fengzhou were safe. However, not only did something happen in Feng province and Shang province, but the sudden change in the weather also exposed the lack of food and clothing in the army. Otherwise, how could the ministers be at ease? This was the crown prince, the hope of the Tang dynasty.
Once the news of the crown prince guarding the border and the Tang dynasty's army reached the ears of the Turks, then, as a result, this war would only break out more fiercely.
And if the Turks really captured the crown prince, what would the result be?
At this time, seeing the officials like this, Li Chengqian was instead calm and composed as he said, "I know what all of you are thinking about, but if there is someone who can finalize the winter supplies in the army in a short period of time, then what harm is there in not going?"
Instantly, everyone was speechless. Who dared to make a guarantee about this? At this time, the crown prince actually talked about such a thing. This, in an instant, everyone shut their mouths. Seeing this, Li Shimen couldn't help but sigh and say, "The crown prince is right. The biggest crisis at this time is the winter supplies. Dear ministers, who has a solution?" Silence. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Everyone consciously shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say a word. Li Shimen instantly felt a little suffocated in his heart. All the ministers and generals in the court, so many people, didn't even have a solution. This, alas. Li Shimen sighed deeply and said, "I was also worried about the crown prince guarding the border, but I didn't know the situation in Longyu had become like this. Last night, I received an urgent message from Longyu, saying that countless soldiers of the Tang dynasty are suffering from the cold in Guangzhou, Shazhou and other places. Ministry of Works, Duji, and the Land Administration, I order you to come up with a solution in 3 days. No mistakes." At this time, the Land Administration, Duji, and the Minister of the Ministry of Works suddenly changed their faces. It turned the color of pig liver. But what could they do? At this time, the only things that could make winter clothes were nothing more than paper, mulberry, and hemp. But even if they had the raw materials now, it would take a lot of them. Moreover, the journey was long. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to make it. Li Shimen also knew about this, but what could he do? If they didn't make it now, it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, if they really did it, it would be a big deal. How could they make it? At this time, they couldn't help but ask for help. After hesitating for a while, Yuqigong said, "Your Majesty, I may have a solution in a short time." Chapter 1667. Do you really have a way? Li Shimen was shocked. He didn't think highly of this matter. After all, no one other than Feng Zi could produce so many armaments in such a short period of time. When Yuqigong heard Li Shimen's question, he said with certainty, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that this water wheel has a great use?" With that said, Li Shimen was instantly enlightened. He also remembered that Zhang Feng had said that this water wheel wasn't just used for the phosphate fertilizer factory. More importantly, it had to be used in other areas. For example, It could allow hundreds of weaving machines to work at the same time. This seemed a little ridiculous, but the appearance of the phosphate fertilizer factory gave Li Shimin hope. When the people of the three tribes saw that Yu Qigong had taken the initiative to take on this huge burden, they couldn't help but be secretly delighted. At this moment, Li Shimin said calmly, "Then, I'll leave this matter to you and the three tribes. You must confirm the armaments of Long Yu before the end of the year. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely." "Your Majesty, we obey." Without waiting for Yu Qigong to agree, the people of the three tribes hurriedly agreed. Now that Yu Qigong was taking on the burden, they couldn't wait for it to happen. After that, when they discussed the phosphate fertilizer factory again, there was almost nothing to say. No one dared to say that the crown prince shouldn't go to the border anymore. It was fine if he didn't go, but he had to offer something, right? At the very least, he had to stabilize the morale of the army. Finalize it, right? But who among these people could handle it? Who had the ability to do so? No one. This was a matter of whether hundreds of thousands of soldiers could survive the winter. Who would be so stupid as to block it? Naturally, everyone agreed with the crown prince's decision to go to the border. After all, with Niu Jinda's personal protection and the crown prince's performance in Chang'an City, this matter was almost set in stone. In addition, at this time, the phosphate fertilizer plant had officially started operations. This might be related to whether they could make a lot of money in the next year. Moreover, the phosphate fertilizer had been handed over to a few students from White Deer College. The Ministry of Works was in charge of it, but Li Xiaogong was in charge of it. Although they didn't know who came up with this idea, this matter was beneficial to them and had no disadvantages. Today's morning court session lasted for a full 3 hours before it finally ended. The Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Works, and the Minister of Duji had been waiting outside for a long time as soon as the imperial court ended. As soon as Yu Qigong came out, the three of them hurried over to greet him. "Lord Yuqi."
"Lord Yuqi, wait." Originally, Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, Wei Zhang, and the others had been a bit puzzled by the muffled thunder in the palace last night and the emperor's vague attitude today. They had prepared to go to the emperor's place after morning court ended, but as soon as they left, they ran into these three. Yu Qigong stopped in his tracks in surprise. A few of them hurriedly came forward and lit a cigarette for each of them. Only then did they say with a smile, "Lord Yuqi, I can't thank you enough for today's matter. Now that this matter is over, how about we invite all of you out for a drink?" Yu Qigong and the others knew about this matter, but the three of them didn't. They knew the whole story. Yu Qigong, Wei Zhang, and the others smiled and then waved their hands. "Forget about the drink. It won't be too late to talk about it after this matter is over, but since the three of you are so kind, why don't you go, old man Yuqi?" Chang Yaojin took the opportunity to fan the flames. Although this matter wasn't a big deal to them, for the three of them, it was a matter that could cost them their lives. Moreover, it was a good thing to have the three ministries owe them a favor. At the very least, they would have to trouble them for many things in the future. For example, the Minister of Agriculture. And Duji. Yu Qigong also understood Chang Yaojin's words. He smiled and cupped his fists. "Everyone, I still have important matters to attend to. This matter is quite complicated. Let's not drink today. I have to quickly investigate this year's mulberry and hemp." When the three of them heard this, they knew the importance of this matter. They hurriedly cupped their fists and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Yuqi. We also have to go back and check the situation of the treasury." After saying that, Yu Qigong and the others hurriedly left. After walking out of the Red Phoenix sect, they turned a corner and entered the East Palace through the Yanxi Gate. However, they didn't expect that the Emperor and the Crown Prince were sitting in the East Palace, waiting. When the three of them entered the East Palace, they invited little Gizi over. As soon as they entered, they saw a huge thing covered with red silk placed in the center of the East Palace's main hall. Li Shimin also went straight to the point. "Dear ministers, I know you all want to know what happened in the palace last night. Today, I will tell you that last night, the retired emperor blew up the Yongxin Palace Hall. In an instant, the few of them were completely stirred up. After all, this was a big matter. And the retired emperor actually blew up the Yongxin Palace Hall. What was going on? And he used the word blow up. Could it be? You guessed right. This thing is the divine weapon that Fengzi tinkered with, the cannon.
Chapter 1668. At this time, when they heard this, they were completely dumbfounded. They knew about the cannon, but now they saw it was real. Didn't that mean? Furthermore, the sound of the cannon blast was enough to blow up the entire Yongxin Palace Hall. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew that the entire Yongxin Palace Hall must have been destroyed. Was this really the cannon that Zhang Feng said? They had heard Zhang Feng talk about this thing before, but now, the key was that it seemed a little too incredible. If one cannon was so powerful, did it mean that the 10 cannons Zhang Feng prepared this time were enough to pacify the more than 300,000 allied troops? Therefore, at this time, the few of them were staring at the thing wrapped in red cloth with burning eyes. Li Shimin didn't want to talk in riddles anymore. He waved his hand and personally lifted the red cloth. In an instant, a steel cannon appeared in the East Palace, and it was facing the gate. It looked quite strange and solemn. The cannon was not very complicated. It was an iron pipe about 10 feet long and slightly bigger than a wash basin. There were 2 big iron wheels under it, and 4 big iron balls in front and back supported the cannon. At this time, Li Qianxian introduced the use of each part of the cannon, and then said, "Your Excellency, what do you think of this thing?" "What do you think? What do you think of this thing?" Was there a need to ask? It was simply beyond their imagination. Wei Zhang said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, this thing is good, but when the Crown Prince leaves, won't it be too conspicuous if he takes it with him? And it will definitely attract the covetous eyes of many people. It will do no good to the war in Qiuzi." "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wei is right. I think we should discuss this matter separately. After all, if this thing is leaked out, it will be disadvantageous to the war in the Tang dynasty. If the 300,000 allied troops attack together, Qiuzi will be in danger instantly. Moreover, the road in Longyu is long and narrow. People from the Turks often come to sell their sheepskin or goods. It's easy to hide spies among them. We can't do this. If something happens, we can't guard against it. Once they send a small group of elites to rob these armaments, the consequences..." "Your Majesty." Wei Zhang bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider this matter." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "I've already thought about this. Those armaments are probably about to reach Liangzhou." "Liangzhou? What's going on?" Li Chengqian said, "Your Excellencies, when Fengzi bought the long and narrow road from Lantian County to Shao Mountain, we didn't know what he was thinking at that time. Although there were many good fields on both sides of the only road from Shao Mountain to Lantian County, they were all dry land and useless to buy. However, a few days ago, Fengzi used this place and the foreign merchants at the foot of Shao Mountain to secretly transport something out. These people didn't even know what it was." Hiss! Not only Wei Zhang, but also Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were shocked. "Your Highness, do you mean that the cannon has been transported out of Chang'an?" Li Chengqian nodded and said, "Yes. Moreover, it was Arkanon who persuaded a few merchants who had been in close contact with Shaoshan and the Chang'an tobacco factory to give me these things. Therefore, even if some people were suspicious about this matter at this time because I was going to guard the border, they would give in. Everyone's attention won't be focused on this small caravan." Now that he put it that way, it made sense. But there was a problem. That was, what about the cannon? Although those cannons had been transported out, these people were foreigners after all. Therefore, they were the most likely people to betray them most of the time. After all, one could know a person for a long time without knowing his true intentions. If such a thing really happened, who could be sure? Li Chengqian didn't explain much. He just roughly explained the situation of the Yongxin Palace being bombed. Then Li Shimin said, "I've decided to leave this cannon in the palace in case of accidents. My dear ministers, do you have any questions?" No. How could they dare to have any objections? However, if they were to blow up the palace again, then it would be really fun. After all, this matter concerned the safety of the palace. Although he did not know whether that brat could be recreated or not, it was necessary to secretly prepare one at this time. After all, Feng Province and Shang Province were right above his head. He did not even know what the old mixed-hair Tuli was thinking. If by any chance he made a ruthless move, then this cannon could also produce unexpected results. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Shimin stood up with a smile and said, "This time, Fengzi can be considered to have created a great merit for our Tang Empire. Once we have this thing, Yuqi, do you have the confidence to fight your way to the grasslands?" Chapter 1669. Li Shimin did not dare to forget about attacking the Turks for even a moment. Therefore, after Zhang Feng made these divine weapons this time, Li Shimin's ambition grew. This was actually not much of an ambition. After all, with the Wei River Alliance and the Turks' plundering of the Tang dynasty for a long time, not to mention Li Shimin, every Tang wanted to slaughter these damn barbarians with their own hands. However, these barbarians came and went without a trace. The terrain of the grassland was extremely complicated. Anyone who went there would be trapped in the grassland to death. This was what Li Shimin had always wanted to do but did not dare to do. After that, he encountered Zhang Feng's obstruction. The appearance of food gave him hope, but he could not wait any longer. After all, Tuli and Shelly were attacking from the north and south at the same time. At this time, he still did not know their purpose. If he did not act, how could he let the people and soldiers of the Tang dynasty be at ease? How could he let Li Shimin be at ease? However, the problem was that although there were divine weapons now, could they really break into the Turks? They did not doubt the ability of these weapons, but because of the number of people and the problems in the army at this time. However, Li Shimin did not give them a chance to explain. He waved his hand and suppressed the words that they wanted to say. Then he said, "I know what you are thinking. You just want to persuade me to wait until after the spring harvest to talk about this. I'm just talking about this. When the time comes, it will be best if we can defeat or destroy them and break into the Turks at the same time. But, if we can't, then forget it." Hearing this, Yu Qigong and others breathed a deep sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Chengqian hurriedly said, "Father, there is one thing that I don't understand about Xianxia this time." "Go ahead." Seeing Li Shimin agree, Li Chengqian said, "Father, at this time, there are military issues in Liangzhou, Guangzhou, Shazhou, and other places, but there is no news about Xianxia. Is this because it is not cold for the time being? Or is it because the news there is blocked at this time and there is no report?" Speaking of which, Li Shimin couldn't help but look at Chang Yaojin. Regarding this matter, Chang Yaojin, who was in charge of the Longyu garrison, should have the most right to speak. However, Chang Yaojin acted as if he didn't know about this matter. He evaded the topic and said, "Your Majesty, this subject doesn't know about this matter for the time being. Xianxia is located in an important trade area between the Tang dynasty and the western regions. This subject believes that there should be a large number of merchants' winter reserves there. Therefore, there shouldn't be a problem for the time being." As he spoke, Chang Yaojin hurriedly gave Yu Qigong a look. Yu Qigong was a little speechless, but he still said, "Your Majesty, I think so too." At this moment, Li Chengqian said, "Since that's the case, I have no more questions." "Then go and prepare," Li Shimin said and left the East Palace in a hurry. After Li Shimin left, several old generals, Wei Zhang, and the others also left in a hurry. Although the matter of the crown prince guarding the border had been settled, they still needed to arrange how many soldiers to send, how many guards to send, and so on. Li Chengqian also had a lot of heavy work to do. For example, he needed to go to the ancestral temple to pay respects and bid farewell to the retired emperor and the empress. This delay took a total of 6 hours. After Li Chengqian arrived with a dozen large chests and a group of palace maids and guards, Li Chengqian had finished his preparations. Li Shimin personally read the declaration of war, and only then did Li Chengqian leave in a hurry. That scene seemed to want the entire Chang'an city to know. At this time, Chang'an city was already full of people. At this time, the people had already recovered from the joy of the phosphate fertilizer, and only then did they know about the war in Xianxia. Although taxes and other things would increase once a war broke out, because of the previous example of the Wei River Alliance, not only did the people not object, but almost all of them came to see the crown prince off when they heard that he was guarding the border. However, there was only one person who was basking in the sun and drinking wine on the small balcony of White Deer College. Wasn't he carefree and unfettered? Who else could it be other than Zhang Feng? Last night, Zhang Feng had not slept since the explosion of the cannon. He had been waiting for news of the mansion soldiers coming to his doorstep. At daybreak, the government soldiers still didn't come. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He directly hired a sedan chair and wandered around Chang'an city. He even went to Niu Pai Huang's rubber factory for 2 hours. Although the rubber factory had moved to the mountains, the rubber workshop in Tonghui Fang still existed. Now, not only were they making rugby balls and basketballs,
But they were also making compact rubber products, such as rubber pipes, which ranged from the size of chopsticks to the size of a wash basin.
To put it bluntly,
this was his ancestral skill of making cowhide, and he couldn't bear to pass it on to outsiders. In addition, Zhang Feng had taught him some skills of making rubber, so he didn't dare to easily pass it on to outsiders. Although he was in charge of the rubber factory on the mountain, his disciples and his wife were all competent, so he had more time to come here and study this thing.
What was this? This was all money. And most importantly,
in Chang'an City, his wife and children were now on the mountain, and even his children had entered the academy because of Zhang Feng. Now that he had money, if he didn't drink and drink, wouldn't he feel sorry for himself?
Chapter 1670.
Zhang Feng also came to his senses after being reminded by Niu Pai Huang. He repeatedly claimed that Niu Pai Huang had inherited the old ancestors' teachings. Perhaps this was the laziness of the people in Guangzhou. Once they had money, their pockets would swell. They would be able to walk their dogs, play with birds, and drink with girls. Moreover, there were basketball, rugby, and even poker cards that Zhang Feng had created. With so many entertainment activities, how could the people of Chang'an let go of them during the autumn planting period? Not to mention Niu Pai Huang. Just as Zhang Feng's imagination was running wild, wondering when he would be able to be like them and truly let go of everything and wander around without any restraints, a voice suddenly rang out. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao, who were sitting at the side and chatting idly, seemed to be attracted by something. They looked downstairs not far away. At this moment, a shout came from downstairs. "Madams, Old Wei and the others are here. They say they want to visit Old Master." As they spoke, they saw Wei Zhang and the other four slowly walking over from the water wheel in the middle of the villa area not far away. The two women looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. Didn't he just come back? Why did he come back as soon as he stepped foot in? What was going on? But at this time, it was useless to think about it. The two women could only shake Zhang Feng awake and ask Xiao Chui'er to invite the others up. Then they left. As soon as they came up, they saw Zhang Feng in a daze. They were instantly angry and amused. "I say, you ran really fast. Last night, you were still in the courtyard. Why did you come back to the mountain in the blink of an eye?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "How can I not run? You all know what happened last night, right? If I don't run, am I going to wait for Li Gan to trap me and send me to jail?" They looked at Zhang Feng speechlessly. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and interrupted Zhang Feng with a smile. "You worry too much about this matter. If it was really a big mess, the emperor would have already issued an edict. But after all, this concerns the reputation of the imperial family. Under normal circumstances, the emperor would not intervene. But I heard that the retired emperor blew up his own Yangxin Palace Hall last night." When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "You said that the retired emperor blew up his own house last night?" Fang Xianling nodded gloomily and said, "Isn't that so? Today, I heard that during the court session, some ministers asked about this matter, but His Majesty covered it up and buried it. I also heard that His Majesty is preparing to leave a cannon in the palace." At first, Zhang Feng was very happy to hear that. It was good that he could block it. But the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why would he leave such a thing in the palace? Although the emperor did this for the sake of the safety of the palace, it was not safe for him to leave such a thing. What if some idiot decided to fire such a cannon at some time? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Nothing happened in the palace last night, right? To be precise, no one died, right?" As long as no one died, then it was not a big problem. But once someone died, it would be a big problem. Although the emperor had suppressed this matter, it still had to be solved. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt that there was a secret behind this matter. Especially after seeing Fang Xuanling's expression, Zhang Feng sat up from the recliner and asked, "Old Fang, what's the matter? Tell me." Fang Xuanling's expression was not good, which made Zhang Feng's heart tighten. If something happened to the retired emperor, it would not be so bad. After all, this fool played with the cannon himself. But Zhang Feng was not sure. If this iron fool lit the cannon and stood at the muzzle, then... This was what Zhang Feng was most worried about. Fang Xianling stammered for a long time before he said, "The retired emperor's 3 concubines are gone, but the rest are fine." Hearing this,
Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the retired emperor was fine, it was not a big problem. Is the retired emperor okay? He's fine. Seeing this, Zhang Feng lay down, lit a cigarette, and stretched lazily, as if he was ready to go back to sleep. They looked at him and said, Fengzi, now, what do you think about the matter in the north? Zhang Feng knew that these people must have come for something, and it must be something big. Sure enough, this thing came. Zhang Feng did not know about the war in the north. However, it was known from history that it was precisely because of this fuse that Li Shimin had the intention to kill, thus starting a war that lasted for several years. As for Xianxia, as the most marginalized place in the Tang dynasty, it also suffered from war all year round. But most importantly, Zhang Feng dared to guarantee that this war in Xianxia had never happened in history. But history did record that in the winter of the second year of Zhenguan, the Turks robbed Longyu, and the Tang army went out to fight, but they were defeated. There were only 25 words. So Zhang Feng did not know whether this was true or not. Therefore, Zhang Feng was more concerned about Xianxia than Fengzhou and Shengzhou. At this time, he saw that these people were still asking about this matter. Zhang Feng was also interested and said, It's time to educate you people about the meaning of the national war. Chapter 1671. War of Nations. This was a new term. However, for Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, this was equivalent to opening a new door for them. Cheng Chimo and the others originally wanted to come, but because of this matter, Wei Zhang and the others instructed them to send Li Chengqian off. After all, the lack of winter clothes in the army was only known to the officials and a few people in the imperial court. Once this matter was spread out, how could they not know how big of an uproar it would cause? Moreover, these people were famous for their big mouths. Who would dare to tell them such an important matter? The reason why Zhang Xian had come to look for Zhang Feng today was to ask Zhang Feng if there was a way to resolve the matter. After all, previously, Zhang Feng said that he had a way to make more than 100 textile machines automatically weave cloth. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng seemed to be interested, they hurriedly sat up straight and asked, Fengzi, what is this War of Nations? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Before asking this, I have to ask if you still remember the National Tussa? National Tussa. How could they not know about this? They couldn't help but nod and say, We remember. Zhang Feng heard and said, Since you know about the National Tussa is the rivers and mountains of the country, which is also the fate of the country. And this War of Nations, as the name suggests, is a war between two countries. At this time, Shelley and Tuli launched an invasion at the same time. In fact, one of them is real and the other is just a test. At the beginning, when we were at the foot of the mountain, I told Lao Li that Tuli was going to the south. At this time, he chose this place to test us and ask for some money, food, and war horses from the Tang dynasty. After all, we made him anxious with a knife last time. At this time, the internal war of the Turks broke out. Plus, at this time, the Turks and the Indian army. Didn't you think of anything else? Zhang Feng thought that they would be able to respond, but when he finished speaking, he saw that they were all smoking and staring at him. He couldn't help but sigh. He said, The Turks have the most frequent contact with our Han people. But if you check the history, when did the Turks ever fight together with others? Never. When Zhang Feng said that, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but gasp. Fengzi, it really is as you said. The Turks have never worked with anyone, but that doesn't mean anything. Wei Zhang could not help but frown, but he had a different explanation. Old Chen, the two of you should calm down. Fengzi is right. These 2 years, I've been paying more attention to the affairs of the Turks. The Turks are arrogant and eccentric, and they disdain fighting with others. They believe in the heavenly wolf. As for wolves, they are extremely unruly. Have you ever seen a pack of wolves hunting with a tiger? After asking this question, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were even more confused. You mean to say that the Turkic Khaganate and Indian alliance at this time means that he has a bigger plan? But in the next moment, Wei Zhang refuted Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong's words. He said, I think that they have reached a point where they can't do anything without external help. After all, as Fengzi said last time, we got a lot of cattle, sheep, and horses from the Turks. I even heard that most of the Turks don't have any cattle or sheep. They even exchanged their war horses for food. So, Fengzi is saying that the Turks and the Indians are working together to divert the crisis on their side? Zhang Feng pointed at Wei Zhang and praised. Look at old Wei. It's good to read a lot. Look at him, he can understand this point easily. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's faces darkened when they heard that. They felt that he was laughing at them for being illiterate. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly said, well, what I mean is, well, the Turks are doing this because they haven't completely solved their food shortage, and they don't have enough warhorses. However, they are jealous of the things that the Tang dynasty has now. Seeing that winter is coming, they have no choice but to start this war. And their purpose this time is not just to plunder. They want to go straight to the root of the problem. That is, their purpose is the vast Tang dynasty. What? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Tuli from the north is playing for real this time? At this time, the crown prince was guarding the border. Didn't it mean that the danger would be doubled? At the thought of this, their expressions changed abruptly. Fengzi, is what you said true? Zhang Feng nodded and said, how can it be false? Not only that, but Tu Fan, Tu Yu, and Hun Gao will also be implicated because of this matter. Therefore, the current war in the north does not depend on when he will attack, but on when the heavens will allow him to attack. If the heavens are on his side, Tuli in the north will only return empty-handed this time. However, this also depends on the crown prince's situation at the border. Chapter 1672. Look at the situation of the crown prince guarding the border? How could they look at it? At this time, their expressions changed again. Even Wei Zhang was ready to go down the mountain immediately to stop the crown prince from guarding the border. Zhang Feng didn't know what was wrong with Wei Zhang. He hurriedly said, Old Wei, what are you going to do? I'm going to stop the crown prince from guarding the border. At this time, the crown prince is taking the important military equipment of the Tang dynasty to Chotzi. If there is an accident on the way, won't there be a big problem? No. Sit down. Don't be impatient. Zhang Feng hurriedly pressed Wei Zhang down and said, Old Wei, this is a matter of the imperial court. What are you anxious about? Wei Zhang was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was careless. Feng Xianling hurriedly said, well, Old Wei is not worried about that. He is worried about the military equipment and cannons that the crown prince is personally escorting, as well as Lao Li's son. If these cannons fall into the hands of the Turks, then it will be dangerous. Zhang Feng waved his hand carelessly and said with a smile, do you think I'm stupid? I'll install the whole thing and then send it over? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but pat Zhang Feng on the shoulder. In an instant, Zhang Feng's face suddenly turned pale. In this short moment, the house was almost destroyed. Cheng Yaojin was so scared that he hurriedly put Zhang Feng on the rocking chair, patted his chest, and slit his neck. He couldn't wait to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Wei Zhang glared at Cheng Yaojin angrily. He was about to go forward and argue with him when Zhang Feng finally calmed down. After a violent cough, many people finally woke up. They asked in confusion, what happened just now? Why do I suddenly feel like the sky is falling? When they heard this, they didn't know what to say. They could only laugh it off and avoid this matter. Then, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly asked, Fengzi, at this time, if you don't let me go and save people, you should at least tell me your plan, right? We're old brothers, what's so hard to say? Don't you think you're asking for a beating? Zhang Feng rubbed his aching shoulder. It took him a long time to recover. He stared at Cheng Yaojin suspiciously. He seriously suspected that he had been plotted against by this person, but Zhang Feng had no evidence. In addition, Cheng Yaojin was thick-skinned. At this moment, his face was not red nor was he panting. Zhang Feng could do nothing about it. He could only say, although those things were given to the merchants of the western regions to transport, I have already secretly placed them in the official salt team. Moreover, I have taken these things apart. Other than Li Gan, no one else knows how to assemble them. Otherwise, why would I let Li Gan go? This time, Li Gan went to Chotzi for two reasons. On the one hand, he wanted to train. On the other hand, the most important thing was to show off our firearms and military command ability. This was something I fought hard for. This time the crown prince went. This is also a good thing. After all, with a big head like him, no one will notice Li Gan. This way, it will be much easier to do things. If only that was the case. The key was that everyone here knew that the crown prince was Li Gan, and Li Gan was the crown prince. At this moment, Zhang Feng's words meant that there were interceptions along the way. Wei Zheng's face suddenly darkened. Feng Zi, this is a serious matter. It is not something that only Li Gan can deal with. From what I heard, you mean that the crown prince's journey to the border is not peaceful? Zhang Feng nodded. Of course. Who is the crown prince? He is the future of the Tang dynasty. Whoever can get his hands on him will practically own the west gate of the Tang dynasty. Hearing this, everyone's face suddenly changed. Well, tell us, do you have any ideas? The crown prince. Once he and those cannons fall into the hands of the Turks, then how can the Tang dynasty be safe? Feng Zi, say something. Stop arguing. Let's see what Feng Zi has to say. Zhang Sun Wuji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said loudly. After calming everyone down, he said, Feng Zi, this is a serious matter. If you have any plans, why don't you tell us? Zhang Feng shrugged and said, I really don't have any good ideas. This matter will depend on how Li Gan, the crown prince, and Niu Jijia handle it. I have already asked Tai Niu and the others to tell Niu Jijia about this matter. As for what happened on the road, it is actually a kind of trial. It will be of great help to the crown prince and Li Gan. Don't worry about it blindly. Instead of worrying about it blindly, why don't you think about how to deal with the Turks in the north, or think about what to eat to be safe later? After hearing Zhang Feng's words, although they were still a little worried, after all, this matter was of great importance. But seeing that Zhang Feng seemed to have prepared for it, if they said too much at this time, they would only expose their identities. They discussed. Then, they temporarily suppressed all the thoughts in their hearts. After all, the 5,000 elites accompanying them and Niu Jinda were not to be trifled with. With so many people, unless the Turks came with several times more people, it was really impossible for them to stop the crown prince and the others. It was more reasonable. Among the things they brought, there was the indestructible long hair and the powerful crossbow that could be fired instantly. Once these things were used, although there was a risk of being exposed, the crown prince's safety was assured. Chapter 1673. And at this time, the armaments and other important things had been sent out in batches. It was too late to recall them now. And Chotzi City couldn't wait that long. At this time, although everyone was still worried, they could only observe quietly. After all, they knew Niu Jinda's ability. And these 5,000 elites were all wearing special bulletproof vests. As long as these people were there, the crown prince's comfort would not be a problem. Moreover, this was the Long Yu Dao of the Tang dynasty. Once the Turks entered the Tang dynasty, he would immediately send the message to all provinces and prefectures. In this case, what's wrong with the crown prince's comfort? Although they didn't know Zhang Feng had dismantled those armaments, if Zhang Feng said it was fine, then it should be fine. By the way, Old Wei, you just said Feng province. What's the situation in Feng province and Shang province now? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Wei Zhang took a deep breath and said, At this time, the weather in Feng province and Shang province is really cold as you said. And I heard from Lord Zhang's son that Master Yuan Tiangang did divination in person, and it was confirmed that there will be snow in Feng province and Shang province soon. Perhaps, this snow is the reason for their retreat? Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. Yuan Tiangang. This awesome person in the Tang dynasty was really awesome. Zhang Feng remembered that the legendary pushback diagram was a book that was banned from being circulated to foreign countries until he transmigrated in the future. And before his time travel, Zhang Feng remembered that this book was called a divine book in the Chinese department. It was not because of how gorgeous his writing was or how awesome his drawing was, but because of the things predicted in the pushback diagram. Of these matters, less than 7 had been analyzed. However, these 7 people had already been clearly arranged. What did this mean? This was a divine book that spanned thousands of years. This was the first year of the Tang dynasty. Not only did Yuan Tiangang predict Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, but he also predicted Yang Guifei's rebellion and Ma Weipa's death. Just this alone was enough to shake the entire world, not to mention those unknown things. Previously, Zhang Feng had really forgotten about this person. However, after hearing Wei Zheng's words, the pushback painting and Li Chunfeng instantly occupied his mind. He hurriedly hooked his arm around Wei Zheng's neck and asked, Old Wei, I have a favor to ask. When can you arrange for me to meet Master Yuan? Wei Zheng felt a little strange. However, he was also looking forward to the meeting between the two. One was the most famous master of strange arts in the Tang dynasty, and the other was the most famous swindler in the Tang dynasty. What kind of sparks would erupt when these two people interacted? Although Wei Zheng was looking forward to it. However, this was not the time to talk about this. He said, if there is a chance in the future, I will tell the Lord Zhang's son about this. As for whether Master Yuan will meet you or not, it's hard to say. Seeing that there was hope, Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, tell me, how did Master Yuan predict it? Zhang Feng was more curious. Although he knew that people in ancient times could predict the future from the orbits of the stars and some natural means, he still wanted to know what method Master Yuan used. Wei Zheng said, I have heard about this, and Master Yuan is best at finding incense and asking for directions. As for what method he used, I don't know. If you want to know, you will know when you meet Master Yuan. However, there is one thing I am sure of. Master Yuan also predicted that this time, the Turks in the north will definitely retreat because of this wind and snow. However, today, the Lord Zhang's son came to us and told us a secret. Maybe the retreat mentioned by Master Yuan is not because of the snow, but because of the cold. At present, His Majesty has received a total of reports from Longyu, Yuzhou, and other stations. They are all about the issue of materials for the winter. I think this is not only a problem of the Tang dynasty, but also the key reason why Tuli appeared in Shang and Feng provinces at this time. This time, the purpose of our visit is to ask you about the war against Chotzi and Tuli in Feng province. Also, the issue of the military equipment. At this time, almost all of Liangzhou, Shazhou, Ganzhou, and other places have started to snow. However, almost all of our military equipment is from last year, as well as the equipment from summer and autumn. What do you think? Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little confused. Isn't this the matter of the Ministry of Works? Didn't they prepare for it? What does this have to do with me? Zhang Feng was instantly alert. It was definitely not a good thing to talk about this at this time. As expected, Wei Zheng sighed and said, didn't we suffer from the plague of locusts this year? The leaves of the trees were all ruined. With this, all the mulberry trees are gone. Those who raise silkworms and plant hemp have almost no harvest this year. Say, even immortals can't do anything about this. I heard that His Majesty was furious in the court early this morning, but he had no choice. In the end, he ordered the Lord Zhang's son, the Ministry of Works, Duaji, and the Agriculture Temple to find a solution. Otherwise, these people will lose their heads. So, the Lord Zhang's son came to you and Laoli agreed? That's why you came to me? At last, he asked with his eyes widened in disbelief. Although these people were sly old foxes, they really couldn't refute when their purpose was directly stated at this time. At this time, they even felt a little embarrassed. However, they really could not find a second person in this matter except for Zhang Feng. Therefore at this time, Wei Zhang and Zhang's son Wuji cupped their hands and said, Feng! No way. This matter is not negotiable. Goodbye. I still have something to do. Bye. Chapter 1674. What a joke. If you were to say that there was cotton or something like that, then it would be fine. In this entire era, let alone cotton, Zhang Feng had never even seen the shadow of cotton before. During the Tang dynasty, the winter temperature was no different from that of the south in the modern era. The temperature was also warm and pleasant. Longjiudo, Tubo, Shazhou, Ganzhou, and other places were also vast oases. Only after leaving Yumen Pass would one see the boundless desert. However, this did not mean that he did not feel cold during the winter. Chang'an was not cold. However, the places where there were garrisons were almost always the most difficult places. The environment and temperature in these places were the worst. However, in this magical era, the thing to pass the winter was actually strange paper clothes. If someone told Zhang Feng in the modern era that people wore paper clothes during the winter in the Tang dynasty, Zhang Feng would not even think about it and hit that person in the face with his shoe. However, when he saw those things for real, he fell silent. In this stupid era, there were actually people who wore paper clothes. This paper was a special kind of paper. It was made from the bark of a spring tree. It was ground into cotton and then made into paper. This kind of paper was thick and could absorb heat and sweat. Most importantly, after processing, this kind of armor was made into clothing. It was really comfortable. At the very least, this thing was enough to keep one warm for a winter.
However, the problem in making this thing was that his paper-making technique was not developed. Even if he asked Zhang Feng to make this thing with his paper-making technique, he would not be able to make 100 caddies in a day.
Most importantly, this thing had to be steamed at high temperature and paste to make clothes. This paper was not thin to begin with, so it had to be pasted with 30 layers of paste. If there were too few layers, it would break after a few times. If there were too many layers, it would be cumbersome. In this way, it would take almost 3 days to make a piece of clothing. Zhang Feng did not know how many garrisons there were in Longjiudo, but he knew that there were 100,000 soldiers in Chotzi City. 100,000 soldiers. Who knew how long it would take for him to make it? Wouldn't that be asking for his life? It would be strange if he could accept this job. He wasn't stupid. But once Zhang Feng left, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Seeing Zhang Feng slip away just like that, he did not know what to say. When Zhang Feng really went downstairs and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, the few of them woke up. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng, who had disappeared from his sight, and asked, "Old Wei, what do you think we should do now?" "Old Wei, this matter depends on you and Old Sun. Otherwise, I'm really dead," Yu Qigong said with a sobbing tone. He really didn't know what to do about this. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have made a promise in front of the emperor today. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caused so much trouble. But now, it was too late to say anything. Seeing this, Wei Zhang couldn't help but sigh. "I think we still have to consider this matter at length. Think about it, no one would dare to accept this mission. At least 100,000 armaments in a month. How is that possible?
And you made a promise in front of the emperor."
The emperor also made a decision in front of everyone. This matter is too hasty. Yu Qigong was about to cry. He hurriedly stopped Wei Zhang and said, "I know. Don't be sarcastic, okay? Let's talk about this first. What should we do? Don't ask who's to blame now."
Hearing this, Du Ruhui narrowed his eyes and said, "Why don't we go and ask Mr. Huai for help?"
Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up in an instant. Du Ruhui was right. At this time, going to the old scholar might be the right thing to do. As for Yu Shernan and the others, there might not be any hope. After all, Yu Shernan and the others had expressed their stance last time. From now on, Zhang Feng was not allowed to stir up trouble again. He had told them that at this time, if they went to Yu Shernan, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? At the thought of this, how could they sit still? They all went to look for the old scholar. On the other side, after Zhang Feng left the villa, his mind was filled with the matter of clothes. Although he didn't care about what others thought. However, his family, the few Confucians on the mountain, the students, the craftsmen, and the people in Tonghui Fang all needed it. The people in Tonghui district and the craftsmen in the various workshops on the mountain worked every day to create today's White Deer College and the normal operation of the Daoshan market. These people were the ones who really needed them. Moreover, the average temperature on the mountain was at least 5 degrees lower than that below the mountain. At this time, it was indeed a little cold from morning to night. Zhang Feng was also considering the matter of winter clothing. However, thinking was just thinking. It was also troublesome to do it. If he really wanted to do it, it would be difficult. After all, it was really difficult to not have cotton. This was already the biggest problem in front of Zhang Feng. At least until now, Zhang Feng really didn't think of any useful way to replace cotton. Even cashmere and goose down, you must have a machine to make it, right? Although there were many of these things, there was no time. There was only a month until the new year. In such a short time, there were more than 100,000 people. Even if Zhang Feng sacrificed his life, he couldn't make so many cotton-padded clothes. Chapter 1675. What Zhang Feng was worried about was, it would end badly if they did that. How could they do it without anything? That was one thing. The main source of the problem was that the time was too short. Even if they used water wheels to make unmanned textiles, they could not make so much in such a short time. Even the large garment factories of the later generations could not do it. Not to mention now. It could be said that although there were many people in the Tang dynasty now, it was useless. This thing was not something that could be done with a large number of people. Most importantly, there was no cotton or other substitutes in this era. Even the best ones that Zhang Feng knew were sheepskin jackets, rubber thermal jackets, and paper jackets. Although Zhang Feng knew all of these, he knew that the best ones were sheepskin jackets, rubber thermal jackets, and paper jackets. But when he thought about the needs of hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. In this era, even if they added the cattle and sheep from Tubo and other countries, the Tang dynasty did not lack leather goods at this time, but it was difficult. Zhang Feng could not help but rub his forehead. Unknowingly, Zhang Feng had already arrived at the textile factory that was under construction. Once the textile factory was completed, the three major projects that Zhang Feng had mentioned were almost completed: the steel mill, the rubber factory, and the textile factory. But at this time, the textile factory was only a prototype. It was being built halfway up another mountain. Shao Mountain was divided into two mountains, and the whole Shao Mountain was like a gold ingot, sandwiched between the two mountains.
On the mountain in the west, the forging workshop had been expanding all the way to the top of the mountain.
And on the other side, it was the source of the water of the whole Shao Mountain, which was connected to the East Peak waterfall of Shao Mountain. It had almost become the main living area of Shao Mountain. The whole academy was built on the flat plain between the two mountains.
At the foot of the mountain there was a paper factory, a rubber factory, a food factory, and so on.
At this time, standing halfway up the East Peak, Zhang Feng looked down at everything at the foot of the mountain. He was in disbelief. A few months ago, this place was still a wasteland. Who would have thought that in less than half a year, this place would become like this? Moreover, it had become a place comparable to Chang and City. Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't do all of this. After all, he really didn't have the ability. All of this was the result of everyone's hard work. Zhang Feng couldn't understand why these people followed him. He was just doing what he wanted to do.
It could be said that he was doing everything according to his heart. However, he hadn't noticed it before.
Only when he turned around and looked down did he realize that there were actually so many people gathered around him.
Zhang Feng looked at all of this with a headache.
He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Originally, he just wanted to start a business without relying on this unreliable system. However, this business was still in its initial stage, and he already encountered so many troubles. How could this not give her a headache?
Now, although he refused to make winter clothes for the 100,000 people, what about the people on the mountain?
These people all needed to survive the winter. Moreover, the temperature on Mount Kuei was much lower than that of Chang and City at the foot of the mountain because of its altitude. Although the temperature of Chang and in this era was very pleasant, it was still very cold in this winter. The clothes for these thousands of people became his biggest headache at this time. After all, more than 3,000 students, more than 50 Confucian scholars, more than 300 people in charge of logistics in Tonghui Fang, more than 1,000 craftsmen, and Lao He. These people were all his old subordinates. However, at this time, a series of shouts pulled Zhang Feng back to reality from his thousands of thoughts. He saw that not far away, several craftsmen were cutting trees on the mountain. When a big tree not far from Zhang Feng fell down with a loud bang. Everyone also saw Zhang Feng, who was in a snow-white robe. Everyone was stunned at first, and then couldn't help but roar excitedly. "Dean! The Dean is here!" Along with the exclamation, Gonziyuan also hurried over with a stick in his hand. When he saw that it was really Zhang Feng, he was immediately wild with joy. "Dean, why are you here alone? You should have told me in advance." Gonziyuan. Zhang Feng was surprised. He hadn't seen him for a long time. At this time, Zhang Feng really didn't recognize him. After all, this time Gonziyuan was dressed a little shabby. Zhang Feng looked at Gonziyuan with some surprise, pointed at the wooden stick in his hand and asked, "Old Gon, you? What's wrong with you?" Gonziyuan heard, waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, you're talking about this. Isn't this for work? The weather is cold, so I came up the mountain to work and warm up. Let's go, let's go. I'll take you to the textile factory. Now the textile factory is amazing." While speaking, Gonziyuan pulled Zhang Feng in the direction of the textile factory. After Zhang Feng left, the people who went up the mountain were peeling the bark and arranging the wood. Zhang Feng looked at the red tree deeply, then looked at the thin clothes on Gonziyuan's body, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Gon, do the people who go up the mountain now wear such clothes?" Chapter 1676. Clothes. Clothes again. This was the topic that Zhang Feng heard the most today. At this time, Zhang Feng was silent.
Gonziyuan seemed to have noticed Zhang Feng's silence at this time and could not help but ask in surprise. "Dean, what's wrong with you?"
Zhang Feng did not leave.
Looking at the construction site that was bustling with activity not far away, he said, "Old Gon, tell me the truth.
Are you all wearing unlined clothes?" Gonziyuan was stunned.
He said indifferently, "We're the ones who put in the effort, so we can't wear thick clothes. Once we wear them, we won't be able to see anyone in less than 3 days."
"Then, you were peeling the bark just now to make clothes?"
Zhang Feng interrupted Gonziyuan and said, "Old Gon, what are these people peeling the bark for?"
In an instant, Gonziyuan was silent.
Looking at Zhang Feng's strange expression, he began to falter.
"Well, it's going to be Chinese New Year soon, and the construction site needs wood. We're thinking of getting some bark while we're cutting down trees and hiring people to make some clothes.
After all, thanks to the dean, we've made a lot of money this year. So, my brothers wanted to buy some new clothes.
I was worried, so I followed them. I didn't expect to run into the dean. But we definitely didn't delay the construction. I can guarantee this with my head."
Zhang Feng's breathing could not help but become a little rapid. Looking at the craftsmen who were peeling the bark and the craftsmen who were curled up in the corner, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that he seemed to have failed. No wonder the old scholar and Yu Shernan advised him not to go out again, and to stay in the academy and deal with the academy's affairs.
Zhang Feng did not understand before. But now, Zhang Feng finally understood. Things outside were a mess, and things at home were still a mess. What was there to do? There was simply no way to do it. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and pointed at the textile factory. "Old Gon, let me ask you. Do you know what this place is used for?"
Gonziyuan saw Zhang Feng's dignified look and didn't dare to be careless.
He hurriedly said, "I don't know, but I heard that it is a textile factory. It should be a weaving workshop. We have no right to ask the dean's decision. We only know how to do what we should do."
Over the course of a few months, Zhang Ruochen had been in a daze.
Gonziyuan could clearly feel the changes on the mountain.
Among the people he brought here, as well as the people he called here before, almost every craftsman was paid 10 copper coins a day. No matter where they were, they would receive such a high salary. The most important thing was that every 3 to 5 days, they could go to the cafeteria and have a free meal when the students were teaching. There was plenty of wine and meat. Furthermore, he would pay his salary on time every month, and he would never be late. These were enough for a stone golem to fuse, right? They were the lowest of the low, but in this place, they received the same treatment as the students. Sometimes the students even had to come here to work and work together with them.
It was just like that. In this world, perhaps only White Deer College was like this.
Zhang Feng's heart was slowly changing without him knowing. After a moment of silence, Zhang Feng said, "This is indeed a textile factory. In the future, it will be one of the largest textile factories in the Tang dynasty. Every day, there will be white cloth produced here, and thousands of clothes will be distributed from here. This is my purpose for setting up this textile factory." Gonziyuan didn't know whether Zhang Feng could do it or not. He also didn't know whether Zhang Feng's words, which they didn't even dare to dream of, would come true. However, they believed in Zhang Feng. They believed that Zhang Feng would definitely do it. However, what was the meaning of Zhang Feng's words? He didn't understand, so he could only nod. Zhang Feng didn't explain anything. He took a deep breath and said, "Old Gon, count the workers here.
How many are there? Isn't it just winter clothes?
If I can't even do this, my position as the dean will be over. Quickly count the number of people and send them to my courtyard." As he spoke, Zhang Feng left in a hurry. After Zhang Feng left, the craftsmen who had already noticed Zhang Feng quickly surrounded him and asked what the dean was doing here. Gonziyuan's mind was only filled with Zhang Feng's words. He took a deep breath and scolded, "What the hell are you all doing here?
Can't you see that the dean is unhappy?
The dean just told me that he's making clothes for you frozen ghosts. If you don't work hard, don't even think about it."
Hearing this,
all the craftsmen were in an uproar. The dean is making winter clothes for us?
Is this true?
I told you that this is a textile factory. There's a shortage of winter clothes everywhere in the world.
But where are we?
This is White Deer College. It definitely won't happen here. Amidst the uproar,
The craftsmen on the mountain were boiling. Winter clothes, even the cheapest paper clothes, cost 100 copper coins. Even they couldn't bear to buy it, let alone so many people at home. Now, the dean actually said that he was going to give them. What was this? This was truly a joyous occasion. Chapter 1677. Lantian County had been the western gate of Chang, and since ancient times. It was also where the Guanyi Road and Shannon Road intersected. At this moment, a group of youths were waiting in boredom at the foot of an ancient tree that was at least 100 years old. On the side, the horses were leisurely gnawing on the small amount of sheep-beard grass on the ground. At this moment, all of a sudden, the horses seemed to be startled. They snorted in a panic, pricked up their ears, and spun around in circles. When the youths saw this, they were shocked and sat up straight. These youths were wearing the uniform of White Deer College. They were Cheng Chumo and the others. They had originally wanted to send Li Chengqian off on the way to the college. However, after thinking about it, it was better to come here. After all, there were many eyes in the college. If their identities were exposed, then the losses would outweigh the gains. The only thing they were worried about now was Gao Can, the iron lump. It all depended on whether Li Chengqian had a way to deal with him. They're here. At this moment, Zhang Sun Chong stood on the branch of a tall tree and looked into the distance as he spoke. Instantly, the youths were energized. There were only 5,000 people on this expedition, including Li Chengqian's bodyguards and personal guards. He didn't even bring a single servant girl. This was Li Chengqian's decision.
The official road was not far from the foot of the mountain where Cheng Chumo and the others were.
After they watched the carriages and the soldiers leave, Zhang Sun Chong hurriedly rode his horse down the mountain. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Sun Chong hurriedly brought Li Chengqian to the foot of the old tree. The troops at the foot of the mountain returned to normal after the commotion. Li Chengqian dismounted and the youths gave him a bear hug. Then, they looked at the strange dark green equipment on Li Chengqian's body and clicked their tongues in wonder. Chengqian, is this the new military uniform that Fengzi came up with? Li Chengqian showed off a few strokes and said, "How is it?" The youth's eyes were red with envy. They peeled it off Li Chengqian's body, and each of them put it on. Only then did they reluctantly hand it over to Li Chengqian. At this moment, Du Go asked earnestly, "Chengqian, when did Gao Can find out about your identity?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Gao Can is not stupid. In fact, he is smarter than anyone else. When he was in the military camp, he already knew our identities. I only found out today when I was chatting with him." Hearing this, everyone was a little stunned. In their eyes, Gao Can was undoubtedly a blockhead, but they didn't expect him to be so meticulous. Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "I think Fengzi sent him to Chotzi City with me because he values his meticulous thinking." Do you think any of the people Fengzi accepted are stupid? Now that he said that, only then did everyone come to a realization. Since he said so, then he must be clear about our relationship with Fengzi, right? Li Chengqian nodded and said, "He said today that as long as we don't have any bad intentions towards Fengzi, he will pretend not to know. Moreover, when you guys stole from Fengzi, did you think no one would know? That kid was already watching." At this moment, they couldn't help but look at each other. This guy was an existence that could even beat up the Yuchi brothers. If he wanted to beat someone up, all of the people here would probably not be a match for him. And this time, Fengzi sent him to Chotzi. This also had a profound meaning. However, at this moment, they couldn't figure out what Zhang Feng was planning. Li Chengqian looked at the Yuchi brothers and Feng Yai and said, "That guy is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. After all, you guys have a good relationship after fighting. Aren't you going to send him off? That guy has been waiting for you all the way." As he spoke, Li Chengqian was a little envious. However, he was more puzzled. Wasn't it just a beating? How could they have a good relationship after fighting? This made them very puzzled. Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "Since you are sending him off, did you bring wine?" "Heh, you asked the right person. How can we not have wine?" Cheng Chumo chuckled and took out a few jars of wine from under the tree behind him. However, in his astonishment, Yuchi Baolin hurried over and snatched them away. Cheng Chumo was a little dumbfounded as he took out the remaining 3 jars of wine and watched Yuchi Baolin slip away on her horse again. He could only speechlessly say, "Fine, I was just saying that we could drink to our heart's content today. This kid really dared to take 4 jars of wine in one go. Haha, who told you to drink so much just now? Are you all right now? Zhang's son cursed speechlessly as he handed the wine to Li Chengqian. The few of them leaned against the tree and looked at the marching group not far away. They said with some envy, I really envy you. You can go to Qiuzi City. We don't know when Fengzi will let us out. AI. Isn't that right? My heavy cavalry, not to mention equipment, they don't even have a weapon now. AI. The few of them couldn't help but sigh. They didn't envy Li Chengqian and Gao Kansas. Li Chengqian shook his head and said, You guys are thinking too simply. Fengzi's move is to stabilize Qiuzi City in a short time. The reason he sent me over is to show His Majesty our strength. I was the one who solved the siege of Chang'an. That's why Fengzi decided to send me to the army for training. This is under the premise that he doesn't know our identities. He's paving the way for our future.